Will to Strength. Interpretations of Nietzsche's "What does not kill me makes me stronger" by Arthur C. Imperial. Preface. You have found this book in your hands by a stroke of fate, almost as if you've read this once before, maybe numerous times over. But what has brought you to this book? A feeling of weakness, perhaps, plagued by some obdurate dreariness, brought on by a lifetime of interminable suffering, initiating a search for something more, something meaningful, to excite, elevate, and enlighten those deadened affects? That your feeling of weakness needed a jolt of inspiration, exhilaration, or agitation to free itself from the mud of mediocrity, may be motivated by the suffering of someone stronger, an exemplar of something more powerful, who expresses some grander ideal of strength. Or maybe you are drawn to this book in search of affirmation for your already active becoming. You have already partaken in a long, lonely journey of self-discovery and self-mastery, wandering strange lands and seas of both knowledge and nonsense, courting companions both wise and foolish, with whom you have shared the beauty of art, adventure, laughter, language, love, and the like. Yet, even with this endless archive of intimate experiences, you have found that a void nevertheless remains, never seemingly filled by this style of living, however exciting or romantic it may have been. Maybe you're in greater need of a mirror, a reflective pool that dives deeper into the murky waters of the self, instead of another wide ocean of otherness. Either way, you have found yourself in the grips of a book that whispers in your ear of a sensuous power, potentially carrying you to greater heights or plunging you to deeper, darker depths, to distant places one has never thought possible, towards new adventures, new perspectives, and new styles of that which makes one stronger. You've made it this far in life, overcoming all that has already tried to kill you. So what lies ahead after passing through this gateway of the present moment? After each word has been read and each thought fully contemplated? A future of infinite possibilities, of a self-affirmed, strengthened self, perhaps? Where one can finally say to themselves, was that life? Well then, once more. Chapter 1. Interpreting Nietzsche's Cliché of Strength. Many lips have uttered the phrase, "What does not kill me makes me stronger." But what meaning was intended from this utterance, this well-worn phrase, this cliché of strength? Could its intent be to speak of our past, to evoke our triumphant survival through valiant struggles, to recall that our histories, however tumultuous, have always resulted in a self-emboldening? That in our persistence, we have indeed become stronger with the passing of time? Or maybe it was meant to inspire our present moment, to inject a sense of hope in the hopelessness, to provide some modicum of meaning in the meaninglessness, to say to our suffering selves, if only I can endure this life in the present moment, then surely I can go on living throughout anything. Or maybe it was meant to carve out our future, to shape our attitude towards taking greater risks, casting aside our fears while gazing towards distant horizons, carelessly throwing ourselves headlong into the flames of life's unforeseen uncertainties, embracing our most dangerous destiny, knowing full well that we will courageously reemerge, a fantastical phoenix rising from the ashes once more. Maybe it means all of these at once, or something entirely different. For the moment, its meaning cannot immediately be grasped. It demands further interpretation with a more critical eye, to be seen through different eyes, more affects, more perspectives. At some point, if our love of that fated moment allows, we might come to fully appreciate a sense of becoming, which will indeed make us stronger. The cliché of strength. Although now regarded as cliché, one might be surprised to learn that the saying, "What does not kill me makes me stronger," originates from the untimely philosopher-artist Friedrich Nietzsche, drawn from his book, Twilight of the Idols. Of all of Nietzsche's innumerable words of wisdom, pithy aphorisms, and piercing arrows of thought, it is of great interest that this particular phrase survived the test of time. What is it about Nietzsche's concept of strength that enabled its historical survival and memorialization, gaining this lofty status of becoming cliché? To explain this clichéing of thought, Nietzsche offers us a striking epistemological explanation through his view on the origins of language. In an unpublished yet highly salient essay entitled On Truth and Lies in a Non-Moral Sense, Nietzsche argues that knowledge is produced through the use of metaphor. He says, "We believe that we know something about the things themselves when we speak of trees, colors, snow, and flowers, and yet we possess nothing but metaphors for things, metaphors which correspond in no way to the original entities." Here, Nietzsche describes how knowledge is limited by language, which produces nothing but metaphors and can never identify the real truth about things in themselves. Yet, in possessing a metaphor for a thing, we begin to believe that this thing actually exists in nature, as fact, as an original idea, fundamentally lying to ourselves that the metaphor is founded in truth itself. For Nietzsche, there's no inherent truth, and thus no inherent morality operating in the world. Instead, there's merely the non-moral play of truth and lies in the creation of language by disparate subjects who use metaphor to understand the world. By positing this, Nietzsche explicitly reverses a long philosophical tradition of Plato's metaphysical doctrine of the forms, identifying that the ideal form is itself a human construction, an act of lying or dissimulation to produce truth. Yet, Nietzsche acknowledges that humanity is necessarily defined by this act of metaphor creation, stating that the drive toward the formation of metaphors is the fundamental human drive, which one cannot for a single instant dispense with in thought, for one would thereby dispense with man himself. With that established, we can now identify how the cliché functions as a certain kind of metaphor, a dead metaphor, which attempts to represent a truth. This process, which produces truth from a dead metaphor, is well known to Nietzsche. He explains, "What, then, is truth? A movable host of metaphors, metonymies, and anthropomorphisms? In short, a sum of human relations which have been poetically and rhetorically intensified, transferred, and embellished, and which, after long usage, seem to a people to be fixed, canonical, and binding. Truths are illusions which we have forgotten are illusions. They are metaphors that have become worn out and have been drained of their sensuous force, coins which have lost their embossing and are now considered as metal and no longer coins." Understood in this way, Nietzsche explains the process of clichéing. The cliché itself is a historical product of the non-moral play of truth/knowledge production, one that mobilizes a movable host of metaphors in order to name things in the world, yet, over time, becomes worn through its repeated use, losing its sensuous force prominent at its inception, like coins which have lost their embossing and are now considered only metal. And here is the provocation that Nietzsche affords if we are to take seriously his understanding of truth as metaphor. Since any claim to truth/knowledge is illusory, and since there are no foundational truths, no facts in themselves, all that we have at our disposal to understand the world is our capacity to create interpretations. This may be a radical insight to some, obvious to others, and maybe even facile to the next. But to be sure, Nietzsche's intent is not to thrust us into a nihilistic void of meaninglessness. Rather, this insight affords us a spectacular moment of awe and wonder to realize the world in which we inhabit has no meaning behind it, but countless meanings. Thus, utilizing Nietzschean interpretation as opposed to Platonic truth-seeking as our fundamental act of human understanding allows us to discover the inherent multiplicity of the world's meaningfulness, to shed our self-dissimulation about the production of truth, and enable a creative practice of interpretation. Representative of this is an artist who makes art to celebrate the illusory aesthetic experience of life, vis-a-vis the philosopher who dissimulates the discovery of truth, coveting knowledge to control the workings of the world and legitimize their constructed morality. More of this distinction will be expanded upon in the following pages, but for now, this creative, interpretive act of an artist who enables countless meanings of the world is what Nietzsche extols as a perspectival seeing. As he explains in his book On the Genealogy of Morals, there is only a perspective seeing, only a perspective knowing, and the more affects we allow to speak about one thing, the more eyes, different eyes, we can use to observe one thing, the more complete will our concept of this thing, our objectivity, be. In Nietzsche's perspectivism, there is no singular truth, no true reality. There's only perspectival seeing and knowing, affording us more eyes and more affects to come to know a certain thing, to understand the countless meanings that constitute this world's multiplicity, to see the inherent differences in an object which, in turn, make the concept more complete. In making knowledge cliché, one loses this perception of the multiplicity of the world, this inherent difference of perspectives, and the possibilities of countless meanings, forgetting the sensuous force of the word and the understanding of the world in its inception as metaphor. To be clear, then, perspectivism is a prerequisite for any form of critical thinking, for without it, one is confined to a singular interpretation, a narrowed field of vision with fewer eyes and affects, rendering one's thinking cliché, if not outright ideological and dogmatic. With all that said, returning to Nietzsche's cliché of strength, understood now as a certain kind of metaphor, we can recognize it not as describing a singular truth of strength, but as exposing us to the possibilities of its countless meanings. We can thus pursue a Nietzschean perspectival seeing, activating an interpretive impulse to see with more eyes and more affects, different eyes and different affects, thinking more critically and creatively as we interpret Nietzsche's phrase, "What does not kill me makes me stronger," in innumerable ways. In turn, we can come to appreciate Nietzsche's understanding of strength not as a throwaway line or a worn-out truism, but as a much grander, more expansive, and transformative idea. One with the potential to forcefully shift our perspective on life and suffering, possibly reshaping our attitudes towards existence itself. Ultimately, Nietzsche's cliché possesses a much greater sensuous force than it initially suggests, allowing us to feel and experience an intimate sense of becoming stronger once we come to know the concept of strength in a more complete way. And in following this metaphor as it morphs throughout history, appropriated, internalized, and reinterpreted by numerous historical subjects, we may come to realize by the end of this text that Nietzsche's idea of strength was indeed an innovative emergence, a historical break in a longer, decadent history of understandings of strength and weakness, along with their many related concepts: health/sickness, good/evil, body/mind, truth/appearance, life/death, potentially challenging our contemporary modes of thinking towards a renewed sense of that which makes us stronger. A training in ambiguities. Nietzsche once wrote, "Some men are born posthumously," a statement that proved true of himself as his work was relatively unknown during his lifetime, only gaining greater popularity after his death in 1900. As such, he might have considered it of great prestige to have his words memorialized as cliché, as this signals that popular culture has unwittingly appropriated his radical teachings on strength, that he had ultimately infiltrated the herd mentality of which he was so critical. On the other hand, he might have considered himself another victim of the cultural philistinism that dominated his day, appropriated by those who uncritically embrace cliché, individuals with no real taste for deeper thought, incapable of appreciating any style beyond the confines of their conformist herd. Either way, contemporary popular culture is now rife with references to Nietzsche's cliché of strength. But what meaning have they inherited? The intended meaning of Nietzsche's conception of strength, or some diluted caricature? Or maybe something else? Below, I will pursue these questions as a starting point to interpret Nietzsche's concept of strength. After our foray with contemporary interpretations of the cliché, I will then turn to the origin of this phrase, engaging explicitly with Nietzsche's thought in order to explicate what I identify as three fundamental expressions, or what I will call styles of strength, prominent in Nietzsche's writings: the physical, the linguistic, and the existential. A kind of genealogy ensues, expanding upon each style, where I posit three historical exemplars of strength who, I believe, appropriate, embody, and reinterpret Nietzsche's cliché, reflecting and refracting the idea of what does not kill me makes me stronger in their respective historical moments. These chosen exemplars of strength are Yukio Mishima, Frantz Fanon, and Viktor Frankl. In reading their narratives with Nietzsche's philosophy, we will see how Nietzsche's conception of strength is manifoldly expressed across divergent cultural contexts. A Japanese novelist and ultranationalist, Mishima, a Black French Algerian anti-colonialist revolutionary, Fanon, and a Jewish concentration camp survivor, Frankl. While these exemplars are markedly distinct in race, Asian, Black, and white, religion, Shinto, secular, and Jewish, sexuality, from gay to straight, politics, from right to left, and geographic location, from Asia, Africa, and Europe, they also share many similarities. They were all men living in a post-war world, each experiencing the physiological and psychological effects of weakness due to their marginalized racial identities, and each fighting for their lives against a particular imperialist power, American, French, and German respectively. In their shared yet disparate historical conditions of weakness, each demonstrates a unique overcoming of resistances, allowing us to discover new meanings of strength. We will accompany these exemplars of strength on their grand journeys of becoming stronger, navigating their way through their particular historical struggles, each grappling with that which does not kill them, each expressing a distinct style of strength, embodied by their most powerful concepts. Mishima's Loquacity of the Body, Fanon's Detoxifying Violence, and Frankl's Will to Meaning. The concluding chapter takes up Nietzsche's most ambiguous and abstract concept, will to power, as a human expression reinterpreted as will to strength. Nietzsche's understanding of the will to power as the primary driving force of the cosmic order is reframed within the context of seeing each exemplar's style as a particular expression of overcoming, comprising a grand style of becoming stronger, or what I will call will to strength. But before we can begin in full, it needs to be stated explicitly that Nietzsche offers no singular definition of strength, and there is relatively no scholarly work which engages comprehensively with this fundamental concept in his philosophy. This is indeed why we must engage in a critical interpretation of Nietzsche's now seemingly cliched concept. Partaking in this kind of work is, no doubt, an intellectual challenge, a particular resistance to be overcome. And as one of Nietzsche's great interpreters put it, reading Nietzsche is like a training in ambiguities. With Nietzsche, we are placed in a position where we are never fully on solid ground, left increasingly in a state of contradiction rather than resolution, flying to heights of elation at one moment, then gnashing our teeth and cursing the gods the next. We are never fully afforded a sense of completeness or finality, but instead are set in a rhythm of continuous questioning, perpetually in a state of discomfort, if not fear, while finding our way out of the labyrinth of his thought. And thus, we are constantly in the process of reinterpreting Nietzsche, searching for our own way through the twists and turns of this maze, grasping for a thread laid by Ariadne while sensing a minotaur lurking at its center. While there is no clear path offered by reading Nietzsche, we are never completely abandoned at an impasse of thought, never fully trapped without a way out. We are instead afforded a multiplicity of paths, more ways of thinking, greater possibilities and openings for new and more nuanced interpretations. Thus, to read Nietzsche is indeed a training in ambiguities because of the inherent multiplicity of interpretations available to us, a process of learning in a labyrinth with no clear paths. This must be seen as a most noble act to partake in, for within the folds of Nietzsche's maze of ambiguity, we learn to become increasingly comfortable with those inherent instabilities, uncertainties, and multiplicities of our thinking, to become capable of dancing and laughing at the edge of a nihilistic void, realizing that ambiguity is itself an opportunity for new interpretations, new modes of living, new expressions, new styles of strength. Nietzsche was against rigid, overly structured styles of thinking. He stated, "I distrust all systematizers and stay out of their way. The will to a system is a deficiency in integrity." Against systematizing, against this hegemony of rationally constrained forms of writing and thinking, Nietzsche defied all genres, traversing multiple styles, a master of methodological melange, of poetic pastiche, of affective assemblages. He cut across the boundaries of prose and poetry, philosophy and polemic, the personal and the political, leaving a panoply of perspectives in his trail of thought, like different paths out of a maze, affording the reader multiple interpretations to trace within his ideas, many of which have been historically appropriated across the political spectrum, from the far right to the radical left and everything in between. And in extended readings of Nietzsche, one begins to see innumerable reflections of new Nietzsches appear, fragmenting any potential capture of a single portrait of Nietzsche. Indeed, if truth at core is illusory, and we can mobilize only a host of metaphors to serve as our claim to knowledge, then the study of a self yields no singular truth of the person, but only a multiplicity of selves. Thus, an attempt at understanding Nietzsche cannot expect to arrive at a singular articulation of Nietzsche's philosophy, but instead at fragmented self-reflections, and we are left with a propagation of his thoughts into disparate Nietzscheanisms. In any case, to come to grips with this inherent ambiguity in our manifold understanding of strength, we must first start our journey at the entrance to Nietzsche's labyrinth of thought, each finding our own way towards its center. And upon returning from this journey through the different styles expressed by each exemplar, my highest hope, my greatest desideratum, is that the reader will shed any cliched or devalued sense of strength they once held, and leave these pages behind with a renewed sense of that which makes one stronger, moving towards their own interpretation and expressing their own grand style of strength. What does not kill me in contemporary pop culture? Below, I've curated some contemporary utterances of Nietzsche's famous cliché of strength by a diverse set of cultural archetypes represented by the musician, the fighter, the villain, and the comedian. I will assess how the meaning of Nietzsche's phrase has been appropriated and reinterpreted by a varied set of pop culture icons: Kelly Clarkson, Kanye West, Conor McGregor, Christopher Nolan's Joker, and Norm Macdonald. These specific utterances will be juxtaposed with the writings of Nietzsche to demonstrate the numerous divergences and convergences with his thought. As we shall see, when elucidated with Nietzsche's writings, these pop culture interpretations do not completely lose the spirit which he intended, and indeed retain the sensuous force of Nietzsche's conception of strength, espousing but also challenging Nietzsche's ideas. The musician. If one were to query the common person, who coined the phrase, "What does not kill me makes me stronger?" one might possibly cite the singer Kelly Clarkson as its original author, due to her 2011 pop hit, Stronger, which uses the cliché as the basis for its soaring chorus. In this song, Clarkson uses the phrase to speak to a lover's breakup, but instead of a self-referential phrase in the original saying, the songwriter modifies the cliché to speak directly to the listener. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, imparting a lesson of love where one needs to carry on and recover from a broken heart. This usage places the phrase in the common context of a romantic relationship where the brokenhearted is uplifted by the chorus/cliché to accept a love lost, urging one to try to love once more. Indeed, this reiterates the well-worn narrative of love's persistence as a universal force, one where heartbreak does not kill the lover, but instead becomes an opportunity for growth, making the force of love even stronger for their next romantic encounter. While this universalized usage of the phrase, coupling a cliché of love and heartbreak with a cliché of strength, seems facile at first, it is the second half of the chorus which starts to point towards its Nietzschean lineage. Clarkson sings, "What doesn't kill you makes a fighter, footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone." And with each line, we begin hearing the deeper connection to Nietzsche's thought. In relation to the first line, Nietzsche certainly privileged the archetype of the fighter as a healthier and stronger type, ostensibly defined by that which does not kill them. Second, Nietzsche regularly analogizes the free-spirited philosopher-artist to a dancer, one who is opposed to the spirit of gravity, embodied by a light-footedness which makes all that is light good. And lastly, and possibly stretching our interpretation to its limits, Nietzsche knew that even if one's love, i.e., their God, has gone, i.e., is dead, then it doesn't mean I'm over. In other words, that life itself has not come to an end. For Nietzsche, while the loss of one's love/death of God is indeed a moment of heartbreak, it is at the same time a moment of becoming, seen instead as an opportunity to love once more, a life renewed after the feeling of dependence on one's previous love has passed. Another pop song usage of Nietzsche's cliché is found in Kanye West's 2007 hit, Stronger. The song begins with a sample from Daft Punk, "Work it, make it, do it, makes us harder, better, faster, stronger," which sets up Kanye's delivery of Nietzsche's cliché of strength. "Na na na, that don't kill me, can only make me stronger. I need you to hurry up now, 'cause I can't wait much longer." When listening to the song, one must take note of the cadence in which Kanye delivers Nietzsche's cliché, stuttered rhythmically to flow atop an electronica-infused hip-hop beat, a highly innovative fusion of styles at the time of its release, reflecting a reinterpretation of Nietzsche's phrase through Kanye's own musical vision, one repurposed for his own particular style. Like Clarkson's song, the context of the cliché's utterance is again related to a romantic relationship. But here, Kanye retains the phrase's self-referentiality, seeking to bolster his self-confidence by referring to himself as the Louis Vuitton Don, in order to court a seductive lover, his Black Kate Moss. As such, Kanye utilizes Nietzsche's cliché as a motivating or affirming force, allowing him to gain enough courage to risk closing the distance between himself and his ideal of beauty, to approach his romantic other. The conditions for the possibilities of love are emphasized by Daft Punk's refrain, to work it, make it, do it, to make one stronger in order to act on one's romantic instinct. Of course, hip-hop lyrics have long been underpinned by bragging and boastfulness, and the outlandish arrogance of Kanye has made him infamous in the media. But the salient point here is that the self-propagating cultivation of a feeling of power and strength emanating from Nietzsche's idea of that which does not kill me, where Kanye tells all to bow in the presence of greatness, ultimately serves as a grand lesson on love, that great strength is needed to love another after one's heart is broken, as Clarkson showed, but also that great strength is needed to love oneself, as expressed by Kanye. It should not be surprising that the interpretations of the musician and those of Nietzsche are not so far apart, as Nietzsche was himself a talented musician, highly adept as a pianist and composer of several works for voice, piano, and violin. Moreover, in his earlier years, Nietzsche was a close friend and disciple of the great German composer Richard Wagner, being welcomed into his inner circle. Lastly, Nietzsche was a lyricist in his own right, delivering a wealth of poetry throughout his writings. As such, in engaging with Nietzsche's writings, one unmistakably senses his deep love for music. He states correctly that without music, life would be a mistake. Indeed, the utterance of Nietzsche's famous cliché by the musician as a lesson on love seems incredibly apt, especially when contrasted with this most beautiful passage on music from The Gay Science. One must learn to love. This is what happens to us in music. First, one has to learn to hear a figure and melody at all, to detect and distinguish it, to isolate it and delimit it as a separate life. Then, it requires some exertion and goodwill to tolerate it in spite of its strangeness, to be patient with its appearance and expression, and kind-hearted about its oddity. Finally, there comes a moment when we're used to it, when we wait for it, when we sense that we should miss it if it were missing. And now it continues to compel and enchant us relentlessly until we have become its humble and enraptured lovers who desire nothing better from the world than its and only its. But that is what happens to us not only in music. That is how we have learned to love all things that we now love. In the end, we are always rewarded for our goodwill, our patience, fair-mindedness, and gentleness with what is strange. Gradually, it sheds its veil and turns out to be a new and indescribable beauty. That is its thanks for our hospitality. Even those who love themselves will have learned it in this way, for there is no other way. Love, too, has to be learned. In his own lesson on love, Nietzsche understands how music provides a progression of feelings that affords the learner/listener an indescribable beauty, a lesson on loving all things. When hearing a song for the first time, one must listen to the melody, be able to first identify it and distinguish its uniqueness. Then, one must welcome it as if hearing an exotic scale for the first time, allowing for repeated listens, being patient and gentle with its strangeness. And in finally becoming familiar with the way it touches the ears and pulls at the heartstrings, one can truly begin to appreciate the wonder of its sonorous pleasures, allowing the music to enrapture the totality of one's body in its endless beauty. It is in this way, in this deep appreciation of music, Nietzsche says, that we can fully understand how to love oneself as well as love others, that love too has to be learned. As such, returning to our cliché on strength after hearing it as the lyrics of heartbreak and romantic risk, we synthesize Nietzsche's lesson on music to understand that one must learn to love if one is to have any hope of becoming stronger. That the objects of our affection afford us the possibility of learning how to love in hopes of achieving that indescribable beauty. The musician teaches us that heartbreak is simply a resistance to be overcome, affording us greater strength to risk loving ourselves, others, and, ultimately, life itself. The fighter. While the musician uses Nietzsche's cliché of strength to explore the lessons of heartbreak and romance, framing the process of becoming stronger through the possibility of love, the fighter, our second archetype, interprets strength through the relations of combat, naturally mobilizing the metaphor as a lesson on loss in battle. It is no surprise, then, to hear Nietzsche's words unwittingly echoed by popular Ultimate Fighting Championship fighters such as Georges St. Pierre, Israel Adesanya, and Stipe Miocic, champions who have recited this very phrase while facing great adversity and loss. But the most articulate use of Nietzsche's cliché can be attributed to the notorious Irish double champion Conor McGregor, renowned for his gift of gab as much as his fighting prowess. Before turning away from his life as a martial artist, McGregor's quick-witted, braggadocious trash-talking was constantly punctuated by profound eloquence and poeticism on the art of combat. This quality was on skillful display in a statement delivered after experiencing his first championship loss, where, in a post-fight interview, McGregor opines, "I will celebrate this like you should. You should celebrate all adversity because it makes you grow and it makes you stronger. So, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And this is something that will make me stronger." Elsewhere, McGregor states in a similar spirit to the above quote, "We can either run from adversity or we can face our adversity head on and conquer it. And that's what I plan to do. I'll face it, I'll take it on the chin, and I'll carry on. I'll learn from it, and that's it." As McGregor notes, he must take away a lesson from losing. He is forced to learn from his adversity, learn to face it head on and conquer it, to take it on the chin and carry on. This is a necessary attitude for any fighter, for any competitor in any sport for that matter, if not for life itself. Again, in McGregor's recounting, the cliché of strength meets with yet another cliché, something akin to live to fight another day, the cliché of persistence. Yet, McGregor goes further here and reinterprets the cliché by linking adversity to celebration, to celebrate all adversity, because this is what allows one to grow and makes you stronger. This connection indeed has roots in Nietzsche, who sought to interpret suffering through an attitude of amor fati, or wishing for nothing to change, where suffering is not a condition to escape or wish away, but one to confront and embrace, an affirmation or, in McGregor's words, a celebration of adversity. Although Nietzsche himself was a severely sick man for most of his life, he nevertheless proclaimed that he was warlike by nature. This was embodied in his pugnacious drive to challenge and critique the great idols of his day, even going so far as to outline the best practices of war for philosophical battles. Apropos of McGregor's insights on loss, a complementary thought on the virtues of losing in battle is described in Nietzsche's Twilight of the Idols. "War has always been the grand sagacity of every spirit which has grown too inward and too profound. Its curative power lies even in the wounds one receives. A maxim whose origin I withhold from learned curiosity has long been my motto. Increscunt anime viriscit vulnere viritus. The spirit grows, strength is restored by wounding." What Nietzsche points to here is that one can derive power from engaging in a practice of war, gaining or restoring strength, even in a feeling of loss, conceptualized here as a wounding. This can be seen as an equivalent insight to "what does not kill me makes me stronger." A wound does not necessarily kill if one can transform it into curative power, an opportunity to restore one's strength. As McGregor describes in the context of a fight, a loss in competition is that which wounds the warrior, but afterwards becomes a lesson on combat, a memory of miscalculation to be remedied for the next battle, one which cultivates courage and persistence through the will to fight again, a promised opportunity for future greatness in the process of becoming stronger. All fighters implicitly know this, internalizing it as the inherent logic of adversity, wounding as a kind of gift given by one's opponent, and thus attributing a positive valuation to losing as a kind of virtue that should be celebrated, as McGregor celebrates his loss as an opportunity to reclaim his victory to be a champion once more, to regain his strength for the inevitability of the next valiant fight. Here, against the common sense valuation of losing/wounding as being a bad or negative result, the fighter reinterprets losing/wounding for their benefit as a good, revaluating it from vice to virtue, drawing inspiration from the wound to renew the fighting spirit and restore strength. It is interesting to note that Nietzsche himself was familiar with the life of a combatant. He was enrolled in the Prussian military as a student, trained as a field artillery specialist, and briefly served on the front lines as a medical orderly during the Franco-Prussian War. In addition to the virtues of losing/wounding posited by the fighter, the warlike, battle-tested Nietzsche has much to say about how strength is necessarily drawn from the positive valuation of a fighter's enemy. In his autobiography, Ecce Homo, Nietzsche states, "The strength of those who attack can be measured in a way by the opposition they require. Every growth is indicated by the search for a mighty opponent or problem. For a warlike philosopher challenges problems too to single combat." Here, Nietzsche identifies how one's strength is measured by the need for a mighty opponent, that indeed a fighter's strength can only grow by searching for and engaging with stronger enemies. But moreover, Nietzsche aligns the fighter's mentality as being akin to the combat of philosophical problems. A warlike philosopher must seek grander problems, like a fighter does a mightier opponent, in order to truly make stronger one's own philosophy. This thematic is emphasized again in a wonderful passage from Thus Spoke Zarathustra, entitled War and Warriors, where Nietzsche's protagonist, Zarathustra, celebrates the warrior's struggle. It opens with the line, "We do not want to be spared by our best enemies, nor by those whom we love thoroughly." Zarathustra continues to say of the warrior, "Let your work be a struggle, let your peace be a victory." Here, Zarathustra asks, what is good? To be brave is good, and adds, you must be proud of your enemy. Then the successes of your enemy are your successes too. The passage concludes, thus, live your life of obedience and war. What matters? Long life? What warrior wants to be spared? After seeking and finding a mighty opponent to challenge, no warrior, no true champion wants to be spared by their enemy, as a long life is not their priority, as Nietzsche says. A champion fights only the greatest of competitors, only other strong fighters, as they must be proud of their enemies. Any lesser or weaker adversary would be to diminish the greatness of victory, sullying the competition by lessening the skill and strength needed to rise to the valiant occasion. One does not want to be spared by their enemy. A warrior welcomes only a true challenge, seeking to be honored by a great opponent, even if it risks death. Only then can the glory of victory make them stronger, increasing the feeling of one's power and overcoming the resistances that battle presents them. Yet, even in defeat, having chosen a mighty opponent worthy of their skill, the fighter may still celebrate a noble victory. Their loss/wounding becomes a valiant act of bravery, for what did not kill them inevitably propels them towards becoming stronger, even in failure. For Nietzsche, Being proud of one's enemy necessitates a feeling of bravery that meets any challenge, whether physical or philosophical. But beyond Nietzsche's understanding of bravery as representative of what is good, we find a complementary definition of the good as that which heightens the feeling of power, presented in the Antichrist. What is good? All that heightens the feeling of power, the will to power, power itself in man. What is bad? All that proceeds from weakness. What is happiness? The feeling that power increases, that resistance is overcome. For a warrior, resistance is needed in the form of a strong enemy. If victorious in overcoming that enemy, one rises to a feeling of happiness, defined by Nietzsche as an increase in power. Inherent in this resistance of the mighty opponent is the possibility of overcoming, of learning, and of becoming stronger. The good is that which heightens the feeling of power, or what Nietzsche terms will to power, one of his most ambiguous concepts, which will be addressed more thoroughly in the conclusion. But for the current context, the ability to heighten one's feeling of power can be seen as the creative or artistic force expressed by a fighter who can reevaluate and reinterpret vices to virtues, wounds to opportunities, losses as celebrations, strong enemies as marks of distinction. All this is at the core of a fighter's reinterpretation of strength, resulting beauty in the creative expression of the fighter as a martial artist. The villain. Nietzsche's phrase seems at home as a mantra for the warrior who rises as a brave protagonist, overcoming their most worthy enemies. But how does the cliché work in the opposite direction, for the supposed enemy, the antagonist, the villain? An interesting riff on Nietzsche's cliché appears in Christopher Nolan's 2008 film, The Dark Knight, where Batman's arch-nemesis, the Joker, states, "Whatever doesn't kill you simply makes you stranger." The distortion of the phrase reflects the Joker's origin story as the victim of a horrific, face-distorting tragedy, a story filled with events that should have killed him. But instead of making him stronger, he reinterprets those experiences as making him necessarily stranger, possibly the strongest of the strange. Indeed, Nietzsche's own life provides us with an analogous interpretation of how a becoming stranger is indeed related to a becoming stronger. It is well known that Nietzsche suffered from a lifetime of illness, contracting diphtheria and dysentery during his service in the Prussian military, eventually leading to his dismissal, supposedly contracting syphilis from a brothel while a student. Then, later in life, suffering from failing eyesight, chronic migraines, and stomach pains which forced him to leave his professorship at Basel University. Seeking convalescence in more pleasant climates, Nietzsche wandered throughout the Swiss Alps and Italy in his final years while writing his greatest books. He succumbed to a mental breakdown in the streets of Turin on January 3, 1889, after supposedly embracing a horse who had been brutally whipped by its driver. Nietzsche's final fate was becoming a bedridden invalid in the care of his mother and sister till his death in 1900. Nietzsche was undoubtedly a severely sick man suffering from deteriorating physical and mental health throughout his adult life. Yet, in the preface to the second part of his book, Human, All Too Human, Nietzsche reflects on all these ailments with an obdurate affirmation of the life he was given. As physician and patient in one, I compelled myself to an opposite and unexplored climb of the soul, and especially to a curative journey into strange parts, into strangeness itself. to an inquisitiveness regarding every kind of strange thing, protracted wandering around, seeking, changing followed from this. Here, the ill-stricken Nietzsche celebrates being both physician and patient, which guides his philosophic journey into strange parts, into strangeness itself. The power that Nietzsche holds over his sickness is to remain inquisitive of its strangeness, remaining curious and exploratory as any philosopher should. We have already heard of this love of the strange in his lesson on music, embracing the strangeness of a melody, and one must wonder if a healthier Nietzsche would have produced such a powerful philosophy that celebrates the strong as he did in his state of illness. Concomitantly, the Joker's horrific origin story has inevitably led him into a journey into strange parts, into strangeness itself. It is said that his facial disfigurement is that which caused him to go mad, the most extreme condition of strangeness one can incur. Having his father cut his face into the form of a smile, as described in the film, or more traditionally, as found in the comics, falling into a vat of chemicals which dyes his face to resemble a clown. In any case, one cannot help but become strange with such a face born from such a traumatic event. Yet, has that which has not killed the Joker made him stronger or just stranger? To interpret this, let us revisit the specific scene where the Joker delivers the distorted cliché. The movie opens with a bank robbery, where we meet the Joker and his crew, all satirically wearing rubber clown masks as they take the bank's occupants hostage and empty the safe of its cash. After pulling off the heist, the Joker kills the last of his men and prepares a bus to escape with the stolen money. But the Joker is admonished by the fallen bank manager, citing the loss of values and respect between criminals, reciting another cliché of honor amongst thieves, as the bank is owned by the mob. Questioning the Joker's morality, the bank manager asks, "What do you believe in?" The Joker retorts with his reinterpretation of Nietzsche's cliché, "I believe whatever doesn't kill you simply makes you stranger," immediately pulling away the clown mask to reveal his true identity. But the Joker's real face is the face of a clown. White skin, green hair, and scarred red lips that form into a forced smile. This relation of masks and identity that the Joker plays with is of great interest to Nietzsche, who says that everything profound loves the mask. One interpretation of this insight can mean that all meaning, including our own identities, are only understood through the masks of our sociality. As stated in Nietzsche's description of truth and knowledge, all meaning is represented by a host of metaphors, resisting direct interpretation due to its clichéing, or here, its masking. All meaning, all profundity is hidden behind their perceived appearances, behind the cover of masks. Perhaps only a superficial mask is perceivable to us as a representation of all meaning. And as such, all great artists, philosophers, priests, and scientists, all these profound figures, have tried to skillfully manipulate their masks respectively through art, reason, morality, and science to convey the supposed depth of their distinct realities. This is why Nietzsche says that it is only as an aesthetic phenomenon that existence and the world are eternally justified. In that all these figures put forth a particular aesthetic, that is, they construct an appearance rather than uncover an essence of reality, all of which reminds us again that truth is but an illusion. The Joker wears a clown mask to satirize our socialization. We all wear masks in our daily social relations to conceal our duality, control our inherently brutal drives and appetites. But in delivering the distorted cliché, the Joker reveals that his mask is identical to his real face, one disfigured by familial and societal trauma, one that expresses his distorted internal impulses and intentions. Here, the Joker gestures that he is now becoming unmasked, hell-bent on unleashing his darkest drives, instincts, and desires to show us his real identity, a vengeful and murderous madman seeking to cause chaos and unleash havoc on Gotham City. In this way, he differentiates himself from the Batman, who must ostensibly wear two masks, one hero and the other human, to maintain lawful order between his vigilante identity and his civilian life, both of which conceal and control the dark emotions emanating from his own trauma, the murder of his parents. But whereas the hero's split personality of both Batman and Bruce Wayne must be maintained as a prerequisite within an ordered civil society, in contrast, the Joker as villain cannot compartmentalize his real identity apart from his masked persona, the result being chaos unmasked. This appears to be what links the Joker's becoming stranger to becoming stronger, something akin to what Nietzsche would later identify in his work as the chaotic, destructive force of Dionysius. In unmasking himself and challenging the stability of the ruling value system that upholds society, the Joker can be seen to gain a strange kind of strength, a defiant yet frenzied freedom from the dominant value system achieved through his destructive, villainous acts. But to what end? One can draw many similarities and differences between Nietzsche and the Joker, particularly in understanding both as affording what Nietzsche called the revaluation of all values. This was Nietzsche's grand project for the future of humanity, one which called into question the ruling moral world order of the day, critiquing Judeo-Christian values and the long lineage of life-denying idols of religion, philosophy, and science. The Joker engages in a similar revaluation, questioning Gotham City's morality upheld by the Batman, challenging the value system of old, sharing a similar chaotic and disruptive force at the heart of his socio-political project. Yet, the Joker's ultimate ends are to unleash chaos for the sake of anarchy and revenge. This is where Nietzsche and the Joker markedly diverge, in the ends of their societal disruption. The Joker seeks anarchy as an agent of chaos, as he says in the film, through the destruction of all social values and the burning down of all society. Nietzsche, who is also a kind of agent of chaos, asserts a revaluation of all values to usher in the Übermensch, commonly translated in English as Superman, another comic book reference, or Overman, Kaufman's term which I will primarily utilize hereafter. A figure who overcomes the life-denying idols of old by creating a new tablet of affirmative values. Nietzsche provokes all of humanity with his protagonist Zarathustra. I teach you the Overman. Man is something that shall be overcome. What have you done to overcome him? The Joker seems to be attempting to overcome humanity, but his becoming stronger is a much more difficult process to pin down. The archetype of the villain being the much stranger figure of strength, a question mark of an overman. On one hand, the Joker could easily be interpreted as representing Nietzsche's concept of slave morality, potentially an agent of ressentiment, a lover of revenge, and representative of the ugly, sick, weak, and impotent, on par with a great hatred of the ascetic priest and other life deniers who embody a will to nothingness. Yet, on the other hand, perhaps the Joker is nobler than those resentful agents of nihilism, and closer to Nietzsche's own vision of a destructive Dionysian force, one seemingly embodied by the Joker's rejection of orthodox values and power-seeking, e.g., he burns all the money he steals, as well as his general disavowal of all rational authority, i.e., the Batman's morality of order and justice. The interpretation of the mask one wears to hide the profound forces lurking beneath is a strange one indeed, and the path to one's understanding of strength is curved, if not crooked and irrational, and quite possibly criminal in relation to the overcoming of the dominant moral world order if one truly seeks to engage in a reevaluation of all values, to fully go beyond good and evil. The comedian. In our final example from pop culture, we present the archetype of the comedian, the true joker of society, offering us a witty yet highly critical interpretation of Nietzsche's cliché of strength. In his 2017 stand-up special entitled Hitler's Dog, the late great Norm Macdonald delivers a sarcastically insightful bit probing our famous cliché. In the setup to his joke, similar to our analysis above, Macdonald identifies this phrase not as a cliché, but as a metaphor, questioning how Nietzsche's description can be misused if taken literally, what in literary terms may be understood as a form of catachresis. In a joke about writing his autobiography, Macdonald begins musing on the use of metaphors, jesting that sometimes the metaphor part of it is true, but then the literal part is not true. Like they'll go, that which does not kill you makes you stronger. Well, metaphorically that's true, like maybe a woman breaks your heart or life deals you a bad hand, and then the next time you're prepared for it and it doesn't hurt you as much. But literally, it's not true at all. Literally, it's that what doesn't kill you makes you weaker and will probably kill you the next time it shows up. In using Nietzsche's cliché as the centerpiece of his joke, Macdonald makes the distinction between the metaphorical functioning of the phrase and its literal reading. This is what makes the joke work so well, but it is also why it acts indirectly as an epistemological challenge to Nietzsche's assumption that all knowledge is metaphor. In essence, Macdonald reasserts that a true reality necessarily exists if one accounts for the harmful physical effects when facing the threat of death, one which will probably kill you the next time it shows up. In his interpretation of the phrase, Macdonald argues that what doesn't kill you is only true in its metaphorical sense. The cliché works, for instance, as an analog to teach a lesson on heartbreak, or allow one to accept when life deals them a bad hand, preparing them for the next time it appears. This, of course, runs parallel to the lessons on love and loss presented by the musician and the fighter. And Macdonald acknowledges the metaphor's value to prime one's psychology for the recurrence of trauma, to make oneself stronger by becoming more mentally prepared to deal with hardship, so it doesn't hurt you as much. But Macdonald's critique here is that when the cliché is taken literally, that is, understood in its immediate effect of pain and suffering inflicted upon the physical body, then actually, what doesn't kill you makes you weaker. Again, the joke works because one can imagine multiple scenarios where that which doesn't kill you might indeed kill you the next time it shows up. subverting and perverting the well-worn cliché. From the comedian's perspective, Nietzsche's great phrase seems to fall apart when applied to real-world situations. The metaphor itself is not representative of actual events, as there are fundamental truths it obscures, such as the truth of serious fatal injury, severe physical and psychological weakening, and ultimately, the possibility of death. As such, we might be better served by reframing Nietzsche's cliché of strength as a constrained and limited metaphor reserved for particular scenarios of existential wounding as opposed to near-fatal, life-threatening encounters. A poetic flourish, a figurative rendering of reality, and possibly flawed advice for everyday living. Perhaps we should just consider it as one of many classic cliches we have come to know, such as, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, don't judge a book by its cover, let sleeping dogs lie, birds of a feather flock together, time is money, and laughter is the best medicine. All of which function as they should, as superficial, meaningless metaphors that ultimately terminate any form of deeper thought, not meant to be analyzed after their utterance, let alone for the length of a book. This is certainly a possibility, but before we make our decision, let us explore the multiplicity of alternative perspectives as per Nietzsche's advice to search for more eyes and more affects in order to render a concept more complete. Let us consider the value of this comedic interpretation, which offers an objective reading of the cliché, while at the same time interrogating it for our necessary and productive critical reinterpretation. Stated concisely, the question the comedian provokes is whether Nietzsche's famous cliché is supposed to be taken metaphorically or literally. But if all knowledge is indeed metaphor, as Nietzsche states, then there is no true interpretation of this phrase, and even its literal interpretation cannot purport itself to be the truth. What we perceive as an objective, literal weakening of the body is merely one interpretation of many, another play of truth and lie in a non-moral sense, upheld by contingent historical standards and societal norms. The path towards strength is more strange, more particular, more uncertain in its becoming than a clear-cut distinction between being weak or strong. Thus, maybe the issue here is not with the literal or figurative functioning of the metaphor/cliché, but instead with the linguistic/definitional problem of the meaning of strength and weakness itself. As we have seen, the value of Nietzsche's cliché of strength comes to the utterer in the context of its interpretation. The fighter injured from battle knows they must heal and recover their wounds before fighting again. The lover must mend a broken heart before loving again. The villain must transmute their strangeness to unmask their own form of strength. And, as such, we must interpret Nietzsche's understanding of becoming stronger as a contextual, temporal, potentially recurrent process, not in terms of the immediate reaction to an event of suffering or as an objective condition as the comedian assumes, but in the resonances of a lifelong project of reflection in the cyclical movements of suffering and strengthening, wounding and recovery, introspection and affirmation, traversing these strange and curved paths that life leads us down with a certain sense of love, bravery, persistence, and risk as identified by the archetypes above. This, quite possibly, is the perspectival shift Nietzsche provokes to engage with that which makes us stronger, to understand that the condition of weakness is never permanent but a temporary, fleeting, momentary feeling, as all feelings are. That an oncoming strength is promised by the inherent temporal and existential conditions of our constant becomings, coupled with a sustained attitude of affirmative living, i.e., amor fati, and critical reflection, i.e., philosophizing with a hammer, that even in the worst imagined circumstances, that which makes you weaker can be shown to be a particular resistance overcome, as per Nietzsche's formulation of happiness. All this will be demonstrated by our 3 exemplars of strength in the subsequent chapters. So let us conclude this interpretation by positing why MacDonald's critique is actually very much Nietzschean in spirit, not to be taken literally as an epistemological challenge to be read in such a scholarly tone. No, you've missed the joke completely, the comedian would ridicule us. Instead, as Nietzsche would advise, the point is to indulge in the brilliance of the joke because of the need for laughter. Functioning like Shakespeare's fool, the comedian brings critical insight to a situation from an angular outsider perspective of comedy. And MacDonald's interpretation of Nietzsche's phrase is perhaps anti-Nietzschean if taken for academic purposes, seemingly contradicting the affirmative spirit of overcoming resistances. Yet, conversely, if taken as intended, as a sly joke on the use of metaphor, this is perhaps the funniest interpretation of Nietzsche in all of popular culture, if not in the entire history of Nietzschean scholarship. And one will necessarily be moved to laughter at this retelling of the cliché, or else show how completely devoid of life one truly is, too heavily weighed down by life's suffering, overly burdened by the lugubrious spirit of gravity. And if one finds themselves in the latter camp, then it is recommended to take into consideration Nietzsche's thoughts on how the gods philosophize. In spite of that philosopher who, being a real Englishman, sought to bring laughter into disrepute among all thinking minds, I would go so far as to venture an order of rank among philosophers according to their laughter, rising to those capable of a golden laughter. And if gods too philosophize, I do not doubt that while doing so, they also know how to laugh in a new and superhuman way, and at the expense of all serious things. One of Nietzsche's greatest values in life was to be cheerful in the face of suffering, considering that which is light-hearted and light-footed as good, and that which is sullen and heavy as bad. That the new creators must dance with the stars alongside an impulse to become hard. Thus, in any attempt at becoming stronger and harder, one must simultaneously become light and cheerful, coveting a golden laughter in the face of all serious things, of all suffering, a laugh wielded to overcome all resistances, a laugh which reacts joyfully to the adversity of life, making humorous all that attempts to kill, the way gods philosophize in a new and superhuman way, and at the expense of all serious things. For Nietzsche, a test of one's strength is, in one respect, not to become weighed down by the inevitability of quotidian suffering. Rather, one should learn how to laugh in life and make oneself cheerful. A lesson which dovetails with Nietzsche's lesson on how one must learn how to love through music. This is what Nietzsche called die fröhliche Wissenschaft, translated into English as gay science or joyful wisdom. And this is really the most salient point of the comedian's interpretation of Nietzsche's cliché/metaphor, that we must learn to laugh. This is the comic's greatest gift, to give the world a godlike levity over the heaviness of human existence, to afford us this golden laughter as a triumph over our life as suffering. As such, To laugh at that which does not kill you is as healthy a reaction as one can have. Laughter itself is a sign of great strength, and to laugh is to be godlike in one's philosophizing, if not in life itself. Conclusion. Towards new interpretations of strength. In our contemporary moment, pop culture has appropriated Nietzsche's cliché of strength, reinterpreting it in various ways depending upon the context of the utterer. Yet, as we saw for each archetype's usage, the Nietzschean lineage was not lost but merely hidden in the shadows, requiring greater illumination. In placing these pop culture usages within the context of Nietzsche's philosophy, we can begin appreciating the nuanced meaning of the cliché, renewing its sensuous force, and possibly move towards new interpretations of strength. For the moment, with Nietzsche's aid, we have surely garnered some interesting lessons on that which does not kill us. The musician teaches us that to become stronger, we must learn to love ourselves and others the way we learn to love music. The fighter teaches us to celebrate our wounds and losses in order to fight another day against a truly worthy enemy. The villain shows us that strength is not a straight path, but oftentimes a strange and crooked one. And the comedian teaches us to question all truth and knowledge, but above all, to covet a golden laughter, learning to laugh as a true sign of strength. What needs to be underscored here is the multiplicity of meanings apparent in Nietzsche's cliché of strength, one part and parcel of his perspectival style of thinking, an assumption that every concept always engenders innumerable reinterpretations and revaluations stemming from disparate positionalities in place and time. As such, in this tracing of the multiple movements of Nietzsche's ideas of becoming stronger, we will necessarily engage in a genealogy, presenting the concept of strength as a series of interpretations, understanding the history of knowledge production as an endlessly repeated play of dominations between competing forces. In offering a series of interpretations by these pop culture archetypes, as well as the subsequent historical subjects we will call our exemplars of strength, we will be able to illuminate and appreciate Nietzsche's philosophy more deeply, possibly coming to feel that sensuous force of Nietzsche's concept of strength before it was rendered faithfully as cliché, seeing its intended value as embossed coins of wisdom instead of lusterless pieces of common metal. Thus, in surveying this historical lineage of our cliché of strength and its numerous reiterations, Nietzsche is indeed reborn posthumously. But while he has become deified by history, it is in the dilution of his thoughts, this clichéing of Nietzschean ideas into obscurity, that we are goaded towards a renewed interpretation and greater depths of critical thinking, towards new interpretations of strength, as the grandness of Nietzsche's intended philosophy becomes a foolish caricature is simply relegated to a single line in a pop song. If we currently live in an age where strength seems to have become cliché, devalued, obsolete, or possibly meaningless to those who have become content in their feelings of weakness, or else rendered an over-exaggerated, hyper-masculine ideal related to political might or profit-driven domination perpetuated by vapid neoliberal subjects, then this investigation will render strength no longer constrained by either extreme of narrow-mindedness, but instead a goad to renew perspectives on our life currently lived. By rethinking the cliché of strength, we can allow ourselves to posit new interpretations and possibly afford ourselves a new set of eyes on the concept of strength, a new praxis on what it means to make one stronger, hopefully allowing us to acquire a new grand style of strength to express this new sense of becoming stronger, one that will lighten our backs burdened by all of life's suffering, carrying one's strengthened self in dance and laughter towards greater heights, an existence lived atop mountains, filling the body with a cleansing, invigorating air. And listening closely to the gentle winds that lift us higher, we can begin to hear an echo of what Nietzsche called his first principle of aesthetics. What is good is light. Whatever is divine moves on tender feet. Chapter 2: Nietzsche's Three Styles of Strength. We have seen how contemporary pop culture has appropriated Nietzsche's cliché, and how various archetypes have interpreted "what does not kill me makes me stronger." But how did Nietzsche himself intend his concept of strength to be understood? Once again, there is no straight path to an answer, as Nietzsche offers no singular definition of strength. Thus, we must engage in a critical interpretation of Nietzsche's cliché, partaking in a noble training in ambiguities to navigate the labyrinth of his thought, seeking, valiantly, to find our own way out. To help facilitate our interpretation, let us treat the cliché like a Gordian knot, splitting it in two by rending the first half, "what does not kill me," apart from the second, "that which makes me stronger." To address the first half of our cliché, the pop culture icons above have provided us with multiple interpretations describing that which did not kill them, ranging from romantic heartbreak to a failed fight to societal outcasting, or as a setup for a joke. While each interpretation is highly dependent on a contextualized experience, we can group these particularities of "what does not kill me" into a more generalizable experience of intense suffering, one that approximates a feeling of death. Henceforth, let us equate "what does not kill me" with a form of intense suffering, but acknowledge that it can encompass a broad range of lived experiences, from the physical to the emotional, the existential, and beyond. For the second half of the cliché, we again have multiple interpretations. For the musician, strength is found in being able to love again. For the fighter, in being able to fight again. In these two examples, becoming stronger reflects the reopening of future possibilities, as an act of overcoming resistances to love and fight once more. But for the villain, that which makes me stronger becomes something more ambiguous, something stranger, complicating the meaning of strength and making it a term more difficult to define. More so, provoked by the comedian's interpretation, one is potentially placed at a definitional impasse, questioning whether one is truly becoming stronger or possibly becoming weaker. To be sure, intense suffering begets an apparent becoming, but towards what end? Acknowledging that which makes me stronger can encompass a wide spectrum of particularized becomings, we can once again deal with this ambiguity by generalizing the second half of the phrase as a personalized, affective experience, as an intimate feeling of strength. Framed in this way, while both halves of the phrase present their own ambiguities, the core problem posed by the cliché is interpreting the distinctive link between intense suffering and the feeling of strength. And to unpack this fundamental relationship, we must revisit Nietzsche's formula in The Antichrist on the good, the bad, and the happy, remembering that what constitutes good is that which heightens the feeling of power, that bad proceeds from weakness, and most importantly, that happiness is found in a resistance overcome. To unite both halves of our cliché, we can utilize Nietzsche's formula for happiness to establish the fundamental relationship between suffering and strength, where one must interpret intense suffering as a particular resistance to be overcome. This enables a movement towards a feeling of strength, an overcoming that affords a becoming. This is what ensures against the comedian's worry of becoming weaker. One must feel oneself becoming stronger as an act of overcoming, necessarily resulting in that which heightens the feeling of power. In contrast, a feeling of decreased or diminished power is, by Nietzsche's definition, bad, as that which proceeds from weakness, thus not deemed an overcoming. By framing becoming as an overcoming, the following come to the fore. 1. The sufferer's heightened sensitivity to the feeling of strength, recognizing an effective state of increased power as a becoming stronger, and, importantly, distinguishing it from the feeling of decreasing or diminished power as a becoming weaker. 2. The capacity to clearly define the concept of strength, understanding it in contrast to weakness through a process of reinterpretation or reevaluation, which we will understand below as a process of curation and composition. And 3. The capability of enacting the sensitivity and capacity for reevaluation by effectively expressing it through one's actions and attitudes over a lifetime as a style of one's strength. Thus, to be able to survey and then clearly distinguish between these two feelings of increasing and decreasing strength, becoming an expression of this process in one's life, is what Nietzsche will define as the act of giving oneself style. And throughout his work, Nietzsche provides us with several different styles to overcome our resistances: the physical, linguistic, and existential, allowing us to interpret the concept of becoming stronger in its manifold expressions, rejuvenating the sensuous power of our once cliched notion of strength towards a grand style of strength. What does style mean for Nietzsche? In The Gay Science, he explains, one thing is needful, to give style to one's character, a grand and rare art. It is practiced by those who survey all the strengths and weaknesses of their nature and then fit them into an artistic plan until every one of them appears as art and reason, and even weaknesses delight the eye. Of note here is how Nietzsche comprehends both strengths and weaknesses as primarily given by our nature, as we cannot escape the existence of each in our lives. But to explain their interrelatedness, Nietzsche argues that one thing is needful, to give oneself style. Style is given first by surveying one's strengths and weaknesses, to be able to distinguish those forces in one's life which make one feel stronger from those that make one feel weaker, as these may not be obvious at first. Second is to fit them into an artistic plan, a creative process of selecting one's strengths apart from one's weaknesses and then ordering them into one's life practices, particularly in one's overcomings, which, in turn, produces a style. Taken in sum, this process of surveying, selecting, and ordering can be understood in artistic terms through the practices of curating and composing one's strengths and weaknesses until they appear artful and reasonable, where even weaknesses delight the eye. To be certain, Nietzsche states that it is the strong and domineering natures that love the practice of having style, seeing it as an execution of constraint and perfection under a law of their own, an ultimate culmination of their single taste. It is these types of natures that know how to take stock of their strengths and weaknesses, able to identify them in order to then use them artistically and reasonably in the process of becoming stronger. In contrast, those who lack style, unable to curate and compose their strengths and weaknesses, are considered to have weak, dominated natures. They must conform to a character not of their own artistic plan, producing weak-willed conformists, or, as Nietzsche calls them, cultural Philistines. In our context, these would be those who mindlessly utter clichés as knowledge bereft of any form of critical thinking, like the braying ass who can only repeat, yeah, yeah. To have a style of one's own is a mark of strength, as one must be able to take stock of one's own inherent traits and make them beautiful and reasonable, curating and composing as a kind of art making of the self. But, particularly for Nietzsche, to give oneself style is not only a creative form of art, an art for art's sake, but has a much greater purpose, to imbue oneself with a feeling of power, as per his formulation above of the good. This is why it is a noble practice more suited to strong, domineering natures. To pinpoint this feeling of power, to gain a greater sensitivity in order to recognize it, requires more training in ambiguity, as what this feeling exactly entails is not at first clear. But, in Twilight of the Idols, Nietzsche points us towards a direction. The highest feeling of power and security finds expression in that which possesses grand style, power which no longer requires proving, which disdains to please, which is slow to answer, which is conscious of no witness around it, which lies oblivious of the existence of any opposition, which reposes in itself, fatalistic, a law among laws. That is what speaks of itself in the form of grand style. Thus, the feeling of an increased power, as the perceived sense of a becoming stronger, similarly found in his formula for happiness, is cultivated by what Nietzsche names a grand style, one which possibly cannot be communicated to another, a highly individualized feeling for the subject experiencing a process of becoming, one who is thus oblivious to opposition, asserting their own law of what speaks of itself, a feeling possibly made synonymous with self-affirmation. This is potentially why becoming stronger is itself an inherently ambiguous and strange process, as to understand strength is to interpret it as an expression of a distinct and possibly incommunicable feeling, a result of a singular style of self, which must be explored and experimented with by the individual as a creative, artistic endeavor to ultimately curate and compose one's grand style. This is what increases power for oneself, independent of others, becoming reliant on one's own corporeal and existential needs, oblivious to any opposition. To develop one's own style of strength, to achieve this highest feeling of power and security, is a great challenge for any suffering human, but a noble one if one desires to overcome their given nature. One last note before we move on to our discussion of Nietzsche's styles of strength. For the countless biographies written about the great philosopher, let alone his own autobiography, Ecce Homo, the most notable characteristic of Nietzsche's life was how sick a man he was. He wrote many of his greatest works while suffering from debilitating physical and mental health. This idea of the madman philosopher has no doubt contributed to the lasting myth of Nietzsche, seen to be enraptured so deeply in his philosophical thought that it led him to insanity. But we who are interested in that which makes us stronger are confronted by a seemingly obvious question. Why listen to a sick man's thoughts on strength? Instead of a Nietzsche to guide our journey into this labyrinth of becoming stronger, why not be led instead by a cultural icon such as a Schwarzenegger, or a historical figure like a Napoleon, or even a mythical figure such as Homer's Odysseus, one who embodies a more idealized personification of abundant physical, brutal, or cunning styles of strength? It is a valid question worth pursuing, as one could easily dismiss the sick and mad Nietzsche as not having anything worthy to say on strength, and pursue studies on the figures listed above. But maybe we can come to appreciate the value of Nietzsche's insights when framed as such. Would one not salivate at the culinary cravings articulated by a starving man? Be delighted to hear how music might sound to the deaf? Or have painted for us the vision of a sunset imagined by the blind? Perhaps hear the lonely lover sing of romance, or the brave beaten fighter wax poetic, dreaming of fighting once more. It is in this play of lack and desire, in the loss and the regaining, in the suffering and the hope, in the overcoming of a resistance, that a deeper appreciation for a certain style of strength can emerge and be communicated to us potentially recalcitrant readers. It was in his sickness that Nietzsche gained a greater distance from the experience of strength, and thus garnered a finer appreciation for the beauty of its latent potential. As Nietzsche was driven from the shores of health towards a sea of sickness, he was able to view the coastline for the first time, free to trace the totality of its contours and understand the magnanimity of its full configuration, gaining the advantage of understanding it better as a whole than those who have never left it. In the preface to the second half of Human All Too Human, in his continual state of sickness and suffering, Nietzsche proclaims, "It was then that I learned the art of appearing cheerful, objective, inquisitive, above all, healthy and malicious. And this, it seemed to me, constitutes good taste on the part of an invalid." A subtler eye and empathy will nonetheless not fail to see what perhaps constitutes the charm of this writing. That here, a sufferer and self-denier speaks as though he were not a sufferer and self-denier. Here, there is a determination to preserve an equilibrium and composure in the face of life, and even a sense of gratitude towards it. Here, there rules a vigorous, proud, constantly watchful and sensitive will that has set itself the task of defending life against pain, and of striking down all the inferences that pain, disappointment, ill humor, solitude, and other swamp grounds usually cause to flourish like poisonous fungi. This perhaps offers to precisely our pessimists a signpost to their own self-testing. For it was then that I acquired for myself the proposition: a sufferer has no right to pessimism because he suffers. In sickness, Nietzsche finds the art of appearing healthy through cheerfulness, objectivity, and inquisitiveness as an expression of good taste. That while sickness and weakness might be given attributes, they can be curated and composed, reevaluated and reinterpreted into an artistic plan for what we now understand as a grand style of strength. This is how Nietzsche resists a pessimism that any other lowly sufferer might succumb to. Even as a sufferer, Nietzsche speaks as though he were not one, a gesture of acknowledgement and gratitude towards life as an eternal cycle of suffering and strengthening. The condition of sickness then becomes Nietzsche's own training grounds for self-testing, a challenge to maintain his perspective on health and gain strength from the suffering which life affords him, the instigator of a journey into the beauty of strange thoughts. The journey is that of a musician listening to an unfamiliar song which one must become acquainted with before being gifted that indescribable beauty, or that of the fighter whose being wounded is a cause for a grand celebration of becoming. As Nietzsche says, a sufferer has no right to pessimism because he suffers. Thus, suffering must not be used as the foundation to rationalize an escape from the will to life, but instead, Nietzsche argues, as an increase of what he will eventually call a will to power, and what we will call a will to strength, as a moment of opportunity for a becoming stronger. And the words Nietzsche uses to describe the tragic hero reflect back identically upon his own image. As he states, "We have developed a need that we cannot satisfy in reality. To hear people in the most difficult situations speak well and at length. We are delighted when the tragic hero still finds words, reasons, eloquent gestures, and altogether intellectual brightness where life approaches abysses and men in reality usually lose their heads and certainly linguistic felicity." It is a great wonder then to read the writings of Nietzsche as he spirals towards the abyss of madness, suffering from the sudden onset of terrible illness, yet gathers the strength to express the power of his thought, divining the poet, philosopher, and artist within him to expose the chaotic Dionysian dreamer to the world, giving birth to a dancing star, a Zappolonian light shining joyously throughout history. Nietzsche was a tragic hero of a different kind, an exemplar of strength in the face of suffering, and one would be foolish to dismiss his thoughts on the basis that he had become increasingly sick and weak in his final years. To speak of strength is to confront face to face one's own lack of strength, one's own weaknesses and sickliness, to acknowledge and appreciate the default condition of life as suffering as a kind of training ground, as an opportunity to test ourselves, to find resistances to overcome, and a chance to apply our stylistic practice of curation and composition towards becoming stronger. And with that, let us now finally indulge in Nietzsche's three styles of strength. Style 1. Strength in the body, the tragic artist. It is on the first page of Twilight of the Idols that Nietzsche declares the phrase that will resonate throughout history and cement itself as our famed cliché. Number 8 in his Maxims and Arrows states, "From the military school of life, what does not kill me makes me stronger." But to fully grasp the significance of this phrase, one must understand the intention behind the book in which it was written. Nietzsche states explicitly in the foreword, "This little book is a grand declaration of war." But what kind of war is he declaring? As the title suggests, Nietzsche's war is waged on the great idols of history that have contributed to what he sees as the decadence of humanity, the symptomatic decline or degeneration of life perpetuated by a long moral history of life-denying thinkers. And one might notice that what precedes the famous phrase is again a warlike metaphor, identifying its origins as being from the military school of life, potentially teaching that life is indeed a play of dominations filled with intense suffering that needs ordering and education. That at base, against the history of great idols who seek to escape this life with their ascetic ideals, one must accept life's intense suffering as part of their schooling, their training, their self-testing. That a becoming stronger is earned only after many hard lessons have been learned and numerous tests overcome. The primary idols Nietzsche targets are Platonism and Christianity, which he sees as founding this history of moral degeneration. Nietzsche understands Judeo-Christian religions as an outgrowth of Socratic/Platonic philosophy, stating elsewhere that Christianity was Platonism for the people. Thus, he sees these two moral structures as having a historical continuity, salient turning points in human history which initiate and direct societal decline up to the current era. Nietzsche foresees a future twilight of these idols, signaling a coming downfall of decadent thought through the necessary destruction of the current moral world order. This will be achieved through Nietzsche's own moral project, which he names the revaluation of values, disruption or possibly destruction of traditional life-denying moralities through a reinterpretation of morals brought about by the coming overman. The title of Twilight of the Idols, Götterdämmerung, plays on Wagner's opera Twilight of the Gods, Götterdämmerung, which concludes with the fiery destruction of Valhalla and the gods themselves, leaving humanity bereft of their presence, an ending which parallels Nietzsche's future moral vision. Moreover, the subtitle of the book, How to Philosophize with a Hammer, describes the type of war Nietzsche sought to wage. The metaphor of the hammer symbolizes both a blunt weapon used to smash the old idol statues, but also as a tuning fork used to sound out the hollowness of their life-denying thought. Nietzsche's philosophy thus affords a dual sense of the hammer, synthesizing a becoming hard and destructive, like a warrior set for battle, alongside a becoming light and precise, like a musician tuning their instrument before a grand performance. Thus, a declaration of war against the dominant idols/gods of Nietzsche's day becomes the backdrop for the emergence of our beloved's cliché of strength. But let us be completely clear on what exactly Nietzsche is waging war on. Nietzsche's ultimate attack is waged against those life-denying idols that offer a particular judgment of life as being worthless, positing that the suffering one experiences in life is not worth living without some promise of something greater than this earthly existence, some place, somewhere, some world beyond. As Nietzsche explains, in every age the wisest have passed the identical judgment on life. It is worthless. The great wise men of every era have always stood in negative relation to life, exuding a pessimism of this currently lived world of experiences or apparent world, bemoaning its constant suffering and thus positing an extra-sensuous, imaginary world in opposition to what exists in our apparent life, some form of a life beyond. This is what Nietzsche termed a world of truth or true world, exemplified by the ideal forms of Plato or, in Christianity, the kingdom of heaven. Nietzsche regards these true world wise men, these life-denying idols, as ill-equipped to face life as given, unable to withstand the hardships and suffering of our currently lived apparent world. And in their pessimistic judgment, they diminish this life as worthless, devoid of meaning unless we succumb to a belief in a true world beyond. Life then becomes an attempt at transcending this world of appearances through various life-denying means of asceticism, culminating into what Nietzsche identifies as humanity's guiding life purpose for the past 2,000 years, the ascetic ideal. For Christianity, the ascetic ideal is practiced as an obedience to the teachings of God, transmitted through the priests to absolve one's bad conscience of a life lived in sin, one which seeks repentance through ritualistic regimens of bodily restraint. For instance, solitude, fasting, and sexual abstinence. This archetype of the ascetic is, of course, represented in Christianity through its Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. But the historical origins of the Jesus story must be traced back to the ancient Greek founder of Western philosophy, Socrates, who champions the dominance of the mind's reason over the appetites of the body. In Plato's account of Socrates, reason is relied upon to guide one's life and harmonize the soul. This pursuit of truth leads to the virtue of justice and, ultimately, happiness. Nietzsche encapsulates Plato's philosophy in the formula, reason equals virtue equals happiness. And one must note how Plato's formulation of happiness distinctly contrasts with Nietzsche's above definition of happiness as a resistance overcome. As such, Nietzsche saw how the ascetic ideal, which blames the body as the source of suffering and seeks a metaphysical explanation, becomes a repeated pattern throughout the history of philosophy, religion, and later, science. Each of these attempts to identify an essential reality, e.g., ideal forms, kingdom of God, objective truth, as a particular true world which reflects, for Nietzsche, how a long history of knowledge has been hostile towards the apparent world of life itself. For Nietzsche, all of this was an attempt to make the suffering of our physical life more bearable. And it was the ascetic ideal that afforded humanity a greater metaphysical meaning and purpose, an ideal goal to strive towards, found in a true world beyond. By positing a why to life, e.g., entrance into heaven, one could justify the how of living this life of suffering, i.e., ascetic ideals. Yet, while Nietzsche acknowledges the importance of the ascetic ideal as a life-preserving practice, he simultaneously admonishes it as a great deception. This is perpetuated by a host of insidious idols that seek to falsify a reality, devaluing life as it is currently lived, and instilling an inherent dependency on their life-denying thoughts and practices, which they claim will lead humanity towards truth, justice, and happiness, if not the salvation of our souls. In overcoming this falsification of the world by ascetic ideals perpetuated by life-denying moralities, Nietzsche instead seeks to assert a life-affirming philosophy, a great affirmation for life itself, accepting, appreciating, and celebrating life as it is given, with all its suffering and all its tragedy. Nietzsche reinterprets the apparent world as providing a life not to be escaped from, but one ultimately to be loved, To love the life we are given as if it were fated embodies an existential attitude Nietzsche called amor fati, where one never asks for a single thing in life to be changed, but above all proclaims, was that life? Well then, once more. Thus, returning to our cliché, what does not kill me makes me stronger, can be seen as a prism for the whole of Nietzsche's philosophy. That in our inevitable suffering, in all the events that have almost killed us, we must resist the reactive impulse embodied by those life-denying agents of morality and overcome our own feelings of ressentiment, the hand that fate has dealt us. We cannot see suffering as a justification to deny the value of life itself, falsely hoping for a coming utopia, our promised true world after death. As Nietzsche has previously stated, a sufferer has no right to pessimism because he suffers. For Nietzsche, instead of lying to ourselves with the false promises of true worlds, we must seek to welcome this apparent life as the most valuable, indeed, the only life we will live, possibly for an innumerable number of times, as we shall see below. Having now outlined the broad context of the emergence of our cliché of strength as a product of Nietzsche's war on the historical weakening of humanity under life-denying idols, we can begin to explain why the body becomes a central point of importance for Nietzsche's life-affirming philosophy. Historically regarded as the primary site of humanity's source of suffering, the body becomes the battleground for Nietzsche's attack on morality and the starting point for his efforts to reinterpret the good of strength, health, and power. For Platonism, it is the body's appetites that must be controlled by the dictates of reason in order to harmonize the rational soul. For Christianity, it is the body that is birthed into original sin that needs to be morally restrained, purified, in order to enter through the gates of heaven. Let us now describe how Nietzsche opposes these two perspectives with his understanding of the tragic artist. The initial target of Twilight of the Idols is the birth of philosophy by the ancient Greeks. Nietzsche opposes himself against the life-negating Socrates, who he proclaims was not handed a poisoned cup by Athens, but instead chose to drink from the cup of death himself. That Socrates wanted to die makes him the ultimate life denier. For Nietzsche, Socrates represents the antithesis of the preceding Greek tradition. Nobler, more beautiful, poetic, and passionate, as he is described as part of the ugly and weaker caste, i.e., the rabble or the herd. Being its archetypal representative, Socrates' greatest strength was his ability to assert a method of reasoning known as dialectics to gain an upper hand against his fellow interlocutors, referring to an artifice of thinking presented as the means to approach a true world of ideal forms, or, in Nietzsche's words, a last-ditch weapon for those who lack physical strength, armed with no other weapons for the purposes of revenge against the stronger aristocratic class. The point of Nietzsche's critique of Socrates is that reason comes to dominate ancient Greek society, where reason equals virtue equals happiness, and where one had only one choice, either to perish or be absurdly rational. The dominance of rationality comes at the cost of a highly artistic Greek culture that Nietzsche celebrated in his first book, The Birth of Tragedy, where he claimed that the ancient Greeks' greatest gift to humanity was tragic theater, seeking its future rebirth through Wagnerian opera. For Nietzsche, Socrates and the traditions that followed represent the fundamental source of decadence as rationality. in opposition to the instincts which has itself been no more than a form of sickness. This is why the body becomes a salient issue for Nietzsche. In this ascendance of rationality through Socrates/Platonism, the great idols henceforth claim that it is our body and its perceptual relationship with the world of appearances that have been our primary deception, that our senses are in error, obstructing the congruence of virtue equals happiness, thus becoming the perennial site of our immorality. As such, by deprivileging the body and making reason king, great idols believed that humanity could overcome the sense deception inherent in our apparent world, inevitably leading to a world of truth. As Nietzsche states, to be a philosopher in the lineage of Socrates is above all to do away with the body, that pitiable idée fixe of the senses. Indeed, Plato's Republic structured the soul/city-state with reason as the philosopher king seated at its head, controlling the bodily appetites at its base, offering a way out of the philosopher's cave, the world of appearances, into the sunlight of reality, the world of truth. Establishing this, Nietzsche then sees how Christianity inherits this hostility towards the body from Platonism, as the Church sets at its moral foundation an extermination of the bodily passions in order to purify one's soul from sin. Nietzsche cites here the Christian advice to pluck one's eye out if one heeds to sexual temptations, as well as pointing to Christian castration as another extreme practice of hatred against the sinful body. In both Platonism's and Christianity's hostility towards the body, a sickness is incurred as Nietzsche sees a fundamental weakening or degeneration of the corporeal senses, passions, instincts, and drives in service to the now dominant rational morality. This becomes the basis for a larger moral perspective that devalues life itself, posited as a means to justify the true world of Platonic ideals or the Christian heaven. But, as Nietzsche explains, it is decisive for the fortune of nations and of mankind that one should inaugurate culture in the right place, not in the soul, as has been the fateful superstition of priests and quasi-priests. The right place is the body, demeanor, diet, physiology. The rest follows. Christianity, which despised the body, has up till now been mankind's greatest misfortune. For Nietzsche, in contradistinction to Platonism and Christianity, it is not the soul which one must focus on to live the good life. The right place is the body, and the rest follows. The greatest misfortune, the greatest error philosophy and religion have posited is that they misconceive, indeed dissimulate how justice and salvation of the soul result from an overcoming of the body. This is why Nietzsche calls himself both a psychologist, an analyst of affect/human behavior, and also a physician/physiologist, diagnosing the workings of the body, as he seeks to heal the sicknesses of both mind and body as suffering from one and the same ailment, the fallacious belief in true worlds and the ascetic practices of life-denying moralities. Put simply for Nietzsche, morality negates life. And it is here that Nietzsche begins to define what a figure of strength might look like. To counter this hostility towards the body by philosophy and religion, embodied in the figure of the ascetic, Nietzsche posits a celebration of the artist as the archetypical representation of a life-affirming being, one of multiple metaphors or masks of the strong type, which Nietzsche evokes throughout his writings, e.g., Übermensch, Overman, Immoralist, Dionysian, Free Spirit, Creator, Noble. Apropos of Nietzsche's valuation of style as a practice of curating one's strengths and weaknesses, in Twilight, he presents the artist as an agent who is able to mobilize the body's capacities for the production and praxis of art making, and thus affirms instead of negates the instinctual and inherent powers of the sensuous body. For Nietzsche, it is with the body and not with reason that we are afforded the primary capacity to sense beauty in the world through art, music, poetry, love, laughter, and so on. Thus, to deny the body is to deny all the apparent beauty of life, denying the perspective of the artist who covets the beauty inherent in life itself. Importantly, Nietzsche explains how the artist inherently desires life through the meaning of their art. As such, he provokes these questions of the artist. Is their basic instinct directed towards art, or is it not rather directed towards the meaning of art, which is life, towards desideratum of life? The artist does not merely make art out of an instinctual drive, never art for art's sake, but does so as an expression of their desire for life itself, gratitude and happiness, to which he concludes emphatically, art is the greatest stimulus to life. For Nietzsche, if morality negates life, then art affirms life. This makes art superior to morality, the artist more highly valued than the ascetic. The ascetic tries to escape the sufferings of life through a morality of the good, through the rational and the just. The artist affirms life in its bodily sufferings by making it beautiful, endowing life with a grand style, becoming creative within an existence as it is given in amor fati. But returning to our beloved cliché, what does art have to do with stimulating the process of making one stronger? How does an artist enact this art-making praxis to overcome the weakening of the body, to transform that which does not kill us into something beautiful, into an art? Nietzsche specifies here that it is the tragic artist who practices this, embodying the quality of being a genius communicator, one whose art also brings to light much that is ugly, hard, questionable in life. Thus, Nietzsche states, what does the tragic artist communicate of himself? Does he not display precisely the condition of fearlessness in the face of the fearsome and questionable? He communicates it. He has to communicate it if he's an artist, a genius of communication. Bravery and composure in the face of a powerful enemy, great hardship, a problem that arouses aversion. It is this victorious condition which the tragic artist singles out, which he glorifies. In the face of tragedy, the warlike in our soul celebrates his Saturnalias. Whoever is accustomed to suffering, whoever seeks out suffering, the heroic man extols his existence by means of tragedy. For him alone does the tragic poet pour his draught of sweetest cruelty. The strength of the artist, then, is to face the suffering in life in this world of appearances with fearlessness in the face of the fearsome, and bravery and composure in the face of a powerful enemy, questioning it in order to understand it, reinterpret it, and ultimately communicate it through a form of art, an art that affords an understanding of the body and potentiates the expression of one's own grand style in a self-affirmation that, at first, needs no other witnesses. And once this self-affirmation is secured, a grand style curated and composed, this genius of communication can then use art to express their style to others who share a similar taste and seek similar goals. What we will identify in our penultimate chapter as a will to teach. The tragic artist needs style to make art, becoming a genius communicator of the body for others to share in the corporeal expressions of fearlessness, bravery, composure, and the glorification of becoming victorious in the face of suffering, of that which has not killed them. This, in itself, is the creative challenge for any artist, as the beautiful articulation of one's own bodily feelings and thoughts is inherently the aesthetic problem of producing art, i.e., the translation of one's affects into a communicable art object. And as such, the tragic artist must wield numerous styles to communicate to others one's intimate, individualized corporeality, to curate one's strengths and weaknesses into a composed artistic plan, hopefully towards a grand style for all to appreciate and learn from. Of course, Nietzsche was himself a genius of communication, as demonstrated in his ability to traverse multiple genres: aphorism, song, prose, poetry, polemics, philosophy, autobiography, etc. More artist than philosopher. And as such, to claim this mask of the artist is to achieve a mastery over the tragic world of appearances, of appearance itself through the mastery of style, ordering and composing one's apparent strengths and weaknesses to curate and compose the affirmed self. A grand style which can be communicated as an art, as a praxis, confronting and overcoming the inherent suffering of the apparent world, negating the need for a true world beyond. Is this production of tragic art the process of an increased sense of power? One which necessitates a hammer of philosophy, a grand style, as well as a genius communication to overcome the idols of old, denying the true worlds of life-denying moralities? If so, to reinterpret the first half of our cliché, what does not kill me, is to hold as our highest privilege our given life as suffering, to see tragedy as the artistic substance needed to curate and compose one's style, and to communicate one's feelings to the world through the tragic life as an art in itself. Style 2. Strengthen language. A revaluation of values. Observing the decadence of German culture, we hear Nietzsche declare in his early writings that, everywhere, language is sick. But as Nietzsche's thought developed, he began to track the longer history of the language of sickness to the origins of morality. In his later books, Beyond Good and Evil and On the Genealogy of Morals, Nietzsche identified what he termed slave morality as the originator of the language of sickness. One he contrasted with master morality, which ostensibly promoted a language of health and strength. In Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche first posits his foundational distinction between master and slave morality. For Nietzsche, master morality is primarily defined by rulers having the distinct privilege to define the concepts of good and bad. They are commanders of morality, creators of values. Opposed to master morality, slave morality offers a pessimistic view of humanity, resulting from the slave's inability to define values, beholden to the virtues of the ruling class and, thus, mistrustful of anything the master morality presents as good. Nietzsche emphasizes that because of this hostility towards the masters, slave morality becomes reactionary to master morality and attempts to reverse the master's values in order to make the slave's abused, oppressed, suffering, and unfree existence more tolerable. This is truly the crown jewel of Nietzsche's philosophy, as it deftly identifies the core tension underpinning the historical unfolding of morality, one which produces devastating repercussions that are felt up to our contemporary moment. The historical event in which this reaction becomes concretized is what Nietzsche calls the slave revolt of morality, where the concept of good becomes reevaluated, reinterpreted by the slaves into a new language, a new moral world order, as good becomes embodied by the values of pity, kindness, warm-heartedness, patience, industriousness, humility, harmlessness, and so on. This is a monumental turning point in history, as Nietzsche identifies how the slave revolt of morality and their interpretation of the concept of evil fuels a Judeo-Christian moral world order that will last for the next 2,000 years. Nietzsche then provides a full unpacking of this distinction of master and slave moralities in his Genealogy of Morals. Here, Nietzsche describes in great detail how the language of morality operates in subtle yet catastrophic ways, rendering numerous bodies sick and weak, mollifying the psychological and behavioral attitudes of humanity, all of which is orchestrated specifically by the insidious figure whom Nietzsche admonishes as the great haters of history, the ascetic priest. In sum, the Genealogy of Morals presents us with 3 essays that explain our modern-day moral structure, which is dominated by a Judeo-Christian value system. The thrust of his book, as its title suggests, is to present a genealogy which traces the various trajectories apparent in the history of morality, identifying the marked shifts, breaks, and turning points of morality in its conception, institutionalization, and internalization by particular subjects. The salient point of Nietzsche's genealogical method is that morality is not a God-given law transmitted to humanity through some miraculous metaphysics or some divine agent. It is instead the product of the play of dominations between competing subjects. In other words, morality is a historical artifact produced and perpetuated by particular individuals who seek to exert their power over others. This is expressed, as we shall see, by both the figures of the knightly aristocrat over the slave and of the ascetic priest over his herd, albeit with distinctly different practices and purposes. Only by exposing the origins of morality as products of powerful agents in marked historical transitions can Nietzsche present his critique, which will lead to a new revaluation of values. This revaluation has the potential to transform the current moral world order and usher in the coming overmen. Nietzsche explains, "Let us articulate this new demand. We need a critique of moral values. The value of these values themselves must first be called in question. And for that, there is needed a knowledge of the conditions and circumstances in which they grew, under which they evolved and changed. Morality as consequence, as symptom, as mask, as tartuffery, as illness, as misunderstanding, but also morality as cause, as remedy, as stimulant, as restraint, as poison. A knowledge of a kind that has never yet existed or even been desired." It is this initial moral critique in the Genealogy of Morals that fuels the all-out declaration of war on the idols later described in Twilight a few years later. Here, Nietzsche unpacks an underlying war of language between master and slave moralities, understanding the conditions and circumstances in which the concepts of good and evil have developed and changed, ultimately wounding and weakening humankind, resulting in our decadent historical present. Building upon his understanding of morality and beyond good and evil, in the first essay of the genealogy, entitled Good and Evil, Good and Bad, Nietzsche provides a description of how Greek/Roman culture's definition of good and bad shifted in meaning with the ascendance of Judeo-Christians' understanding of good and evil. The Greek/Roman understanding of good is equated with signifiers representative of the culture's nobility, or what Nietzsche here calls the knightly aristocratic caste. As he explains, the knightly aristocratic value judgments presupposed a powerful physicality, a flourishing, abundant, even overflowing health, together with that which serves to preserve it: war, adventure, hunting, dancing, war games, and in general, all that involves vigorous, free, joyful activity. This is how morality is initially formed within ancient cultures, through a direct connection and dependence between language and the body, where a powerful physicality and overflowing health represent the values of the good, and everything that lay outside of it considered bad: weakness, sickness, ugliness, idleness, laziness, and the like. Nietzsche saw how this moral structure of nobility remained dominant throughout the world, providing examples of the blonde beasts of ancient Greek, Roman, Arab, and Japanese cultures. Yet, Nietzsche keenly perceives how these cultures were slowly made extinct by the slave revolt of morality, where Judeo-Christian culture ascends to a position of authority and eventually moral hegemony. In this historical transition of moral power, the connection between healthy/strong bodies and values of the good are severed by the revolting priestly caste, those most weak and impotent figures who reinterpret the knightly aristocratic values, spearheading the great reversal of the meanings of good/bad, positing instead the new moral structure of good/evil. Where good for previous noble cultures signify the affects of being physically strong, healthy, active, happy, beautiful, free, the priestly caste insisted instead that the wretched alone are the good, the poor, impotent, lowly alone are the good, the suffering, deprived, sick, ugly alone are pious, alone are the blessed by God. And you, the powerful and noble, are on the contrary evil, the cruel, the lustful, the insatiable, the godless to all eternity, and you shall be in all eternity the unblessed, accursed, and damned. The once bad of the ancient nobility is turned on its head, now considered the good of the priestly caste, and concomitantly, the once good, healthy, and powerful physicality of the nobility is now considered evil to the slave. This insight is one of Nietzsche's greatest contributions to Western thought, identifying this innovative shift in moral cultures from knightly aristocratic to the priestly caste, and the severing of the powerful, strong, and healthy body from its positive valuation as good to its negative valuation as evil. Nietzsche thus demonstrates how this reversal of moral values was a crucial turning point in history which persists up to our current age, marking the continuing diminishment of great health and strength in humankind. Yet, far from simply blaming the priestly caste's revolt for initiating the decline of Western civilization and eventually all of humanity, Nietzsche sees this transformation of morality in all its wonder. He views this birth of the concept of evil as an awe-inspiring innovative moment in history. Nietzsche states here that it is with the priestly caste that man first became an interesting animal, and that only here did the human soul, in a higher sense, acquire depth and become evil. For Nietzsche, in creating the concept of evil, humanity became increasingly deep and interesting, overcoming the more barbaric, powerful physicality embodied by the ancient noble castes. Seeing the decline of moral values being driven by the health and strength of the body, Nietzsche emphasizes how the slave revolt becomes a historical moment of creative flourishing by the priests, but an ascension driven primarily by the effective imposition of their ressentiment. This was the genius of the priest, to weaponize their hatred and revenge against their previous masters through the revaluation of language as their only means of power, through the creation of the morally evil other. By deeming immoral the noble features of the strong, powerful, healthy, and beautiful, they thereby solidify themselves as the authority of the good, gaining full effective control over the feelings of their herd. In this way, strength and health become radically redefined by the priests. They disassociate the powerful physical capabilities embodied by the noble, making them into evil, immoral qualities. Nietzsche clearly explains this nuanced technique of linguistic reversal. In order to exist, slave morality always first needs a hostile external world. It needs, physiologically speaking, external stimuli in order to act at all. Its action is fundamentally reaction. As such, slave morality's dependence first on a negating concept of an evil other to establish the slave's authoritative position over their masters. This is in contradistinction to a master morality, which depends first on an affirming concept of the noble's inherent strength of the self. By starting with the evil other instead of the strong self, the priest can thus define good as a negative category, as that which the master is not. For Nietzsche, the advent of the noble's designation as the evil enemy produces a new understanding of good, which becomes embodied by the figure of the tame man, the hopelessly mediocre and insipid man who has already learned to feel himself as the goal and zenith, as the meaning of history, as higher man. This tame man now inherits the goal and meaning of history, embodying humility, obedience, inoffensiveness, cowardice, patience, forgiveness, all characteristics perpetuated by the reactive priestly caste, and thus seen as the new ideal, the highest good, legitimized through Judeo-Christian metaphysics, as these virtues become those necessary to gain entry into the true world of the kingdom of God. An authority is bestowed onto the priests, who can now grant the weak, the sick, old, outcast, etc., the power of eternal life if they abide by the commandments of God. If one sought to be good, it did not matter how inherently weak, sick, or ugly they were, as anyone could now be granted this new true world strength, the strength of faith and belief in God Almighty, and for later Christians, the strength of God's unconditional love. Judeo-Christian morality endowed the believer with a feeling of religious or metaphysical strength, able to overcome their inherent corporeal weakness as their counter to the given suffering of life's apparent world by an unconditional belief in the true world of heaven and God-given salvation beyond. And thus, we finally come to understand the full extent of this grand historical reversal in the language of strength and weakness. To become strong for the new ruling priest, to enter into the kingdom of God, one must now become weak. As the Bible says, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth." Nietzsche interprets this as such. These weak people, someday or other, they too intend to be the strong. There's no doubt of that. Someday their kingdom too shall come. They term it the kingdom of God. The priest, now the authority of good and evil after reversing the noble's morality, perpetuates the new impotent ideology of strength as a becoming weak, as a meekness that shall inherit the earth and be given passage into the kingdom of heaven. We have spent the majority of our time speaking on how a history of linguistic reinterpretation, reordering, and reversing of good and evil by particular figures have had deleterious effects not on our understanding of that which makes one stronger, but instead on the linguistic mechanisms of that which makes one weaker. This is important because it is only through an understanding of the genealogy of morals that we can begin to carve out our own linguistic style of strength, to reinterpret the values of what constitutes good as an expression of our own singular taste outside the dictates of a priestly authority founded on the conception of evil. Only in a critique of morality can we begin to overcome these decadent moralities that seek to weaken and control us, re-envisioning, re-evaluating, reinterpreting our current decadent language of sickness into a life-affirming language of great health, ultimately pursuing Nietzsche's final project of a reevaluation of values, or what we are identifying as the curation and composition of one's grand style of strength. Style 3. Strength and the Existential. The Eternal Return. Overcoming 2,000 years of entrenched moral degeneration is humanity's Herculean challenge as framed by Nietzsche. Yet, this task is seen as neither impossible nor without direction. To meet it, we have outlined two distinct styles of strength in Nietzsche's writings, the physical and the linguistic. These are represented by 1. The figure of the tragic artist, one of many masks of the overman, a genius communicator of bodily affects who creatively curates and composes suffering into art, and 2. The interpretive moral project of the revaluation of values, which overcomes the language of sickness instilled by the ascetic priest. Yet, there is one final style of strength expressed in Nietzsche's thought that may be considered his most mysterious teaching, an existential, perhaps even cosmological understanding of strength that potentiates a radical perspective on the meaning of life and the nature of the universe. The concept he called his most abysmal thought and humanity's greatest weight, the eternal recurrence. To describe the eternal recurrence, let us return to Twilight of the Idols, the starting grounds for our famous cliché of strength. Here, in a salient section entitled The Four Great Errors, Nietzsche critiques the causation of morality as originating from what he sees as the errors of imaginary causes, i.e., God. For Nietzsche, the basis of morality starts from a falsification, an erroneous assumption that there are divine or true world mechanisms at work which dictate and judge our lives. Thus, it is the metaphysical assumptions forwarded by Christianity and Platonism which have been the foundational source of humanity's decadence, directly contributing to the weakening forces which cripple the body's capacities and legitimize the slave revolt of morality, affording the herd with what we called above a religious or metaphysical strength over the noble's inherent powerful physical strength. Interestingly, Though Nietzsche argues that this metaphysics of reason and soul is what makes us all accountable for our actions, being the basis of our free will. In its hostility towards the body, Platonism prescribes that we should choose to be led by our intellect, that the rational choice must be to follow the contemplative life, which seeks to harmonize the soul, endowing one with the virtue of justice. Christian morality follows suit, utilizing free will as the basis for one's choice to follow God or else be damned to lead one's life as evil, guilty sinners. Both assume agency on behalf of their respective followers. But for Nietzsche, all this talk of moral responsibility is a primeval delusion, a historical farce, as actions are never what they appear to us to be. As he explains, no one is accountable for existing at all, or for being constituted as he is, or for living in the circumstances and surroundings in which he lives. The fatality of his nature cannot be disentangled from the fatality of all that which has been and will be. He is not the result of a special design, a will, a purpose. We invented the concept purpose. In reality, purpose is lacking. One is necessary. One is a piece of fate. One belongs to the whole. One is the whole. Nothing exists apart from the whole. Here, Nietzsche puts forth a counterclaim to Platonic/Christian metaphysics that we do not engage in supposed free will when we choose to abide by the dictates of reason, but are actually a piece of fate, that the fatality of individual nature is entangled within the fatality of all that has been and will be, and that we are one, belonging to a whole, a conception of the cosmic order which he will ultimately term will to power. Nietzsche's fatalism is expressed throughout his work, but is most powerfully articulated first in his cyclical concept of time, eternal recurrence, and second in his preferred existential attitude, amour fati, or the love of one's fate. We can now identify our final style of strength, which operates at this existential or cosmological level. Existential in that Nietzsche asks us to reorient our attitude towards life by affirming every moment as if it was fated, already written, asking nothing to be changed, and potentially cosmological as our linear, mechanistic conceptions of time are tested and re-evaluated by the underlying movements of the eternal return of the same, understood as our recurring lifetime ad infinitum. To expand upon the latter, it is in Book 4 of The Gay Science that Nietzsche formulates the greatest test of our commitment to the cliché of strength. What does not kill me makes me stronger, questioning our total capacity for the affirmation of the suffering life as given. The greatest weight. What if some day or night a demon were to steal after you into your loneliest loneliness and say to you, "This life as you now live it and have lived it, you will have to live once more and innumerable times more. And there will be nothing new in it, but every pain and every joy, and every thought and sigh, and everything unutterably small or great in your life will have to return to you, all in the same succession and sequence, even this spider, and this moonlight between the trees, and even this moment and I myself. The eternal hourglass of existence is turned upside down again and again, and you with it, speck of dust. Would you not throw yourself down and gnash your teeth and curse the demon who spoke thus? Or have you once experienced a tremendous moment when you would have answered him, You are a god, and never have I heard anything more divine. To read these words should send shivers down the spine of every human being, as one has possibly read this passage innumerable amounts of times in their eternally recurring past lives. Yet, returning to the comedian's distinction between metaphorical and literal interpretation, we must ask, should one take the demon's test as an existential metaphor for our valuation in life in all its suffering, or quite literally as Nietzsche's core cosmological belief of the underpinning nature of the universe? If metaphor, then Nietzsche's concept of eternal recurrence is simply a thought experiment, or perhaps his version of Plato's noble lie, serving as a criterion by which we judge our life choices, inspiring us to affirm the life we live as one we ourselves have willed. This results in a form of self-responsibility that we can impose upon the self and enact throughout our daily actions. This is better framed as an existential attitude, which Nietzsche conceptualizes as amor fati, writing in his autobiography, Ecce Homo, "My formula for greatness in a human being is amor fati, that one wants nothing to be different, not forward, not backward, not in all eternity. Not merely bear what is necessary, still less conceal it. All idealism is mendaciousness in the face of what is necessary, but love it." Moreover, Nietzsche states in The Gay Science, "I want to learn more and more to see as beautiful what is necessary in things. Then I shall be one of those who makes things beautiful. Amor fati, let that be my love henceforth." Here we can read amor fati as the lived perspective of the eternal recurrence in the everyday, to not want anything else to be different and bear all that is necessary, both the beauty and the suffering as one necessitates the other, to ultimately love life eternally. Contrasted with Christianity, Nietzsche achieves an affirmative valuation of life without asserting the dissimulation of a true world beyond or the force of God. Thus, an individual can take upon oneself an existential attitude of amor fati without necessarily having to identify with any deeper metaphysical implications for their living and meaning of life. One can simply leverage this perspectival shift to reorient their attitude towards greater appreciation for and increased love of all that is being experienced, living without regret as one wants nothing to be different. But, if taken literally, the demon's test is a constant reminder of a life relived, one which places the reader in a position to undercut and reevaluate their cosmological assumptions, assuming instead that time is not linear, but cyclical. Thus, one is forced to question the remaining duration of their life as it has already been lived innumerable times, as an hourglass turned upside down, over and over, again and again. The arrow of time, perceived to be linear in its progression, is actually a boomerang of temporality, eternally returning after each throw of our being reborn. In this literal interpretation, Nietzsche poses a singular question that will resonate throughout every single moment of one's life. Do you desire this life once more and innumerable times more? This question results in either one's great terror or one's grand triumph, unbearable horror or unbelievable humor, gnashing one's teeth and collapsing to the ground in resentment at the thought of eternally reliving this life of suffering, or bellowing with godlike laughter at the demon's divine knowledge of time. Either way one takes it, as metaphor or reality, the result of each interpretation is similarly impactful on one's perspective of life. If this life is to repeat itself an innumerable number of times, with each detail replaying itself over and over again, then being visited by the demon in the present moment means that one must either continue being trapped in the past, imprisoned by a perceived linearity of time, swirling in an eternal orbit of sameness, or, conversely, use the demon's presence as a critical force of external change, a crucial pivot point in time to disrupt its current looping and shift trajectories, enabling a creative break with one's history to produce new iterations of affirmative futures. And in reading The Eternal Return in relationship with our beloved Cliché, we are afforded a new and possibly most radical interpretation of what does not kill me, as death itself becomes redefined, not as a final moment, but as a point of restarting a life already lived. To accept a cyclical repetition of our lives, to reevaluate our metaphysical conception of time itself as an eternal recurrence of the same, to say, I will live this life now as if I have lived it innumerable times before, redefines that which does and does not kill us. In other words, a reevaluation of the finality of death as the infinitude of life itself. With every iteration of our life, with every turn of the hourglass, without the fear of an inevitable death and only the divine knowledge of the demon that one will return again, one is promised to becoming stronger, that one must become stronger. How can one not become stronger now having the demon's knowledge? The knowledge that death itself is a falsification of perception perpetuated by life-denying moralities that promise a true world beyond, that this life is all there is, to be lived perpetually over and over again for eternity. For Nietzsche, this was his most abysmal thought and humanity's greatest weight, because it potentially overthrows our cosmological conceptions of the linearity of time, of our perception of life and death, and ultimately reverses slave morality, positing instead that there is no beyond, no afterlife, that this life is all we have. In sum, it tests our ability to strengthen ourselves against the demon's knowledge, or else risk being completely destroyed by it. To affirm the demon's knowledge, to fully embrace the life one is forced to eternally repeat, is indeed an act of becoming stronger, emboldening one's courage in this life as suffering. As Nietzsche states in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, man, however, is the most courageous animal. Hence, he overcame every animal. Courage, however, is the best slayer. Courage which attacks, which slays even death itself. For it says, was that life? Well then, once more. This declaration encapsulates the courageous attitude for an affirmative life, embodying an amour fati whereby fate makes us fearless, an attitude needed to draw out the potential future tragic artists as overmen, those subjects who can truly overcome man itself in all his flawed metaphysical conceptions of time, death, and existence. To overcome humanity, which has been so enfolded in a morality of weakness and resentment as a resistance itself, to expunge 2,000 years of humanity's hatred of life through an affirmative love of life as given, and to covet the total embodiment of the demon's knowledge of the eternal recurrence as specks of dust in the infinite hourglass of cyclical time. All of this culminates into a godlike challenge Nietzsche poses for all of humanity, who perceive time in a linear manner and death as a fact of existence. A challenge for only the truly strong and healthy type that humanity has not yet seen. A new existential or possibly cosmological style of strength to cultivate for the future of humankind. Conclusion: Will to health. The famed cliché of "what does not kill me makes me stronger," uttered by Nietzsche in Twilight of the Idols, reappears in other places such as his autobiography, Ecce Homo, and his compiled notebooks, The Will to Power, providing us with more context and description. Taking into account its particular utterance in the former, one which refigures in notebook entry, Nietzsche describes how to diagnose the healthy type through the transformation of his own sickness into what we could call a will to health. What is it fundamentally that allows us to recognize who has turned out well? That a well-turned-out person pleases our senses, that he is carved from wood that is hard, delicate, and at the same time smells good. He has a taste only for what is good for him. His pleasure, his delight ceases where the measure of what is good for him is transgressed. He guesses what remedies avail against what is harmful. He exploits bad accidents to his advantage. What does not kill him makes him stronger. Of course, Nietzsche is speaking of himself here, reading how he made himself healthy again as one who has turned out well, igniting a particular will to health, making himself strong and cheerful by constantly overcoming his physical and psychological ailments, reiterating our famed cliché, which punctuates the end of the above passage. Here, the cliché of strength becomes an explicit expression of Nietzsche's particular taste, a singular taste of what is good for him, or, in other words, a taste for that which made him healthy. This ability to have a singular taste for the good and healthy, to reorder his strengths and weaknesses towards an artistic plan, being carved from wood, is indeed equivalent to our conceptualization of a grand style, a taste, a style, a will, all different metaphors towards a strong, healthy, and affirmative attitude in life. Nietzsche emphasizes this refinement of taste by citing one's ability to collect, select, and discard that which makes one stronger and healthier from that which makes one weak and sick. As Nietzsche explains further, instinctively, he collects from everything he sees, hears, lives through, his sum. He is a principle of selection. He discards much. He believes neither in misfortune nor in guilt. He comes to terms with himself, with others. He knows how to forget. He is strong enough. Hence, everything must turn out for his best. For Nietzsche, the good individual is one who utilizes his principle of selection and is able to select and collect from all that surrounds him. He chooses carefully those things that are good for him, remembering/selecting that which stimulates and increases one's strength and health, while simultaneously forgetting/discarding what is bad or that which diminishes strength, making one weak. Put into our terms, Nietzsche curates and composes a healthy life, utilizing a taste that selects and orders as an artist does in assembling the correct materials to increase a sense of beauty in order to communicate their art form. While the strong and healthy individual leverages the principle of selection, curating and composing their life, they more importantly discard much. They're able to forget the things that weaken or diminish strength and health. In particular, they expunge any feelings of resentment that amplify a sense of misfortune, hatred, or guilt within the body. As such, the healthy and strong type can enact what Nietzsche calls the strength of an active forgetfulness, as forgetting in this way leads to becoming lighter, more cheerful, more hopeful, and more joyful. Nietzsche notes that if one is strong enough, everything eventually turns out for the best, as ultimately one finds their taste, their own style, their own way to direct themselves, willing themselves towards greater health and a complete affirmation of their life. A clever punchline is delivered when Nietzsche concludes his thoughts on good taste. I have just described myself. Wearing the mask of a comedian as often as he does the mask of the tragic artist and warlike philosopher, one would be keen to note Nietzsche's most ironic chapter titles in Ecce Homo. Why I am so wise, why I am so clever, and why I write such good books, as well as, most importantly, the subtitle of the book, How One Becomes What One Is. No doubt, a certain humor underlies all that Nietzsche expresses about himself here, coveting a golden laughter, remaining cheerful in his retrospection, satirizing his own autobiography. And in all his humor, in all the irony and satire, we are reminded that the emphasis on becoming stronger need not be about the blood, sweat, and tears involved in rolling boulders up hills. It can be about finding at last that feeling of renewed relief in the refreshing inhale of mountain air after a long, scenic hike throughout pleasant climes. And in reaching the peak of joyfulness, in a genuine moment of convalescent laughter, one completely forgets all that makes one suffer, making one light as the air one breathes. Indeed, as we impart on our journey in the following chapters to meet our exemplars of strength, one should heed once more Nietzsche's first principle of aesthetics as a refrain of becoming stronger. What is good is light. Whatever is divine moves on tender feet. Maybe the true test of strength is how to remain light and cheerful, even with the heaviness of a demon's knowledge, with the greatest weight upon our shoulders, balancing how to become both hard and delicate, like a piece of wood artistically carved by our own principle of selection and singular taste, achieving our own grand style of strength, imposing our own will to health. In the end, we should all react to the descriptions of the tragic artist, the knightly aristocratic cast, and the healthy forgetting type, just how Nietzsche reacted to his own description, whispering in one's own solitude, that just described me, eternally returning to become who we are. Chapter 3: Yukio Mishima's Loquacity of the Body. The life and death of the great Japanese author Yukio Mishima has no equivalent in the modern Western world. Considered a literary prodigy at age 16, Mishima scaled the heights of Japanese culture, being nominated 5 times for a Nobel Prize in Literature and producing over 30 novels, 25 books of short stories, and 50 plays. But, being a true Renaissance man, Mishima was also an actor, model, filmmaker, bodybuilder, martial artist, and ultra-nationalist political activist, as well as being a husband and father. The great fullness of Mishima's life culminated into what can be considered his greatest work of art, death by seppuku at age 45. Becoming highly politicized in his mid-30s, Mishima grew disillusioned with leftist student protests against the westernization of Japan. In response to this, he formed a right-wing militia named the Tatenokai Shield Society, which vowed to protect the Emperor of Japan and uphold traditional Japanese values. Gaining about 100 members and secretly funded by the Japanese government, Mishima sought to use the group to mobilize widespread resistance against American political influence, ridding Japan of its Americanized constitution, espousing the remilitarization of Japan through nuclear means, and reinstituting a traditional Imperial Japanese system. On November 25, 1970, Mishima took his militia to the headquarters of Japan's Self-Defense Force, where he planned to deliver a 30-minute speech to the elite military corps. Regarded as friend to the military, the Tatenokai was allowed entrance into the base without issue. Once inside, the members met with the general, took him hostage, and barricaded themselves in an office, effectively initiating a coup d'etat. Mishima requested that the personnel of the military base gather below a balcony from which he could speak, and appeared before a crowd of roughly 1,000 spectators, composed mainly of low-ranking officers and young enlisted soldiers. He was heckled off the balcony after only 7 minutes of speaking. Failing to rouse the military to his call, Mishima returned to the barricaded room, where he would commit ritual seppuku, followed by the death of another Tatenokai disciple, Masakatsu Morita, Mishima's rumored lover. Both, beheaded, were found by the Tokyo police, an event that would be forever known to history as the Mishima Incident. The death of Mishima is as spectacular as the life he lived, but one must ask what the meaning of his death was. A political act of anti-imperialist martyrdom, the grandest piece of performance art, or a result of psychosis? The meaning of Mishima's death remains ambiguous, yet many clues can be found in his 1969 book, Sun and Steel. Here, Mishima details the discovery of bodybuilding and the new knowledge it afforded him, which he calls the loquacity of the body, or language of the flesh. Most importantly, Mishima provides a robust description of the need to build a strong and beautiful body to prepare for the inevitable confrontation with death, stating provocatively that the training of the body should take precedence over the training of the intellect. While Mishima's thesis can be read as an approach to death closely related to Bushido, his perspective also draws heavily from the philosophy of Nietzsche, particularly in relation to the revitalization of the body as a salient site of creative art and knowledge production. As well, Mishima's understanding of the tragic is seemingly drawn from Nietzsche, offering us fertile ground to interpret our famous cliché, "What does not kill me makes me stronger," enabling us to further rethink the concept of strength. Below, I present Yukio Mishima as our first exemplar of a bodily style of strength and, quite possibly, a modern-day representative of Nietzsche's tragic artist, if not new barbarian. The Life of Sun and Steel. In his autobiographical essay entitled Sun and Steel, Mishima provides a detailed account of the origins of his passion for bodybuilding, as well as his reflections on Japanese culture. It is a strange and unique text that blends philosophy, personal anecdotes, and poetry, culminating in a grand literary experience compressed into less than 100 pages. Standing at a mere stature of 5'1" and afforded a gentle, effeminate physique throughout his youth, Mishima became obsessed with bodybuilding in his 30s. With this newfound passion, Mishima began to theorize what he termed the loquacity of the body. I, at last, began to wonder whether it was not possible that the body, too, might have its own logic, possibly even its own thought. When I began to feel that the body's special qualities did not lie solely in its taciturnity and beauty of form, but that the body too might have its own loquacity. For Mishima, the loquacity of the body discovered later in his adult life stands in contrast with a natural intellectual talent for words in his youth. In discovering that the body speaks in a different way than the intellect, in musculature and movement, Mishima began learning how to translate and communicate this new corporeal knowledge, a hallmark of Nietzsche's tragic artist. Considered a literary genius at an early age, Mishima explains that his youth was dominated by the intellect, which impeded his body's communicative capacities. Mishima begins negotiating the classical philosophical dichotomy of mind and body, but enters this discussion with the style of a poet who communicates complex relationships through metaphor. We're instantly reminded of Nietzsche's understanding of truth as a host of metaphors when Mishima describes how the intellect eats away at the body's capacity with several poetic descriptions such as white ants feeding on a pillar of clean wood, the corrosive function of nitric acid that etches a plate, and the excess of stomach fluids that digest the stomach. Mishima explains, words are a medium that reduces reality to abstraction for transmission to our reason, and in their power to corrode reality inevitably lurks the dangers that the words themselves will be corroded too. Words afford the subject with an interaction that reduces reality to an abstracted level of reasoning, which, for Mishima, is a corrosion of reality. This is very much akin to Nietzsche's epistemology of truth as metaphor, and Mishima follows up accordingly by understanding how the body interacts with the world in a more direct and immediate manner than words, in particular, through its relations of physicality and movement, where one can directly feel the world as opposed to corrosively abstracting it. In Mishima's youth, words were the weapons of his intellect for comprehending reality. In adulthood, however, he repositions the intellect as subordinate to the privileging of muscles, the communicative capacity of the body, speaking to the world in what he calls the language of the flesh. Similar to Nietzsche's critique of Platonic philosophy and Christianity's hostility towards the body, Mishima identifies in post-war Japan a culture of estrangement of the body, where the ugliness of the physical form was not seen as problematic but as societal norm. He states, I had always felt that such signs of physical individuality as a bulging belly, signs of spiritual sloth, or a flat chest with protruding ribs, signs of an unduly nervous sensibility, were excessively ugly, and I could not contain my surprise when I discovered that there were people who loved such signs. Through their abstract functioning, words can create art in the form of literature or poetry. But after witnessing the effect of Japan's intellectual culture on the body, an effect of excessive ugliness, Mishima sought to partake in a different kind of artistic practice, to learn the language of the flesh, aiming to achieve physical beauty through bodybuilding and martial arts. This is the production of a corporeal art that transforms his own body into an art object. To explain the process of cultivating a language of the flesh, Mishima delivers his core metaphor, comparing his body with an orchard. If myself was my dwelling, then my body resembled an orchard that surrounded it. I could either cultivate that orchard to its capacity or leave it for the weeds to run riot in. I was free to choose, but the freedom was not as obvious as it might seem. Many people, indeed, go so far as to refer to the orchards of their dwellings as destiny. One day, it occurred to me to set about cultivating my orchard for all I was worth. For my purpose, I used sun and steel, Unceasing sunlight and implements fashioned of steel became the chief elements in my husbandry. Little by little, the orchard began to bear fruit, and thoughts of the body came to occupy a larger part of my consciousness. Here, Mishima uses the metaphor of an orchard to represent his body as the dwelling of the self. The orchard is a space of growth to bear fruit, yielding nourishment for the self to grow, but if left untended, will inevitably be run over by weeds. To bear the fruit of the orchard, i.e., the muscles of the body, Mishima asserts his primary dual forces of existential and corporeal growth, the sun and steel, that will dictate the rest of his life, or what he will refer to as his destiny. The sun and steel are natural metaphors in Mishima's farmer analogy, representing the basic necessities for harvesting. The sun feeds the orchard's crops, and steel implements are used to rake and till the soil and harvest its produce. For Mishima, these are the necessary forces in the cultivation of the physical body towards one's destiny. But more than just another set of symbols and a host of metaphors mobilized to describe the mind/body relationship, Mishima understands these as explicit material forces affecting the growth of his life as well as the future of the Japanese nation. The force of steel. Let us focus first on the force of steel to unpack Mishima's understanding of the language of the flesh, where its materiality is found in the weights of the gymnasium that afford the building of muscle. In explaining his understanding of bodybuilding, Mishima posits another metaphor, comparing it to a pair of scales, where steel weights are placed on one pan and the bulk of muscles placed as it were on the other pan are increased proportionately. The force of steel begins to teach Mishima's body, cultivating the growth of his muscles, as though the steel had a duty to maintain a strict balance between the two, whereby the increasing weight of steel necessarily equates with a proportionate growth in one's muscles. And as Mishima explains of the result of this process, little by little, moreover, the properties of my muscles came increasingly to resemble those of the steel. This direct interrelationship between muscle and steel, where the body begins to embody the force of steel, this strict balance between the two, is highly salient as it parallels equivalent relationships of self and world, interior to exterior, subject and object. Mishima explains, in short, the sense of existence by which strength cannot be strength without some object represents the basic relationship between ourselves and the world. It is precisely to that extent that we depend on the world, that I depend on steel. Just as muscles slowly increase their resemblance to steel, so we are gradually fashioned by the world. Here, Mishima unites the multiple dichotomies of self/world, subject/object, internal/external, body/mind, resolving their inherent tension through the discovery of an interrelationship between muscle and steel, one which allows a greater understanding of the totality of his existence, which previously occluded knowledge of the body, an existence that resided too long in the shadowy realm of the intellect, confined to the creation of literature. Emancipating himself from this cave of literary culture, Mishima discovers a new illuminated world shown to him via his body and physical activity, speaking to him as a newly born language of the flesh. It is through the force of steel, through its qualities of hardness and heaviness, that Mishima, in his practice of weightlifting, comes to resemble its material attributes where muscles slowly increase their resemblance to steel. Through bodybuilding, Mishima becomes identical with the weights he lifts. The force of steel objects he interacts with becomes one with his corporeal being. Without the resistance of an external weight acting against his body, muscularity could not be attained. The muscles could not be worked by books alone to stimulate growth or achieve the beauty of a strong corporeal form, attaining great physical strength, making the body an art object itself. The steel came to teach Mishima how to speak a new language, the language of the flesh, educating the self with the lessons on the physicality of becoming stronger, slowly making one fluent, highly loquacious with the body, expressing itself with every set, every repetition, every incremental increase of weight, embodying the sensuous power of Nietzsche's formula of overcoming resistances. The force of steel weights enabled a form of communication with the body inaccessible to Mishima through books or literary culture. Moreover, it afforded him a new interpretation of the body's relationship with the world, a new perspective, a new meaning of strength and beauty through physical exercise. As he explains, the steel taught me many different things. It gave me an utterly new kind of knowledge, a knowledge that neither books nor worldly experience can impart. Muscles, I found, were strength as well as form, and each complex of muscles was subtly responsible for the direction which its own strength was exerted, much as though they were rays of light given the form of flesh. Nothing could have accorded better with the definition of a work of art that I had long cherished than this concept of form enfolding strength, coupled with the idea that a work should be organic, radiating rays of light in all directions. In creating this conversation of speaking with steel and learning its language, Mishima's body took on those qualities not merely for the performance of muscles to move weight, but, as he states, to produce a work of art that radiates rays of light in all directions. That is, a musculature gained for form over function, producing a body whose statuesque physicality approached the aesthetics of a Greco-Roman statue. The force of sun. In channeling the force of steel, Mishima produced a new corporeal discourse for himself, uniting body and mind through physical strength and beauty. His body became something to behold, to be seen by new eyes, radiating rays of light placed in the spotlight of film and photography. Mishima as model, actor, and public figure. Mishima's body, once silenced by his intellect, began speaking to the world, communicating its sensuous powers in a new way, inevitably becoming an art object itself, a product of the steel's training. With his body fully formed by steel and his beauty completely illuminated, we learn how Mishima was able to fully realize this achievement only with the complementary force of the sun. Reflecting on a post-war Japan, Mishima observes, "A relentless sun blazed down on the lush grass of that summer that lay on the borderline between the war and the post-war period. A borderline, in fact, that was nothing more than a line of barbed wire entanglements, half broken down, half buried in the summer weeds, tilting in all directions. I walked in the sun's rays, but had no clear understanding of the meaning they held for me." The sun greets Mishima as a strange and mysterious force, one which he cannot immediately comprehend. At first, he understands the sun as illuminating for him the crumbling of a strong, traditional Japanese culture after its defeat in war. The sun shines its radiant light on the threshold of time and space, highlighting an interstitiality of the Japanese nation held between Imperial and post-war periods, illuminating, the temporal borderline which Mishima sees as entangled in barbed wires and weeds, tilting in all directions. This is a metaphor for the chaotic state of Japan. The wires symbolize the scraps of debris left from war, and the weeds reflect the untended wild orchard of the nation-state. Here, we can begin to connect the central metaphor of the orchard used to represent Mishima's body with the body politic of a defeated Japanese nation. Mishima continues on, describing how the sun illuminated the destructive result of the war. That same sun, as the days turned to months and the months to years, had become associated with a pervasive corruption and destruction. In part, it was the way it gleamed so encouragingly on the wings of planes leaving on missions, on forests of bayonets, on the badges of military caps, on the embroidery of military banners. But still more, far more, it was the way it glistened on the blood flowing ceaselessly from the flesh, and on the silver bodies of flies clustering on wounds, holding sway over corruption, leading youth in droves to its death in tropical seas and countrysides. The sun lorded over that vast rusty red ruin that stretched away to the distant horizon. Here, the sun illuminates the corruption and destruction of Japan's military, highlighting the symbols of war, the steel of planes, bayonets, badges, etc., as well as the blood and flies on the flesh of the dead, all of which are symbolic of Japan's defeat to America. Ultimately, the sun's initial force is in its capacity of illumination, to initiate a confrontation of Mishima with the image of death. At first overwhelmed by the sun's force, Mishima retreats from these images of defeat, becoming hostile to its illumination, and begins to hide in the shadowy spaces of what he calls night thoughts. Mishima explains that a nocturnal thinking dominated Japan's literary culture, written by men of darkness and shadows who suffer from dry, lusterless skins and sagging stomachs, men who reject the sun. These night thoughts signaled an age of exhaustion and decline for Japanese culture, a coming death sensed by Mishima, who identified that an era was approaching in which to treat the sun as an enemy would be tantamount to following the herd. To resist this, Mishima sought to follow the sun's force of illumination, acknowledging the state of Japan's decline under American imperialist rule. For Mishima, the sun needed to be praised, worshipped as the light that would lead Japan out of its degenerative, shadowy state. Japan returned to its origin of the sun, Nippon, as the land of the rising sun. And on his first journey abroad, rebelling against the dry, lusterless skins of Japan's nocturnal thinkers, Mishima describes a reconciliation with the force of the sun on the deck of a ship which tanned his skin brown, branding him as a member of the other race, a race of sun worshippers. Mishima describes the revelatory moment thusly. The sun was enticing, almost dragging my thoughts away from their night of visceral sensation, away to the swelling of muscles encased in sunlit skin. And it was commanding me to construct a new and sturdy dwelling in which my mind, as it rose little by little to the surface, could live in security. That dwelling was a tanned, lustrous skin and powerful, sensitively rippling muscles. It is the force of the sun which allows Mishima to learn about the loquacity of the body, the lustrous skin, and sensitive rippling muscles, illuminating a kind of knowledge that he contrasts with the nocturnal thinking of Japan's mainstream literary culture, or the herd, as both he and Nietzsche called it. For Mishima, these night thinkers sought abysses and descended towards depths. Mishima sought to move in the opposite direction of the herd, to escape from their shadowy realms and ascend upwards towards the force of the sun in order to gain greater knowledge of the profundity of the surface itself. That is, the profound beauty of the epidermal surface of the muscular body. We recall here Nietzsche's insight that everything profound loves the mask. In identifying the need to revel in the depths of surfaces, Mishima presents his most shocking statement. With the surface, on the other hand, which is visible to everybody, training of the body must take precedence over training of thought if it is to create and supervise its own ideas. Here, the dominance of the intellect in his youth, as well as being representative of the shadow realm of Japanese literary culture, is overturned as Mishima makes superior the training of the body over the training of the mind. In becoming a sun worshipper alongside a disciple of steel, prioritizing physical strength and beauty over intellect and rationality, Mishima believed that the weak herd of nocturnal thinkers could be overcome and a new era of a strong and beautiful Japan could be realized. Mishima and the birth of tragedy. The ideal of physical beauty that Mishima achieves through the uniting of sun and steel ultimately serves as a metaphor for the body politic of Japan, caught in a post-war transition between empire and defeat. A nation that can fade into nocturnal darkness or rise once again in a glorious sunrise, a new future for the land of the rising sun and steel. To rebuild the self and nation, Mishima reevaluates the mind-body dichotomy, contesting that training of the body must take precedence over training of thought, as the latter will result only in increasing passivity and further weakening, causing the country to remain in the shadows of American domination. For Mishima, art must unite with action, the sun with steel, strengthening the body, tanning the skin brown, branding all as sun worshippers, making all hard and aesthetic like a marble statue to be worshipped as arts. Only then can a new nation be born. But before attending to Mishima's political aspirations, let us first fully understand his corporeal motivation to train the body over the intellect, highlighting how this relates to a certain existential attitude towards death. As stated, with the training of the body, one begins to gain strength through a newfound language of the flesh, a language of muscularity which, in turn, yields a great physical beauty, or what Mishima calls the profundity of the surface. But what Mishima makes clear is that the purpose of prioritizing the training of the body is not art for art's sake, not a natural drive for physical achievement or pure aesthetic beauty. Instead, such training is done as a preparatory process for the inevitable coming of death. Why does Mishima see the strengthening of the body as a preparation for death? At first, this might appear related to Mishima's belief in Bushido, that at any point an honorable samurai must be prepared to die for his lord, whom he is sworn to protect. In essence, the way of the warrior, Bushido, is to be found in dying. In addition, Mishima undertook military training where these traditional Japanese samurai values were infused with modern military culture. Soldiers were indoctrinated with a spirit of fearlessness in the face of death, viewing surrender to the enemy as cowardly, a topic Mishima reflects upon intimately at the end of his book while reading the last words of a kamikaze pilot. But Mishima was also an enthusiastic reader of Nietzsche, and as we shall see, Nietzsche's thought frequently punctuates Mishima's text. Thus, by unpacking how Mishima aggregates and repurposes Nietzsche's concepts, we can gain valuable insights not only into Nietzsche's understanding of strength, but possibly into Mishima's existential attitude leading up to his spectacular death. This blending of Nietzschean concepts with inter alia, Bushido, and Japanese militarism as the foundation for Mishima's larger framework of Sun and Steel serves to culminate into Mishima's major thesis underlying his book, which reads as setting the stage for the grand finale of his life's work in seppuku, that physical strength and a beautiful body are necessary requirements for a noble death. The following demonstrates how Mishima's and Nietzsche's concepts overlap, affording us greater insight into the conception of strength and the process of becoming stronger. We will emphasize three main points. 1. The primacy of the body over the intellect, resulting in the tragic artist. 2. The dual forces of tragedy, i.e., Sun and Steel / Apollonian and Dionysian. And 3. A sensitivity to the decline of the strong type expressed in the concept of the pathos of distance. 1. The primacy of the body. First and foremost, both Mishima and Nietzsche seek to reclaim the body, as opposed to the reason / intellect, as a primary site of knowledge production. This point does not need to be overworked, as we saw above how Mishima discovers a language of the flesh through its interaction with steel, and how the body is afforded a new kind of knowledge not possible from books and thinking alone. In particular, Mishima identifies the body as a site of knowledge production for corporeal strength and beauty, qualities which had been lacking in the nocturnal thinking of literary culture and its acceptance of physical ugliness. Nietzsche, as stated in the previous chapter, similarly sought to recoup the body as a central site of knowledge for the production of a renewed tragic art, overcoming the morality of life deniers who viewed the body as a site of sin, Christians, and irrationality, Platonists. As Nietzsche says in the preface to his Gay Science, often I have asked myself whether, taking a large view, philosophy has not been merely an interpretation of the body and a misunderstanding of the body. For Mishima, this historical misunderstanding of the body is overcome by learning the language of the flesh through physical training, practice which must take precedence over training of thought. This is Mishima's key formulation, which addresses Nietzsche's historical concerns over the diminishment of the body, as well as overturning the previous value system of Japanese literary culture, who disregarded the primacy of the physical, formulation that ultimately repositions Japan as an imperial power on the world stage. Thus, there is a clear overlap in how Mishima and Nietzsche share the prioritization of the body as a crucial site of knowledge production. And, as we discussed in the previous chapter, Nietzsche links this renewed body with the promotion of a tragic artist, a mask of the overman who mobilizes the sensuous forces of the body as a genius communicator of art, curating and composing strengths and weaknesses into a grand style which initiates a larger project of a reevaluation of values. In turn, Mishima, in his own style, embodies all these traits. He is an artistic genius of literature in his youth, cultivating his body as orchard, becoming fluent in the language of the flesh, able to communicate the body's latent loquacity, producing a knowledge of physical strength and beauty to create of himself an art object, channeling the forces of sun and steel to potentiate the transformation of a weakened nation, reevaluating the previous culture's nocturnal values towards a renewed land of sun and steel. Indeed, all are qualities which culminate into a new representation, a reinterpretation of Nietzsche's own archetype of bodily strength, the tragic artist. 2. Dual forces of the tragic. Second, Mishima and Nietzsche presents complementary forces which guide their projects of strength and renewal, respectively, the sun/steel and the Apollonian/Dionysian, both of which originate from their understanding of the nature of tragedy. We have discussed at length Mishima's understanding of the sun and steel, but a salient anecdote by Mishima is fundamental to making the connection to Nietzsche explicit here. Recalling a vivid memory in the autumn sun, Mishima articulates the awe he experienced while watching a group of men in a ritual practice parading a portable shrine above their shoulders. In seeing the spectacular orgy of physicality, exerting a collective physical strength, Mishima knows he cannot participate, being too weak. Instead, he observes their movements from afar, wondering what intoxicating vision the men beheld during their arduous ordeal. He soon realizes that they are looking at the sky. In their eyes there was no vision, only the reflection of the blue and absolute skies of early autumn. Those blue skies, though, were unusual skies, such as I might never see again in my life. One moment strung up high aloft, the next plunged to the depth, constantly shifting, a strange compound of lucidity and madness. The sky for Mishima becomes symbolic of the infinite possibilities of his life/destiny in the constant shifting of heights and depths. It is the sun which illuminates the sky's grandness, highlighting the physical exertion of the men during the ritual, allowing Mishima to observe their movements as an identical intoxication, a sharing of a collective vision which had penetrated to the essential pathos of the doer. Inevitably, Mishima aggregates the whole scene's effective composition and identifies its nature as tragic. As he explains, in that swaying blue sky that, like a fierce bird of prey with wings outstretched, alternatively swept down and soared upwards to infinity, I perceived the true nature of what I had long referred to as tragic. It is through the intoxication of the sky that, by proxy, he experiences an enlightened notion of the true nature of tragedy with a young physical man, one which will dictate his course towards the cultivation of the body. The swaying blue sky is only made possible by the sun's illumination, and thus the infinitude of the tragic is only visible through its intoxicating light. Like the steel which affords a physical force of hardness and resistance to teach corporeal strength to the body, it is the illuminating qualities of the sun that enable the existential force of seeing the tragic life from Mishima, at one moment showing him images of death from a crippled post-war Japan, while in another highlighting the feeling of intoxicating courage inherent in suffering, a soaring urge towards the heights of what he calls a privileged nobility. Mishima's rendering of the tragic is amplified when contrasted with Nietzsche's own sense as described in his untimely meditations on Wagner, which calls for the retention of the sense for the tragic for the future of humanity. Nietzsche states, "The individual must be consecrated to something higher than himself. That is the meaning of tragedy. He must be free of the terrible anxiety which death and time evoke in the individual, for at any moment, in the briefest atom of his life's course, he may encounter something holy that endlessly outweighs all his struggle and all his distress. That is what it means to have a sense for the tragic. All the ennoblement of mankind is enclosed in this supreme task. Mishima takes from Nietzsche the sense of evisceration of the self into the collective whole, whereby the individual is consecrated to something higher than himself, freed of the terrible anxiety of death and time, a feeling Mishima senses in the shrine festival as the participants become intoxicated by the blue sky under the collective vision of the sun. But Mishima goes further to define his particular sense of tragedy. According to my definition of tragedy, the tragic pathos is born when the perfectly average sensibility momentarily takes onto itself a privileged nobility that keeps others at a distance, and not when a special type of sensibility vaunts its own special claims. It is necessary, moreover, that the privileged nobility finds its basis strictly in a kind of physical courage. The elements of intoxication and superhuman clarity in the tragic are born when the average sensibility, endowed with a given physical strength, encounters that type of privileged moment especially designed for it. The tragic for Mishima is directly associated with a pathos of privileged nobility that keeps others at a distance. This is another concept borrowed from Nietzsche, which reflects the feeling of superiority held from a noble position above a lower class. As described in Nietzsche's genealogy, the pathos of nobility and distance, as aforesaid, the protracted and domineering fundamental total feeling on the part of the higher ruling order in relation to a lower order, to a below, that is the origin of the antithesis of good and bad. But what Mishima emphasizes in Nietzsche's concept is how an average sensibility achieves a privileged nobility through an endowment of physical strength by a kind of physical courage, to find its privileged moment as privileged nobility. Thus, the tragic pathos of nobility for Mishima is garnered specifically through the practices of sun and steel, as opposed to Nietzsche's assumption of it being a natural right of the aristocratic castes. We see here how Nietzsche's concept of the tragic and the pathos of nobility undergirds Mishima's thinking and his fundamental assertion of the dual forces of sun and steel. But Nietzsche similarly purports a play of dual forces underpinning the tragic, the Apollonian and the Dionysian, found in his first book, The Birth of Tragedy. Greek tragedy for Nietzsche presented humanity with a transformative representation of itself, reflecting the suffering of life through the aesthetic phenomenon of theater, a harmonious blending of music, costume, and poetry that stimulated affects, intoxicating the audience within a dreamlike world. In Greek tragedy, humanity was symbolized on stage by the tragic hero, who must compete with the fate bestowed upon him by the gods. The audience was brought to bear on the truths and horrors the tragic hero faced, transformed through their sympathetic attempt at courageously overcoming their fateful challenges in the face of an inevitable death, experiencing this collective vision as a contemplative meditation upon one's own existence. For Nietzsche, the great Greek tragedians were guided by the marriage of Apollo, god of light, prophecy, and music/poetry, and Dionysius, god of wine, intoxication, and frenzy. The Apollonian forces brought about the grand artistic vision of theater, the aesthetic beauty of music and lyricism, while the Dionysian forces produced the intoxicating, dreamlike frenzy of excessive energies that drove the tragic story. Both forces intertwined by the great tragedians to produce the classic tragedies of Oedipus Rex and Prometheus, amongst others. In particular, Nietzsche emphasized how Dionysian intoxication was fundamental not only to tragic theater, but to all ancient cultural festivals, stimulating affects, overriding the principle of individuality, i.e., the Principium Individuationis, and producing instead a sensation of oneness between disparate participants. For Nietzsche, this heightened intoxication expressed through the sexuality and euphoria of the crowd is representative of the orgiastic force of Dionysius enacting upon a collectivity of bodies, whereby the individual is metamorphosed into an amorphous, dreamlike figure, eschewing their own identity as a civic individual and initiated into the collective chaos of the Bacchanal. Mishima sees this same Dionysian frenzy experienced in the shrine festival of the young men who collectively experience the intoxicating vision of the sky under violent physical stress. And upon becoming a sun worshipper, with the Apollonian sun illuminating the devastation of Japan, Mishima was able to cultivate his body as orchard and eventually become strong enough to participate in the shrine festival himself, uniting sun and steel to finally experience the Dionysian intoxication of the participants' collective vision, perceiving the true nature of the tragic as the pathos of nobility. After the effects of the ritual's intoxication subside, Mishima comes to fully comprehend the tragedy of the group, realizing that the oneness Nietzsche perceived in the Dionysian orgy is a feeling instigated by a shared suffering of individuals. Mishima explains, "Only bodies placed under the same circumstances can experience a common suffering. Only through the group, I realized, through sharing the suffering of the group, could the body reach that height of existence that the individual alone could never attain. And for the body to reach that level at which the divine might be glimpsed, a dissolution of the individuality was necessary." Here, Mishima perceives how the intoxication of collective suffering results in a dissolution of individuality. Nietzsche similarly identifies this in Dionysian festivals, particularly in music. In the Dionysian dithyramb, man is incited to the greatest exaltation of all his symbolic faculties. Something never before experienced struggles for utterance, the annihilation of the veil of Maya, oneness as the soul of race and of nature itself. Nietzsche explains that in tragedy, the Dionysian musician is himself pure primordial pain, and in the dithyramb, the veil of Maya is annihilated, revealing a oneness of nature itself. Similarly, for Mishima, the beautiful muscular body exerts its physicality in ritual practices of pain, shedding one's individuality in the shared suffering of the collective. For both Mishima and Nietzsche, the experience of a Dionysian state of intoxication necessitates a dissolution of individuality, initiating a metamorphosis that brings on a sense of oneness with the collective. 3. Pathos of nobility and decline of strength. Lastly, both Mishima and Nietzsche share a sensitivity to the decline of strong types, respectively at the hands of Christian and American values, expressed by their use of the concept pathos of nobility and distance. Mishima described this pathos in his definition of tragedy, which is born when the perfectly average sensibility momentarily takes onto itself a privileged nobility that keeps others at a distance. This was contrasted with Nietzsche's description of a more innate pathos of nobility and distance, being the total feeling on the part of the higher ruling order in relation to a lower order. But in a section from Beyond Good and Evil entitled, "What is it to be noble?" Nietzsche provides us with a deeper insight on his natural condition of nobility, describing the pathos of distance as being founded on the psychology of the barbarian. As Nietzsche states, the noble caste was in the beginning always the barbarian caste. Their superiority lay not in their physical strength, but primarily in their psychical. Nietzsche underscores that the barbarian/noble caste was a more complete human being due to the primacy of their psychical strength, not their physical strength, which can be understood as their capacity for a self-affirming value creation expressed by their conception of the good as described in the previous chapter. This noble core privilege to wield a linguistic power to define the good self-afforded the barbarian a certain psychology of superiority to feel a pathos of distance over the bad other. Nietzsche emphasizes this privileged right of the master to create their own values as a primary characteristic of their strength. The lordly right of giving names extends so far that one should allow oneself to conceive the origin of language itself as an expression of power on the part of the rulers. With this privilege, the barbaric noble classes could perceive and act upon an order of rank between different peoples, informed through their values of good and bad, legitimizing their capacity to initiate war and dominate over lower types. Thus exists a marked distinction or separation, an inbuilt hierarchy of power which creates a distance between the good master and the bad slave, clearly distinguishing the affects of power and strength inherent over another. And Nietzsche understood this pathos of distance as the dominant ethos before the instantiation of the slave revolt, which initiated a great reversal of values, resulting in the taming of men. The new beginning of a new historical phase of civilized perspectives steeped in Christian humility. This gave rise to a new moral world order of humanism, which, in its love for all, overturned the noble barbarian's order of rank and distinction of difference between those good and bad. The point for Nietzsche here is to distinguish between two divergent perspectives on self/other relations. One, the barbaric noble perspective, which assumes inherent differences between peoples due to corporeal and psychological differentials of strength. And two, the civilized Christian perspective, which assumes equality across all humans made identical under the eyes of God. The irony is that while the latter preaches love and equality, it retains the same powers of domination over a new form of lower types, one orchestrated by the priest who now deems humanity evil due to its original sin. The priest perverts the barbarian's pathos of distance, claiming to love all as equals, but at the same time appropriates the noble's linguistic powers, creating a new category of evil, marking all of humanity inherently equal as sinners. This linguistic mechanism places the priest in a position of power over their innately sinning herd, marking the origins of the taming of man and the continued decadence of humanity. Nietzsche reads this as the priest's grand sham, a dissimulation of herd mentality to convince all that the weak values promoted by the priest are for the greater good, necessary to quell the values based on order of rank promoted by their hated barbaric masters. Nietzsche sees through this dissimulation, knowing that the new value system is not motivated by godly altruism, nor the greater good of humanity, but a reactionary result of resentment, meant to entrench the priest's powers and authority as the new rulers of the world. Indeed, humanity is inevitably weakened by these values. This is why Nietzsche says, strange though it may sound, one always has to defend the strong against the weak, the fortunate against the unfortunate, the healthy against those degenerating. Thus, the civilized Christian humanist perspective must be critiqued and eventually overcome. However, for Nietzsche, this does not mean a reinstallation of old barbaric traditions. Instead, Nietzsche envisions a new moral order, ushered in by another mask of the Overman, what he called the new barbarian, another type of barbarian who comes from the heights, a species of conquering and ruling natures in search of material to mold. As his example of this new kind of barbarian, Nietzsche names Prometheus, the titan who stole fire from the gods for humanity's sake and was punished by Zeus, chained to a boulder for eternity while an eagle picked at his regenerating liver. In doing so, Nietzsche effectively replaces the myth of the Christian humanist figure of Jesus, exploited by the priests to promise salvation from original sin, with a tragic hero as a representative of the future, Prometheus, the new barbarian who bestowed fire upon humanity, the primal force of human innovation and creative power. Yet, history proceeded as we have come to know it now, where the nobles' pathos of distance was deemed evil by the new priests of morality, and their complete being of physical and psychical strength was suppressed, ushering in the Christian morality of our current moment in Western civilization. An intriguing extrapolation of Nietzsche's genealogy of morals, one that requires far more careful analysis than can be afforded here, is that the civilizing impulse of Christian humanism, aimed at taming humanity's barbaric instincts, extends into the broader historical practices of Christian missionary work, the Crusades, and colonization throughout the Common Era. And we can track this suppression of noble barbaric perspectives by Western civilization as extending up to Mishima's time, operating within the context of American dominance over Japan in the post-war period. Where pre-1945, Japan aspired to become an imperial power paralleling the great European empires, the United States quickly quashed these hopes with the deployment of its greatest and most horrific scientific achievement of war, the atomic bomb. Post-1945, in the wake of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings and the end of Japanese imperialism, Mishima perceives a decline in the Japanese nation's physical and psychical strength by the imposition of American hegemony. And in this new westernized value system, Japan's previous imperial muscularity is atrophied, rendered useless, a muscularity parallel to the dead language of classical Greek. Mishima explains, the groups of muscles that have become virtually unnecessary in modern life, though still a vital element of a man's body, are obviously pointless from a practical point of view, and bulging muscles are as unnecessary as a classical education is to the majority of practical men. Muscles have gradually become something akin to classical Greek. To receive the dead language, the disciple of the steel was required. To change the silence of death into the eloquence of life, the aid of steel was essential. More directly, in a BBC interview, Mishima states, after the war, Japan's brutal side was completely hidden. But I believe it was just hidden. I don't like that the Japanese culture is only represented by flower arrangement, a sort of peace-loving culture. We still have, I think, a very strong warrior's mind. In the first quote, Mishima describes the estrangement of the body in terms of lacking the need for muscles in modern living, where physical strength seemingly has no practical purpose. In contrast, he acknowledges how classical Greek culture celebrated the physical beauty of a muscular body, which Mishima now sees as a dead language that he must revive with the aid of sun and steel. But the second quote contextualizes the estrangement of the body and the motivation for a revived strength in Japan by describing the loss of what Mishima sees as Japanese culture's brutal side. In other words, the loss of a noble barbaric pathos of distance after losing the war against America. An underlying feeling of castrated traditional Japanese values yields a sense of inferiority due to the dominance of Western authority. Mishima expresses this here in his disgust at Japanese culture being represented by a peaceful flower arrangement culture, as well as in his imposition of physical over intellectual training as the better representation of a strong Japanese warrior's mind. In any case, the linkages between Mishima's insights and the taming of the barbaric noble perspectives that Nietzsche identifies clearly come to the fore, whereby the previous pathos of distance and feeling of privileged nobility have been completely hidden away in post-war Japan, tamed by American imperialism. As a figure of Japanese high culture, Mishima mourns this loss of Japan's traditional nobility and strength, and in turn, he symbolically represents himself as a revitalization of the nation through the building of his muscular body and the refinement of his martial artistry. The primacy of achieving beauty through muscularity in Mishima's philosophy thus acts as a metaphor for the rebuilding of Japanese post-war culture. Mishima here channels the same spirit which Nietzsche sought to evoke in his understanding of the new barbarian's pathos of distance. And in identifying Mishima as a reiteration of the tragic artist, we can similarly see how he seeks to bring forth the qualities of Nietzsche's new barbarian, both in his idealization of post-war Japan, seen in his revival of the cyclical feeling of strength and superiority, and in his reassertion of an order of rank, which privileges a self-affirmative value creation for the Japanese people over the imposition of American values. The linkages between colonialism and Christianity will be dealt with in greater detail in the following chapter on Fanon, but for now, it is no secret that American empire itself extends this moral dictum of Christianity, driven by the idea of its manifest destiny, and, as such, Imperial Japan could be viewed as another victim of the slave revolt of morality 2,000 years later in the making. Beautiful muscles, beautiful death. Having established the conceptual overlap between Mishima and Nietzsche, we are finally in a position to confront Mishima's motivation to build a muscular body, to become strong as a necessary preparation for one's death. This is a most provocative thesis, especially when read in relation to Mishima's eventual seppuku, and it may be better understood through a Nietzschean interpretation of the Dionysian and Apollonian forces at play in Mishima's life. It will be contrasted with Nietzsche's own descent into madness, as both he and Mishima exhibit an increasing Dionysian frenzy approaching their end, allowing us to observe and assess these unique yet undoubtedly strange expressions of strength, possibly expressing what Nietzsche termed becoming hard. Where Nietzsche saw the Dionysian emerge from tragic theater, Mishima channels the forces of Dionysus through the power of steel in the practices of bodybuilding and martial arts. For Nietzsche, Dionysian frenzy meets with Apollonian poetry, skillfully wielded by the ancient tragedians to produce the great art of tragedy. For Mishima, it is the Dionysian orgy of pain felt in the muscles, which meets Apollo's illuminated surfaces of beauty, that made his physical body a work of art. Both praised the power of Apollonian art and beauty, but at the same time, both also worshipped the power of Dionysian intoxication of pain and suffering. But in his later work, Nietzsche seemingly came to abandon the Apollonian, privileging the more destructive capacities of the Dionysian, which he championed as the primary force driving the overmen. In addition, the characteristic sense of oneness found in Nietzsche's early works, inspired by his master Schopenhauer's concept of the will to life, is also eschewed, overridden by a more chaotic sense of frenzy and the competing play of forces conceptualized as will to power. And in his prolific fate, Nietzsche himself became increasingly frenzied, journeying into the void of insanity, a result potentially due to his revocation of Apollonian light for Dionysian destruction. We might assume a similar fate was mirrored in Mishima's life, as he too became destructively Dionysian in his final moments of ritual suicide. However, it is important to note the clear divergences in the lifestyles of both Nietzsche and Mishima leading up to their fated ends. Nietzsche remained nomadic and solitary in his later years, searching for optimal climates to soothe his failing health in the Swiss Alps and the French and Italian Rivieras, finding little fame or followers despite his numerous publications. Mishima's life, in contrast, flowed in the opposite direction. He was widely read by the Japanese public, became a renowned celebrity, and extravagantly immersed himself in a glamorous public life as a writer, activist, movie star, and elite socialite. The main distinction between the two is that Mishima found the loquacity of his body later in life, becoming physically stronger as he grew older, getting a great health in his 40s, exhibiting his muscular body in photos, whereas Nietzsche, becoming increasingly isolated with every passing year, was a step closer to the abyss of his eventual collapse and madness. And in his approach to insanity, Nietzsche had begun to sign his letters not with his name, but as Dionysius. He says in his autobiography, thought by some to be written while already mad, among the conditions for a Dionysian task are, in a decisive way, the hardness of the hammer, the joy even in destroying. The imperative, become hard, the most fundamental certainty that all creators are hard, is the distinctive mark of a Dionysian nature. The Dionysian imperative to become hard fits with Nietzsche's metaphor of the hammer of philosophy, but can also be interpreted through Mishima's force of steel as begetting a hardness of the body came through its increasing muscularity. But, as explained by Nietzsche, the hardness afforded by the Dionysian is cultivated in order to participate in the joy in destroying, a joy apparent in the noble's pathos of distance. To become hard is a strengthening of one's physical and psychical capacities to ultimately become warlike, to willingly engage in battle. Moreover, it is to become a worthy opponent with worthwhile enemies. But can one become too hard, too destructive, more an aesthetic terrorist than a Promethean tragic hero/artist? This is a question for the new barbarians. In any case, Where Nietzsche practiced this Dionysian task of becoming hard through philosophy, Mishima acted upon it, making the tragic Dionysian nature his life praxis, channeled through the steel force of bodybuilding and martial arts. Yet, his praxis retained the Apollonian sun, illuminating his beauty, his aesthetic discipline, and the profundity of the surface. And it is in this harmonious collusion of sun and steel, Apollo and Dionysian, that we arrive at Mishima's understanding of achieving a strong and beautiful body as a necessary requirement to confront death. For Mishima, to achieve the heights of Dionysian intoxication and Apollonian beauty, in the shared suffering of life itself, one must shift their perspective towards the romantic understanding of the inevitability of death. As Mishima explains, I cherished a romantic impulse towards death, yet at the same time, I required a strictly classical body as its vehicle. A peculiar sense of destiny made me believe that the reason why my romantic impulse towards death remained unfulfilled in reality was the immensely simple fact that I lacked the necessary physical qualifications. A powerful, tragic frame and sculpturesque muscles were indispensable in a romantically noble death. Any confrontation between weak, flabby flesh and death seemed to me absurdly inappropriate. I lacked, in short, the muscles suitable for a dramatic death. The feeling of Dionysian intoxication is akin to death in its eschewing of the sense of individuality and its euphoric feeling of oneness. Tragedy, of course, follows a narrative structure that concludes with the fated death of the tragic hero. And it is Mishima who romantically plays the part of both writer and actor in his own destiny, narrating himself as his own tragedian and tragic hero, overcoming his own feebleness, cultivating his body like an orchard, and ultimately becoming suitable for a dramatic death. In this way, Mishima fulfills the role of a truly tragic character. The physical perfection of his muscular Apollonian body reflects his ultimate achievement of a romantic, dramatic Dionysian death, inscribing his fate into history as the tragic artist cum new barbarian par excellence. Nietzsche understood the necessity and beauty of strength as one achieved through pain and suffering, symbolized in our seminal cliché, "What does not kill me makes me stronger." Yet, Nietzsche was a sick man, unable to endure the physical training needed to make his body a work of art, and to romantically confront death in Mishima's narration of tragedy. He instead chose to confront death in a different way, journeying into the strangeness of sickness, imparting lessons from those uncharted seas of thought, allowing insanity and death to eventually overtake him, embracing this Dionysian frenzy as his tragic fate. In comparison to the muscular images of Mishima, the many photos of Nietzsche with an overgrown mustache and deadpan eyes, while iconic in their own right, were taken while he was already an invalid in the care of his mother and sister, a shell of a human soon to be representative of the myth of the mad philosopher. There is no doubt that Mishima succeeded in his own project of physical beauty as a prerequisite for death, able to find strength in his newfound idea of the intellectualization of the body, becoming fluent in the language of the flesh, with muscles being the accumulation of his physical wisdom, its loquacious, creative expression. As he states, bulging muscles, A taut stomach and a tough skin, I reasoned, would correspond respectively to an intrepid fighting spirit, the power of dispassionate intellectual judgment, and a robust disposition. To be sure, Nietzsche agreed with Mishima here, entrusting the body more than the mind. There is more reason in your body than in your best wisdom. Alas, Nietzsche could only theorize the body with an ideal of strength from his position afar from the shores of health. Mishima willed the intrepid fighting spirit of the new barbarian into his own existence, wielding a Promethean fire with the force of the sun that could ignite a new Japan, embodying a barbaric aesthetic with bulging muscles and a robust warrior disposition, brought on by the force of steel, ultimately fulfilling Nietzsche's Dionysian prophecy of becoming hard. Only by strengthening the body could Mishima unite art and action into a singular practice. To truly embody his artistic warrior will and his proclaimed destiny. As he explains, the goal of my life was to acquire all the various attributes of the warrior. I often thought and remarked to others that now, if ever, was the time for reviving the old Japanese ideal of a combination of letters and the martial arts, of art and action. The synthesis of art and action becomes Mishima's grand new style within post-war Japan, one which blends the function of art as a life-preserving force holding death at bay through its creative expressions, with that of action, which primes the body, welcoming death as its only worthy opponent and courting its coming confrontation. Similar to Nietzsche, Mishima presents the artist as a preserver of life. For example, the sculptor who commemorates the moment of glory of the flesh in imperishable marble. For the artist, Mishima says, death is held in check, yet at the same time used as a driving force. But for the man of action, the warrior, or the tragic hero, Mishima sees death as the ultimate opponent, who will yield to no one, and as such, one must endow the body with heroic physical attributes. This is explained by Mishima as having a mighty nihilism, borrowing again from Nietzsche, but in particular, one which is always related to a mighty body and well-tempered muscles. Thus, Mishima seeks a blending of both artist and warrior figures in what he calls a paradoxical duality. But in comparison with Nietzsche, who celebrates both the artist and warrior with equal enthusiasm, Mishima, highly influenced by Bushido and his military training, seemingly privileges the warrior's will as physical training better serves the purpose of achieving a strong and beautiful body ripe for a romantic and noble death. This is a different type of tragic artist than Nietzsche's, possibly more a new barbarian. Mishima is a tragic martial artist, one who mobilizes the body not only for its sensuous creativity, but also for its muscularity, serving as both a necessary preparation for and a provocation to death itself. Here, Mishima muses on death as if a samurai preparing for a final war. For the cult of the hero is ultimately the basic principle of the body, and in the long run is intimately involved with the contrast between the robustness of the body and the destruction that is death. And he continues, since death, it seems, will yield to no one, the glory of victory can be nothing more than a purely worldly glory in its highest form. Thus spoke Mishima. Conclusion: the tragic martial artist. The relationship between the body and death is clear to Mishima. To confront the inevitable opponent of death and to achieve worldly glory in one's destiny, one must firstly build a beautiful, muscular form, to be, at base, physically prepared to engage in life's inevitable pain and suffering, or else be crushed by it. Or, as Nietzsche would say, one must become hard to allow one to claim a valiant once more of life, courting the return of the same in its eternal recurrence. When strength is activated in its physical form, one can then face life's challenges more courageously, more boldly, as Mishima's metaphor of the scale measuring both muscle and steel, self and world, art and action, are placed in balance, each side growing proportionately as the other increases. More so, greater fluency in the language of the flesh allows one to seek out greater challenges and worthier enemies, the worthiest enemy for Mishima being death itself. Ultimately, to increase the body's capacity is to enact physical processes of becoming stronger, overcoming that which does not kill you by engaging with the resistance presented by the force of steel needed to achieve the grand beauty of muscularity. One must remember, though, that Mishima praised muscles not only for their capacity of brute strength, but more so for their aesthetic value, uniting the force of steel with that of the illuminating capacities of the sun, mighty physicality which serves the purposes of form over function. Mishima practiced the synthesis of art and action, making oneself an art object through the practice of bodybuilding as the corporeal expression of the tragic and the noble's good, one that enables that hidden feeling of a pathos of distance. This is equated with Nietzsche's rendering of barbaric strength, where the noble must be not only physically prepared, but more so psychically superior, embodying a self-affirming value system. Taken together, both render a hardened disposition that emotes the warrior's value of courageousness in order for them to embrace life's suffering and inevitable engagement with tragic death. Yet, in the context of a crippled post-war Japan, Mishima places much greater emphasis on the need for physical strength over the psychic, the warrior over the artist, action over art, indeed arguing that physical training must take precedence over training of the intellect. One can clearly perceive the political motivation to oppose the image of a flower arranging Japan and instead stimulate the hidden warrior mindset that Mishima privileged. But there is also a philosophical and existential explanation for this shift in emphasis of the physical over the intellectual, as Mishima explains in his critique of the closeted philosopher who cannot understand or appreciate death. To embrace suffering is the constant role of physical courage. Physical courage is, as it were, the source of that taste for understanding and appreciating death that, more than anything else, is a prime condition for making true awareness of death possible. However much the closeted philosopher mulls over the idea of death, so long as he remains divorced from the physical courage that is a prerequisite for an awareness of it, he will remain unable even to grasp it. Mishima challenges the philosopher who denies that the physicality of the body is the primary site for understanding the idea of death, stating sharply that the poverty of the philosopher lies in their lack of physical courage, which is a prerequisite for confronting death nobly. One can only understand death once a powerful physique is built through the mastery of the language of the flesh. More to the point, Mishima states that these closeted philosophers are cynical of hero worship because of their own sense of physical inferiority. Anyone who is engaged in intense physical training knows that when reaching unbearable levels of fatigue, one perceives a feeling akin to death. Mishima, the tragic martial artist, understood this well, that to become truly fluent in the language of the body, to go through the rigors of building a muscular physique, is to intimately acquaint oneself with this perceived sense of dying, thereby preparing oneself for the inevitable confrontation with death. Thus, Mishima's prescription to prioritize physical training over intellectual pursuits. For both Mishima and Nietzsche, it is through the participation of collective physical suffering that the body is primed to experience a Dionysian visceration of the self, feeling an accompanying euphoria and frenzy, both of which approach an intimate feeling of oncoming death. Mishima's critique of the closeted philosopher parallels Nietzsche's insights into the life-denying, body-hating slave morality of the ascetic priests who leveraged their physical inferiority and channeled their ressentiment into a new moral order. But a question arises about whether Mishima goes too far here in assuming that the closeted philosopher remains divorced from physical courage. A counter-argument might be waged that the physically inferior philosopher can potentially have a greater sensitivity to death precisely because of their failing body, that they do not necessarily suffer from a lack of courage against death, but may possibly hold a more intimate understanding of it, as a condition of weakness only serves to amplify one's sensitivity to death's proximity. One cannot help but think of Nietzsche's courage to write his greatest books in his last years of his sane life, all the while experiencing a steep decline in health and spiraling towards inevitable madness. Contrast this courage with that of Mishima, bronzed and hardened by sun and steel in his final moments before committing seppuku. Who stands more courageous? Who better adheres to the new noble barbaric type? Who best exemplifies the cliché, "What does not kill me makes me stronger"? One must take into account the historical context of both figures, sympathizing with the fate of each, along with the differing styles of strength necessary to meet those challenges. In closing, let us remember again Nietzsche's thoughts on courage and the existential attitude of amor fati. Man, however, is the most courageous animal. Hence, he overcame every animal. Courage, however, is the best slayer. Courage which attacks, which slays even death itself. For it says, "Was that life? Well then, once more." Nietzsche posits the artist-philosopher as a form of the overman who courts life once more. In turn, Mishima embodies this figure as the most courageous animal, one that slays and attacks death, equipped with the beauty of the muscular body. He presents the artist-warrior as his archetype of strength, reinterpreting both the tragic artist and the new barbarian for his own ends. By uniting the intoxicating vision of a new Japan with the steeled force of the strengthened body, Mishima emerged as the genius artist of sun and steel, word and body, art and action. And in Mishima's most glorious noble death, met by the force of sharpened steel, we squint at the blinding force of the sun radiating from his tragic life. Chapter 4. Frantz Fanon's Detoxifying Violence. The Martinican-born French-Algerian psychiatrist and political activist Frantz Fanon became infamous in the 1950s for his advocacy of revolutionary violence towards the purpose of international decolonization. His book, The Wretched of the Earth, was banned in France shortly after its publication, and existing copies were removed from bookstore shelves. Caricatured by some as an apostle of violence, Fanon's espousal of violence was intended as a means for colonized subjects to overcome their alienation under oppressive colonial structures, as a therapeutic method to heal their increasing inferiority complex and emancipate them from a compartmentalized, psychoaffective existence. Fanon's prescription of violence was an attempt at rendering the colonized individual healthy in their psychological, cultural, linguistic, and politico-economic existence. But how does a prescription of violence make one healthier, if not stronger? In this chapter, we will explore the relationship between violence and health, reading this through Nietzsche's cliché of strength. This will be done primarily by comparing Fanon's and Nietzsche's descriptions of the origins of sickness and weakness and their relationship to the power of language. In particular, Fanon's analysis of the inferiority complex of the colonized is highly salient for our interpretation of a becoming stronger, one which we will understand in this context as the possibility of a becoming healthy. This approaches what Nietzsche conceptualized as humanity's goal of great health, a new health, stronger, more seasoned, tougher, more audacious and gayer than any previous health. Ultimately, the following examination will present Fanon as an exemplar of a linguistic style of strength, as well as being representative of Nietzsche's figure of the philosophical physician. What will be emphasized here is that the intersection of Fanon's prescription of violence and Nietzsche's concept of strength lies at their shared understanding of how subjects are formed by a repeated play of dominations in the history of language. This explains how ideas of strong/weak, healthy/sick, superior/inferior, and so on are culturally perpetuated, politically institutionalized, and psychologically internalized. Both Fanon and Nietzsche present us with similar perspectives explaining how the effects of colonialism and Christianity respectively have perpetually weakened and inferiorized particular subjects under their historical structures of domination. Moreover, they emphasize the necessity of analyzing the causes of these ailments, diagnosing them as philosophical physicians in order to overcome/destroy sickness, healing all of humanity by initiating a new process of becoming stronger to acquire a great health. In addition, both Fanon and Nietzsche share a similar ontology of power in their respective readings of the agents who create and orchestrate sicknesses, the colonizer and the ascetic priest. For Fanon, the relationship between the colonized and colonizer occurs both economically and linguistically, whereby the colonizer enforces military rule over the land of the colonized to extract resources and imposes their cultural European values. For Nietzsche, a similar relationship occurs between the suffering herd and ascetic priest, whereby the priest enforces a religious structure upon the suffering subject by imposing a metaphysical structure onto their being, i.e., God as truth. As the colonizer secures their position as the governing body over the colonized lands, the ascetic priest similarly secures their authority as the primary savior over their herd souls, both enforcing a particular moral value system of good/evil over their ruled subjects. Where the inferiorized colonial subject and weakened religious sufferer meet is in the origins of their identity formation. Through an imposed language system that fixes them into a category of evil, characterized by a string of signifiers, irrational, savage, dirty, etc., vis-a-vis the European colonizers/Christian good, rational, civilized, clean, etc. The installation of the language/value system by the colonizer/priest is then followed by an assimilation project of the colonized herd, offering them a false promise of greater strength and health through the internationalization/salvation of European/Christian ideals. Lastly, both Fanon and Nietzsche share a vision of the future centered on gaining strength and health for the betterment of humanity as a whole. For Fanon, violence is a kind of discharge of the colonized accumulated affects produced by their existence in the compartmentalized condition of colonialism. For Fanon, the colonized must seek what he calls channels of release for these pent-up affects, enabling the colonized to expunge their feelings of inferiority and ultimately achieving their muscular dreams of freedom. Self-determination in a decolonial world is the basis for creating what Fanon eventually calls a new man. Similarly, Nietzsche's vision of the future also seeks to usher in a new overman, the being that overcomes the inherent weakening of decadent Christian values, moving towards a creative, self-affirming revaluation of values. Yet, to be sure, there are marked differences between the two approaches. Fanon's decolonial project is direct and clear in its political goals and methods, while Nietzsche's project of the revaluation of values is highly ambiguous and open-ended, a difference which can be understood as a result of their particular historical moment and position. During the Algerian War, Fanon was a prominent member of the Front de Libération Nationale, Algiers' national political party. The high stakes of this conflict forced his work to be more prescriptive, as the need for political change was immediate. And ultimately, it was this sense of urgency which led him to advocate for revolutionary violence as the only viable option for the colonial world. Nietzsche, on the other hand, occupied a seat at the heart of European high culture, associating closely with the great Wagner as well as prominent scholars in the academe, all the while witnessing the burgeoning industrial power of Bismarck's Germany come to fruition. Later in life, he adopted a simpler, nomadic existence, living alone in small rented rooms and hiking into mountainous terrains far removed from immediate societal and political concerns. In contrast to Fanon writing on the front lines of battle, Nietzsche's nomadic lifestyle ultimately afforded him a longer perspective on the future, reflected in his lofty, seemingly ambiguous philosophical goals. When placing Nietzsche's and Fanon's projects beside each other, both conflicts and complements arise. Below, we will compare in greater depth and detail Fanon's reasoning behind his prescription of violence and how the colonized subject is made sick, weak, and inferiorized under the colonial structure, with Nietzsche's understanding of the ascetic priest's imposition of power over his herd through the language of good and evil. Following, a discussion on the value of violence in both Fanon and Nietzsche as an effective channel of release will be presented. We will conclude with some thoughts on how both put forth the archetype of a new man/overman, figures who, respectively, redefine racial and moral relations for a future, possibly post-colonial revaluation of values. Fanon's horror of weakness and the myth of blackness. Fanon was a French-educated psychiatrist who practiced both in colonial France and colonized Algeria throughout the 1950s. But as a black man born in Martinique, Fanon experienced a lifetime of racism, which he deftly describes throughout his writings. In his first book, Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon uses a stylistic assemblage of philosophy, clinical psychiatry, literature, film, and personal anecdotes to articulate how the black man living in France experiences a crippling inferiority complex due to the racist colonial structure. Interestingly, the manuscript was a rejected dissertation submitted during his medical degree, originally entitled Essay on the Disalienation of the Black. Instead of the common literature review and analysis as would be expected from the genre of an academic dissertation, the text is written in a highly personalized style, describing his lived experience grappling with a racial identity confronted by the white gaze. In a letter to his brother, Fanon intimately expresses the great suffering which motivated the text. To my brother Felix, I offer this work. The greatness of a man is to be found not in his acts, but in his style. Existence does not resemble a steadily rising curve, but a slow and sometimes sad series of ups and downs. I have a horror of weakness. I understand them, but I do not like them. I do not agree with those who think it possible to live life at an easy pace. I don't want this. I don't think you do either. First, one notices Fanon's emphasis on style here, and is reminded of Nietzsche's insight that style was the one thing needed to give oneself character, defined by curating and composing one's strengths and weaknesses. But in addition to his musing on style, Fanon describes having a horror of weakness, being a black man in France, constantly subjected to existence as a slow and sad series of ups and downs. This psychological condition of weakness will be identified by Fanon as an inferiority complex, the colonized's primary psychological sickness, which Fanon himself appears to be suffering from. Against this, Fanon gestures to a Nietzschean form of becoming stronger, that of rejecting the desire for life at an easy pace, seeing a horror of weakness as something to overcome, a potential sickness to be cured. To afford a cure, the cause of the illness must be identified, and Fanon begins his diagnosis in Black Skin, White Masks by categorizing the black man apart from the white man in a Manichaean concept of the world, understanding that an imposed ontological split exists between good and evil along racial lines. Identifying these two racial camps of black and white is a necessary starting assumption as this primary relation explains the foundational conditions causing the illness of an inferiority complex in the black man. As Fanon explains, the juxtaposition of the white and black races has created a massive psychoexistential complex. I hope by analyzing it to destroy it. This analysis of the black man's inferiority is initiated as an act meant to ultimately destroy the illness. As to diagnose the cause of this weakened existence under colonialism will necessarily result in finding its cure. The method that Fanon applies for this analysis is what he calls ontogenetic, whereby the symptoms of the colonial subject are not biologically determined, but instead symptomatic of the structural relations of colonialism. Thus, Fanon's fundamental starting assumption is that there is no inherent truth in the colonizer's assumption that the life of a black man is biologically inferior to the European. For Fanon, the condition of inferiority is a symptomatic sickness incurred as a result of the economic and linguistic practices of a colonial system instituted by the white European masters. For Fanon, language plays a salient role in authorizing power. In Fanon's context of colonialism under France, the black man suffers from an inferiority complex that is caused by the exploitative economic system of colonialism, as well as what he calls a process of internalization or epidermalization, the imposition of a cultural linguistic structure that reinforces racial signifiers which uphold the whole racist project of white European superiority and black inferiority. As such, Fanon posits that to understand the lived experience of the black man, one must interrogate the phenomena of language that dictates the social relations between the colonized and their colonial masters. Fanon explains that language is an expression of being part of a culture. To speak means to be in a position to use a certain syntax, to grasp the morphology of this or that language, but it means above all to assume a culture, to support the weight of a civilization. Within colonial relations, Fanon outlines two facts. White men consider themselves superior to black men, and two, black men want to prove to white men the equal value of their intellect. As European culture is assumed to be superior and is reinforced by the political economic might of the colonizer through the annexation of land and resources, the colonized subject is forced into an assimilation project where he must now appropriate European values through the language of the colonizer. This, as Fanon explains it, is where the black man is confronted by the dilemma, turn white or disappear. As such, for Fanon, the black man is forever placed in a position where he has to prove his own worth in the face of his European master, to demonstrate that he is capable of being intellectually equal with the colonizer. But this, to be sure, is a paradoxical position, as the pressure to become equal to the European pushes the black man into an inauthentic existence of having to wear a white mask to hide his black skin. As Fanon explains, to wear a white mask is to perform as if one were a European, to change one's way of speech, dress, mannerism, thought, and so on, in order to align with the master's culture. Thus, the colonizer's assimilation project works to devaluate the black subject's understanding of the self, internalizing one's own skin and body as inferior, forced to turn white or disappear. In the attempt to prove one's worth under the white gaze, one dons the white mask, forever kowtowing to the superiority of the colonial master. And in the inevitable failure of their assimilation, the black man must repeatedly confront the inferiority of their epidermal existence. Fanon, the intellectual black man par excellence, was himself caught in this assimilative dilemma, to turn white or disappear, stuck in this paradoxical existence, this liminal corporeality of the black skin white mask. Yet, Fanon attempted to navigate his way out of the inferiority complex, as shown in the articulation of his numerous anecdotes and psychological reflections, as if working through a talking cure with himself and the reader. This results in a self-analysis that begins to understand and unravel the origins of his harmful psychoaffective condition, the cause of his horror of weakness. In analyzing himself, Fanon says, "Out of the blackest part of my soul, across the zebra striping of my mind, surges this desire to be suddenly white. I wish to be acknowledged not as black, but as white. Now, this is a form of recognition that Hegel had not envisaged. Who but a white woman can do this for me? By loving me, she proves that I am worthy of white love. I am loved like a white man. I am a white man. Her love takes me onto the noble road that leads to total realization. I marry white culture, white beauty, white whiteness. When my restless hands caress those white breasts, they grasp white civilization and dignity and make them mine." Here, Fanon tries to escape his epidermalization through the caress of white women. And by grasping at the corporeality of whiteness, he approaches the possibility of becoming white himself, grasping white civilization, feeling loved like a white man, a slave seeking the recognition of his master through the intimacy of love. And then, coming to a full realization that the dialectic of inferiority/superiority cannot be resolved in this way, he resigns himself to being yet another black man, zebra-striped, black-skinned, donning a white mask, a solitary black soul lost in an unachievable dream, desiring to become white. Fanon's main point here is that the black man has misconceived of becoming white as a becoming stronger, when it is in fact a becoming weaker. This was the racial state of European society that Fanon sees as a cruel farce playing out all around him. Upon arriving in France, the black man undergoes a distorted metamorphosis, exaggeratedly rolling his R's, ostentatiously adopting European fashion and salaciously pursuing French women. But, for Fanon, this attempt at assimilation is all for naught. The black man will never be a Parisian. Instead, he will forever be a Negro, forever inferiorized under the gaze of white European culture. The primary fact that white men consider themselves superior to black men is not something that will be simply overcome by the current manner of wearing white masks and appropriating European culture. No, the black skin will always precede and pervade the perception of the white gaze, however triumphant the performance of the black actor who plays the part of the white man. Under the mask, after the moment of playing is past, he's still just another inferior black man, a farcical caricature of the supposedly superior European man. Fanon is clear here. What I am asserting is that the European has a fixed concept of the Negro. This fixed concept of the black man is unconquerable through the means of assimilation, as the concept of blackness has been ossified through linguistic processes of racial signification. In other words, the black man is inferiorized through a continuum of meanings that subjugate him into his inferiority. The European believes in this black myth, constituted by numerous stereotypes about black people, perpetuated through a long history of racial signification built into European culture. To expound on this, Fanon cites his own case study where he questions 500 Europeans of the white race about associations with the word Negro. He explains that the word brought forth biology, penis, strong, athlete, potent, boxer, Joe Louis, Jesse Owens, Senegalese troops, savage, animal, devil, sin. These signifiers related to blackness form a constellation of black myths related to black sexuality, intellect, morality, and aesthetics. Fanon identifies that black people are first stereotyped at the genital level, for instance, eroticized as the black athlete. For Fanon, it is because the black man is equated with the phallic that he is feared and hated. He theorizes that the white man desires to take sexual revenge on him, for instance through lynching. Ultimately, Fanon says that the Negro is eclipsed. He is turned into a penis. He is a penis. And as such, the black man is fixed as a concept into the biological, stripped of any intellectuality and, instead, rendered phallically, turned into a penis. Historically seen by Europeans as inherently incapable of achieving reason due to their biology, Fanon explains that black people are socially infantilized, signified, and treated with the intellectuality of children. He describes how French doctors would speak to black people in pidgin, enacting an inherent paternalism between black and white. As Fanon says, we can already state that to talk pidgin is to express this thought by the European. You'd better keep your place. Lastly, black people are signified as constituting a biological danger, and ultimately assigned both moral and aesthetic meaning. As Fanon explains of the Europeans' fixed conception of blackness, the black man is the symbol of evil and ugliness. All these signifiers culminate in a language of blackness, or what Fanon later calls the myth of the Negro, which informs the relations of European colonial masters vis-à-vis non-European colonized peoples. Fanon identifies this through numerous case studies from psychology, literature, and film, as well as his own psychiatric practice. He describes how this fixed conception of blackness operates and pervades colonial living. The most impactful example in Black Skin is Fanon's own experience of being confronted by a white child while riding a train. Fanon sets up the situation as such. He is gazed upon by a white child who says to his mother, "Look, a Negro. Mama, see the Negro. I'm frightened." Fanon is shaken by this reaction, by the fear evoked by his presence, by the blackness of his skin, and says to himself, "I made up my mind to laugh myself to tears, but laughter had become impossible." Fanon explains the immediate feeling of his body rending, that his corporeal scheme was replaced by a radical epidermal schema, becoming triply split, experiencing an overwhelming nausea and intense existential disorientation. Fanon says of himself, "My body was given back to me, sprawled out, distorted, recolored, clad in the morning in that white winter day. The Negro is an animal. The Negro is bad. The Negro is mean. The Negro is ugly." These signifiers of blackness, this language that fixes blackness to inferiority, is the curse of the black myth, creating an untenable existence under the white gaze, which penetrates the black body's corporeal and psychological defenses. Even a white child can wield the colonizer's linguistic power, effectively dissecting Fanon's black body and splitting his being wide open, sprawled out, distorted, recolored. This imbues him with the colonizer's signification of being bad, evil, ugly, and feared, all meanings that impede the black man's ability to feel a sense of equality with his white countrymen and categorically reinforce his ensuing sense of inferiority. Fanon explains of this horrific experience of crippling weakness brought on by a child's gaze. The evidence was there, unalterable. My blackness was there, dark and unarguable. And it tormented me, pursued me, disturbed me, angered me. Negroes are savages, brutes, illiterates. But in my own case, I knew that these statements were false. There was a myth of the Negro that had to be destroyed at all costs. Fanon's blackness, the epidermalization of his inferiority complex, becomes a site of torment, the cause of his sickness, the origins of his horror of weakness. Perpetuated by the myth of the Negro, internalized by all subjects, both colonizer and colonized, Fanon knows that the only form of curing the ailments of the colonized is that this myth had to be destroyed at all costs. To destroy the myth, to attack the linguistic imposition of the supremacist European culture that underpins the colonial structure, was to simultaneously destroy the sickness that infects all subjects under colonial rule, rehabilitating the colonized, rendering them cured, strong, and healthy, ultimately liberating them from the assimilating power of the weakening white mask. The effective control of the ascetic priest. For Fanon, destroying the myth of blackness was the only remedy for the sickness of inferiority, the detoxifying cure for his horror of weakness. And to destroy this myth, Fanon prescribes the therapeutic praxis of revolutionary violence enacted by the colonized subject. But before arriving at this final prescription, it behooves us to compare Nietzsche's surprisingly similar reading of how language operates in the context of moral relations to fully appreciate Fanon's violent overcoming of race relations in the colonial situation. In particular, as we've seen in Fanon's description, a strong relationship exists between the phenomenon of language, which constitutes the black man, and the effective experience of inferiority under colonialism. That is, the power of language is intimately imbricated with the power of affect, which dictates the corporeal, lived existence of the black colonial subject. In Fanon's narrative, the white child's recognition of blackness through the white gaze, look a Negro, and the effective reaction, I'm frightened, is connected by the linguistic signification of the black myth perpetuated by the colonial language structure of a supremacist European culture. Despite Fanon identifying himself as an intellectual, his black body gets equated with the signifiers of savage, penis, evil, and so on, and the child reacts with a feeling of fear. While the fearful child cowers behind the mother, afraid of what the Negro may do, in actuality, the power of the child's words and the white gaze have much greater destructive effects on Fanon's own body, inciting nausea and corporeal dislocation. The result of this is ostensibly a psychotic episode experienced by Fanon, or possibly a psychological breakthrough, however one may choose to read it. As such, the operation of affect within the linguistic economy of racial signifiers is salient in understanding the final prescription of violence for Fanon, which can emancipate the colonial subject from their position of sickness and weakness to one of health and strength. We have discussed extensively Nietzsche's philosophical crown jewel of identifying the linguistic differences between the master's valuation of good/bad in contrast to slave morality's good/evil. We have also touched upon the slave's revolt's new system of power which resulted in the taming of man, which continues up to our contemporary moment in Western civilization. Thus, to gain a more complete understanding of Fanon's final prescription of violence, we will delve deeper into the etiologies of weakness and sickness in both the herd and colonized peoples, originating from and orchestrated by the figure of the ascetic priest. The ascetic priest. In the third essay of On the Genealogy of Morals entitled What is the Meaning of Ascetic Ideals?, Nietzsche describes the archetype of the priest, whom he identifies as using the ascetic ideal as his chief weapon and best instrument of power. For Nietzsche, the ascetic ideal was the ascetic priest's most powerful weapon because it allowed them to leverage their inherent weakness as a source of strength. As opposed to the powerful physicality of the noble masters, the priests promoted asceticism in their revaluation of good, espousing a hatred for the body and all its sensuousness as the reason for their suffering. All of this is motivated by a will to revenge, which Nietzsche terms ressentiment, a deep-seated affective desire to harm one's former masters, to take revenge for one's history of suffering, and to relieve the long-term hatred born of one's own sense of inferiority. To be sure, the priest was an inferiorized subject similar to the colonized people Fanon describes, but in the priest's ascent to a position of ruling authority, they became highly insidious in their use and abuse of power. This serves as a cautionary tale for any revolutionary movement, that ressentiment ultimately poisons one's body, thoughts, and actions, contaminating all future relations. As opposed to being strong in the noble sense of valuing health, excess of energy, beauty, adventure, and so forth, the ascetic priest severs strength from its corporeal basis and, instead, gains strength in their ability to transcend earthly suffering by a praxis of sacrificing the body, imposing ritual regimens of restricted corporeal pleasures, diet, solitude, sexual restraint, etc., and embracing the Christian virtues of weakness, humbleness, and humility as the highest good. Being naturally weak, the ascetic priest reconfigures the ideal good of the noble, paving a new path to justice and righteousness, guaranteeing the herd's entrance into the true world of the kingdom of heaven through increased weakness. As Nietzsche explains, the ascetic ideal becomes the will of the weak to represent some form of superiority by their instinct for devious paths to tyranny over the healthy. A will which Nietzsche strikingly identifies as the will to power of the weakest. Let us be clear then, the use of the ascetic ideal by the priest is as an expression of the will to power of weakness, one which becomes the dominant source of moral power and authority for the next 2,000 years. To be sure, this was a life-preserving move by subordinated subjects, as it springs from the protective instinct of a degenerating life, which tries by all means to sustain itself and to fight for its existence. Inherently unable to defend themselves from the stronger, knightly aristocratic caste, the priestly caste necessarily had to formulate a new moral value system to survive, presenting the ascetic ideal as an artifice for the preservation of life. But while its origins are life-preserving for a particular group of subjects, over time, this ideal acquires a new type of power over the God-fearing herd. For Nietzsche, the ascetic priest preys on these herds of tamed man by asserting the ascetic ideal for their own purposes of power, gaining control over the totality of their being. As Nietzsche explains, it is precisely this power that enables him to persuade to existence the whole herd of ill-constituted, disgruntled, underprivileged, unfortunate, and all who suffer of themselves by instinctively going before them as their shepherd. Positioned now as the shepherd over the sickly herd, the ascetic priest is able to control both the linguistic conception of good/evil, as well as direct the affective state of their suffering subjects. But for Nietzsche, the irony is that the priest himself is a sick subject, part of the caste that has historically suffered as a weak and impotent hater under the strong and noble castes. All men of ressentiment, physiologically unfortunate and worm-eaten, a whole tremulous realm of subterranean revenge, inexhaustible and insatiable in outbursts against the fortunate and happy. The priest enacts their will for revenge against humanity by poisoning the consciences of the fortunate with their own misery, so that one day the fortunate began to be ashamed of their good fortune. Thus, for Nietzsche, humanity's sickness of bad conscience was a direct result of the priest's poisonous ressentiment. In this first reevaluation of values instantiated by the priestly caste, the greatest reversal of morality from good/bad to good/evil initiated a historical milestone in the effective taming of humanity. Under this new moral structure, humanity felt a deep sense of guilt for feeling powerful, strong, and healthy, or even for having good fortune. And it was the priest who came to dominate this moral hierarchy, infecting the world with their own misery and weakness, making all sufferers dependent on them as their shepherd and earthly savior. As Nietzsche explains, he brings salves and balm with him, no doubt. But before he can act as a physician, he first has to wound. When he then stills the pain of the wound, he at the same time infects the wound. For that is what he knows to do best of all, this sorcerer and animal tamer, in whose presence everything healthy necessarily grows sick, and everything sick, tame. The taming of humanity and the moral triumph of the will of the weak and sick over the will of the strong and healthy renders all those who suffer under bad conscience unable to find purpose in their meager, mediocre, now meaningless life, severed from the knowledge of their body, losing the original source of their meaning of good, and slowly suffering from a guilt complex due to their previous drives having been blunted upon entry into a peaceful, Christianized civil society. In this new, weakened existence, the fallen barbaric nobility of humanity seeks a new reason, a new purpose, a cure for their guilty conscience and newly incurred nihilism. And it is the priest who offers his remedies for the sufferer's affective wounds, acting as a metaphysical physician, wielding the priest's distinctive art of the ascetic ideal, providing his healing salves and balms of salvation, ultimately winning mastery over the herd's affective state. The priest does so by presenting a denial of the sensuous body as a promise for a better life beyond, perspective which Nietzsche views as an all-encompassing hatred of life on earth. And with the suffering herd now under the priest's control, they're able to wield his most important power. They can alter the direction of ressentiment. Here, the priest gains a power not only over the language used and internalized by the herd, but specifically over how the herd feels, that is, their affective state, directing their pangs of guilt into ressentiment against their former masters, now understood through the concept of evil. The priest garners a complete stranglehold over the herd's minds and bodies, promising to save their souls through the seemingly God-given power of morality. And in turn, it is the herd that worships them for this. Yet, offering a meaning and purpose to the suffering herd is only the beginning of their poisonous methods. How exactly does the priest establish the herd's full dependency, taking complete control of the direction of their affects? Nietzsche explains the herd's psychology. Every sufferer instinctively seeks a cause for his suffering, more exactly, an agent, still more specifically, a guilty agent who is susceptible to suffering. In short, some living thing upon which he can, or some pretext or other, vent his affects, actually or in effigy. For the venting of his affects represents the greatest attempt on the part of the suffering to win relief, anesthesia. The priest exploits the desire for the suffering subject to find an agent to vent their affects onto, to direct their inherent feelings of ressentiment in a way that relieves themselves, to deaden pain by means of an effective release, finding an existential anesthesia for their corporeal suffering, their bad conscience, and, ultimately, the lack of meaning in their lives. Here, the ascetic priest has the answers to all the herd's problems. I suffer. Someone must be to blame for it. Thus thinks every sickly sheep. But his shepherd, the ascetic priest, tells him, "Quite so, my sheep. Someone must be to blame for it. But you yourself are the someone. You alone are to blame for it. You alone are to blame for yourself." This is brazen and false enough, but one thing at least is achieved by it. The direction of ressentiment is altered. Insisting that the herd are all sick in their feelings of suffering, and seeking relief through the venting of affects, the priest gives them a direction, a target, an agent for their affects to be released upon. And that evil enemy to blame is none other than themselves. It becomes the sufferers themselves who are deemed evil, guilty, and sinful. Damned by the priest, the already sick herd now blame themselves for their own suffering. Become weaker. Deny yourself, your life, and your body, as you are the cause of your own suffering, the priest commands the herd. The shepherd priest now stands over their sick herd as the authority of their affects and final arbiter over the definition of the good, further inflicting wounds, perpetually weakening the herd's constitution. And in controlling their feelings of weakness, the priest in turn denies them their potential of strength and health, forever positioning them as sick, guilty, and sinful in the eyes of their Savior, making them forever dependent and grateful for this false meaning of suffering in their current life, now forced to do all that they can to attain that promised true world beyond in the kingdom of heaven. In our grand attempt at understanding the manifold concept of strength, Nietzsche presents us with quite a wonder to behold. The figure of the insidious ascetic priest who becomes stronger at the expense of making their herd perpetually weaker. Colonialism and Christianity. Nietzsche's critique of morality in his genealogy is essential for understanding the decadent state of European society, shaped and perpetuated by the dominance of a Judeo-Christian value system. Built upon an ascetic ideal that glorifies sickness, weakness, and resentment, this value system represents for Nietzsche the true calamity in the history of European health, if not the health of the entire world. If Europe is suffering from this sickness at the turn of the 20th century, as Nietzsche proclaims, then this is the same sick world inherited by Fanon in his colonial world only a few decades after Nietzsche's death. The European colonial master presents himself as an ascetic priest to the colonial subject, applying those same techniques of effective and linguistic control to weaken the colonized subject, bringing evil black bodies into the fold of his colonized herd through the new ideal of the good European, which is concomitant with the Judeo-Christian value system critiqued by Nietzsche. For Fanon, this relationship is obvious, clearly equating colonialism with Christianity. As he states in his infamous book, The Wretched of the Earth, triumphant reports by the missions in fact tell us how deep the seeds of alienation have been sown among the colonized. I am talking of Christianity, and this should come as no surprise to anybody. The church in the colonies is a white man's church, a foreigner's church. It does not call the colonized to the ways of God, but to the ways of the white man, to the ways of the master, the ways of the oppressor. The white man, the European master, is now the stand-in for the figure of God for the colonized, as the ascetic priest had been for his herd. Fanon continues, the colonized subject also manages to lose sight of the colonist through religion. Fatalism relieves the oppressor of all responsibility, since the cause of wrongdoing, poverty, and the inevitable can be attributed to God. The individual thus accepts the devastation decreed by God, grovels in front of the colonist, bows to the hand of fate, and mentally readjusts to acquire the serenity of stone. Here, Fanon sees how the language of God and the subsequent myth of the Negro used to deem black subjects evil are used by the colonizer to relieve themselves of the responsibility of their oppression. But more importantly, as Nietzsche identified above, the colonized subject learns to blame themselves, accepting their fate as decreed by God, a fate politically, economically, and linguistically constructed by the colonial priests themselves. Thus, with the insights gleaned from both Nietzsche and Fanon, we can now understand how the colonial project asserts a racial valuation of white superiority/black inferiority, informed by a longer history of religious valuation founded on Judeo-Christianity, one brought about by the ascetic priest and the over 2,000-year-old and ongoing slave revolt of morality. As such, the alienation of the colonized subject identified by Fanon, that is, the colonized inherent weakening and persistent sickness understood as an inferiority complex, is a historical product of this genealogy of morals originating with the priest's will to power of weakness. And when read with Fanon's understanding of the signifiers underpinning the myth of blackness, it is clear that the extended colonial control of the priestly caste over its new sufferers is continuously realized through the language of good and evil, where evil is now defined not only in relation to the affects of the once strong and healthy noble castes, but reinforced along racial lines of black, white to justify European colonization. With this understood, we are now in a position to interpret Fanon's need for violence as a cure for the colonized sickness by a revolutionary redirection of the affects that highlights a direct historical continuation of the priest's techniques of control by the colonial European masters. Fanon explains how the colonizers, these new priests, produce volatile affective states of inferiority, alienation, and compartmentalization in the colonized herd, leading to his final prescription for violence, where the colonized's accumulated affects are redirected back at their masters as a channel of release through decolonial revolution. Violence as channel of release. As Fanon says of the formation of colonial subjectivity, the feeling of inferiority of the colonized is the correlative to the European's feeling of superiority. Let us have the courage to say it outright. It is the racist who creates his inferior. Within the colonial situation, the colonized subject is ontologically fixed in a position of inferiority, created by the colonial master's racist structures of superiority, upheld by the morality of good/evil. As Fanon describes in Black Skin, this is achieved first by the economic exploitation of resources, land, and labor, enforced through military might, and second by the imposition of linguistic, i.e., myth of the Negro, as well as affective, i.e., white masks, systems of control to preserve the racial hierarchy. To overcome the colonial structure which renders the colonized a sick herd, Fanon ultimately prescribes violence as the necessary cure to detoxify the colonized body. Yet, this final treatment is not simply a reactionary project of trading the colonizer's violence for revolutionary violence. Rather, it is intimately tied to the simultaneous destruction of the black myth and white mask to assert a new man who puts forth a self-determined value system, overcoming the European ideal and discharging the affects of inferiority through what Fanon calls channels of release. In Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon had already comprehended that the feelings of weakness, inferiority, and alienation in the black man are injurious affects that cannot continue to accumulate and must be unleashed in a specific manner. He states that in every society, in every collectivity must exist a channel, an outlet through which the forces accumulated in the form of aggression can be released. As such, in his last work, The Wretched of the Earth, written while an active member of the FLN, Fanon poses the same issue of having to rid the colonized body of those inferiorizing affects controlled by the power of the colonial master, asking, what are the forces in the colonial period which offer new channels, new agents of empowerment for the violence of the colonized? Similar to Nietzsche's critical insight that in a state of bad conscience, all instincts that do not discharge themselves outwardly turn inward, the central problem Fanon identifies is that the channels of release for the colonized's aggression are blocked and thus turn inward against the black body. First, by their own internalized subjectivity of the black myth/white mask, and second, by the psychospatial relations of the colonial structure itself. In Black Skin, Fanon explains how the black subject mistakenly sought recognition through an assimilative performance of the European mask to become white or disappear, perpetuating an inauthentic desire to become like their masters instead of pursuing an authentic self-recognition of their own black corporeality. In this blocked capacity of self-recognition by the master, the slave's only channel of release was to don the white mask of assimilation and perform an inauthentic whiteness, resulting in the origins of inferiority and sickness of the colonized people. But for Fanon, this effective accumulation in the lack of self-recognition becomes exacerbated by the imposition of particular spatial configurations of colonization, which further limit the outlets for channels of release. In Fanon's Wretched of the Earth, he describes how these particular spatial economic divisions he calls compartmentalizations ontologically separate the two camps of colonial and colonized, black and white, European and non-European, rich and poor, and so forth. Fanon explains, the colonial world is a compartmentalized world, separated spatially by a dividing line, a border, a threshold of difference which is highly militarized by police officers and soldiers, symbolic of a language of pure violence that demarcates the colonist sector from the colonized sector. As we saw in Black Skin, the black man seeks to become white by appropriating European culture through the white mask. But in Wretched of the Earth, Fanon highlights how this spatial segregation of compartmentalization, enforced by the colonial economic structure, produces a new set of conditions for the inferiorization of the colonized, provoking a psychospatial desire for the free, decompartmentalized life of their European masters. From muscular dreams to revolution. Imprisoned and impoverished in the colonized sector, the colonized subject accumulates a host of competing affects that constitute a growing neurosis, exacerbating their inferiority complex. Fanon describes the desires of the compartmentalized colonial subject as such. The gaze that the colonized subject casts at the colonist sector is a look of lust, a look of envy, dreams of possession, every type of possession, of sitting at the colonist's table and sleeping in his bed, preferably with his wife. The colonized man is an envious man. The colonist is aware of this, as he catches the furtive glance and constantly on his guard, realizes bitterly that they want to take our place. The inferiorizing affects already infecting the colonized psyche identified in black skin are now amplified in the socio-spatial conditions of compartmentalization. Lust, envy, possession, the luxury of eating at the European table, of sleeping in a European bed with a European wife, consumes the compartmentalized colonial subject. And the colonial master knows this, sensing their desire to take their place, which only serves to intensify the psychospatial, economic, and cultural linguistic boundaries, ensuring that compartmentalization remains intact. The colonized body becomes atrophied in this confined, impoverished existence, accumulating these resentful and jealous affects of desiring the colonial master's life, unable to discharge that felt mounting tension. Imagining this freed life, the continued imprisonment of the colonial subject in the colonialist sector induces what Fanon calls muscular dreams. The colonial subject is a man penned in. Hence, the dreams of the colonial subject are muscular dreams, jumping, swimming, running, and climbing. I dream I burst out laughing. I am leaping across a river and chased by a pack of cars that never catches up with me. During colonization, the colonized subject frees himself night after night between 9 in the evening and 6 in the morning. Unlike Mishima's grand aesthetic and existential achievement of the muscular body needed to confront death, wielding the force of sun and steel to rebuild a new Japan, the compartmentalized colonial subject can only dream of this muscularity, imprisoned in their own weakened body, tensed like a caged animal, unable to flex the body's muscles, penned in by the tightly squeezed space of the colonial sector. Unable to enact a becoming stronger within these compartmentalized conditions, it is only at nights that the colonized is finally freed, finding release in their muscular dreams of jumping, swimming, running, and climbing, where the body is free to move, unconstrained by the psychospatiality of the colonial situation. While Fanon identifies two other modes of muscularity that the colonized use to relieve the effective accumulation caused by compartmentalization, dance, and tribal conflict, he sees these channels as dead ends for the greater health of the people. The former unites the colonized in traditional rituals, but affords only momentary muscular release, and the latter results only in the self-destruction of other tribal factions through internecine conflict. Both are insular channels of release which leave the larger colonial system undisturbed. As such, these limited channels of release found in assimilating, dreaming, dancing, or intertribal conflict serve only to exacerbate the colonial sickness as their inferiorizing, weakening affects continue to accumulate, blocked from escaping, turning inward as Nietzsche similarly saw. These forms of muscularity do nothing to contribute to the destruction of the myth of blackness, which Fanon identified as the necessary cure to the condition of inferiority. As such, it is in this assessment of the fundamental blockages in the colonized channels of release, through the enforcement of spatial compartmentalization and the complete denial of self-recognition by the masters of colonization, that Fanon finally prescribes the only method left to channel their effective accumulation: revolutionary violence directed at the agents responsible for the colonized sickness, namely, the priests of colonialism, their white European masters. Only in this way can the colonized redirect their affects in a productive, political manner, able to overcome their sicknesses and render themselves healthy and strong once and for all. To be sure, while Nietzsche posited a future project of the revaluation of values ushered in by the Overman, declaring a war on all the old idols, Nietzsche never went so far as to explicitly condone the killing of the priestly master. Yet, this leaves the possibility of violence and murder open-ended for Nietzsche, a position which Camus later critiqued in The Rebel. In contrast, Fanon, a doctor of the revolution, prescribes exactly this: a channeling of all the toxic affects, not into inauthentic or escapist channels of white masks, ritualistic dance, or muscular dreams, not into a self-destructive tribal violence directed against one's countrymen, but against the agents of their illness, the European colonizer. This, for Fanon, was the only way to annihilate the source of the colonized's weakness and inferiority. A prescription to heal through a violent revolutionary upheaval of the colonial state administration, dismantling the psychospatiality of compartmentalization, and, at the same time, destroying the cultural linguistic system of the once fixed Black myth. Most importantly, it is a prescription to heal at a corporeal level, that is, a violence which expunges the negative affects produced by the colonized's inferiorization, detoxifying the body of all the white master's poisons administered through the language of sickness inherent in their racist value system of good and evil. Fanon says of the detoxifying properties of violence, at the individual level, violence is a cleansing force. It rids the colonized of their inferiority complex, of their passive and despairing attitude. It emboldens them and restores their self-confidence. Violence hoists the people up to the level of the leader. In the original French text, Fanon uses the phrase "la violence désintoxique," which in its English translation is understood as violence as a cleansing force. But if taken in its literal translation, violence as a detoxifier, then Fanon is with Nietzsche here in understanding that the sick herd has been poisoned by their priestly European masters, needing a cure for their corporeal ailments to heal their bodies and regain their health. Through the praxis of violence, Fanon sees how the body can expunge its affective toxicity by killing those who administer this poison, ridding them of their inferiority complex and their weak, alienated, passive, and despairing attitude. This, in Nietzsche's terms, culminates in what he called a great health, as Fanon's conception of violence as a detoxifier emboldens the colonized, restoring their confidence to reaffirm their self-recognition and self-determination. In essence, this represents a revaluation of values re-envisioned for a post-colonial future of liberation, one achieved solely through the absolute praxis of violence. As Fanon explains, for the colonized, this violence represents the absolute praxis. The militant, therefore, is one who works. To work means to work towards the death of the colonist. Claiming responsibility for the violence also allows those members of the group who have strayed or have been outlawed to come back, to retake their place and be reintegrated. Violence can thus be understood to be the perfect meditation. The colonized man liberates himself in and through violence. Thus spoke Fanon. Philosophical physician as colonized intellectual. A final word on Fanon's prescription of violence. While the detoxifying effects of violence are hugely impactful at the individual level, liberating the colonized from their inferiority, Fanon's prescription of violence engenders a larger, globally unifying political project, one that mobilizes a multiplicity of actors within nations, peasants, colonized intellectuals, national bourgeoisie, unions, etc., and between colonized nations, Pan-Africanism, the non-aligned movement, etc. Fanon sought to set into motion a new understanding of a post-colonial world, not dictated by the colonial structure, but that is instead self-determined. A holistic approach of curing the world from the illness of colonial racial relations, a violent physiotherapy of global proportions, enabling a regimented, absolute praxis towards a complete decolonized health. This larger project of national and international liberation that violence foments is effectively Fanon's medical administration of the prescribed cure applied politically. But it must be understood that violence is only the start of the cure, as the healing process necessitates a long-term administration of healing therapies that involve large-scale logistics to breed national consciousness, build organizational interactions between local communities and political groups to realize common goals, and institute political infrastructures of leadership, administration, communication, etc., which, taken together, can begin producing the larger detoxification of the world from its long history of colonial and moral poisoning. As such, while Fanon can be seen as an apostle of violence, he is certainly not an advocate of wanton violence for violence's sake. He is nowhere near akin to the archetype of the villain we discussed in our introduction, who seeks a chaotic unleashing of accumulated affects onto the world to satisfy their taste for revenge and sate their growing ressentiment. Violence is not a panacea for the world's subjects. No, it is a drug administered for a particular patient, the colonized subject, who suffers under intense oppressive conditions, needing careful supervision and purposeful follow-up to meticulously manage the concurrent symptoms post-drug administration. Thus, to curb the complete intoxication of violence by revolutionary subjects and productively direct the affects of Dionysian frenzy which run rampant in revolutionary actions, what is needed here is something akin to the figure Nietzsche identified as the philosophical physician. As Nietzsche explains, a philosophical physician is one who has to pursue the problem of the total health of a people, time, race, or of humanity, to muster the courage to push my suspicions to its limits and to risk the proposition. What was at stake in all philosophizing hitherto was not at all truth, but something else. Let us say, health, future, growth, power, life. This is a figure who can identify the origins of sickness, prescribe a cure, and ensure a monitored path towards full recovery and complete health of the patient, ultimately seeking the total health for all humanity. And as we saw above, Fanon indeed reflects the characteristics of a philosophical physician for the colonial world, seeking the total health of the colonized people by going beyond the supposed truth of his European masters, held in the racial morality of good/evil, of the black myth, seeking instead the possibilities of health, future, growth, power, life, outside of a compartmentalized colonial existence. Fanon even goes beyond Nietzsche's understanding of the philosophical physician, reinterpreting this figure in the context of the colonial world by applying a clear and direct prescription of change and healing, more precisely, observing a new post-colonial future. Fanon represents this new physician as the colonized intellectual who must move between colonized and colonial spaces, reconfigure the master's knowledge, understand the history of a colonized people, reinvigorate the culture of the colonized, regain a national consciousness, and unite a fragmented nation, all of which leads to the final revolutionary struggle. Ultimately, Fanon meets Mishima here in understanding that the possibility of liberation from the colonial masters must be initiated at the corporeal level, reclaiming the colonized body through revolutionary violence in order to destroy the weakening linguistic structures of the myth of blackness, where, inevitably, the muscle had to replace the concept. Conclusion: Overcoming Ressentiment. In the first chapter of Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon quotes Nietzsche. Man's tragedy is that he was once a child. The reference is somewhat ambiguous and possibly misattributed, until it is framed within the broader context of colonial inferiorization, culminating in Fanon's conclusion. The disaster of the man of color lies in the fact that he was enslaved. What Fanon may mean here is that the beginnings of a colonized people are tragic, contingent, and dependent like a child, yet in time after multiple overcomings, one becomes mature, rejecting an infantile inauthenticity and gaining a strength to claim for oneself their own disalienation and freedom. From their tragic beginnings, the infantilized colonial subject moves towards becoming an authentic new man. While one may find traces of Hegel or Sartre here, Fanon's decolonial project of self-determination can easily be read as a Nietzschean-inspired goal of overcoming resistances to increase one's power towards a becoming stronger, achieving a great health through the overcoming of one's inferiority. In the end, to reach this great health, the revolution had to be a violent one to cure the colonized of their sickness. As Fanon says, violence alone, perpetuated by the people, violence organized and guided by the leadership, provides the key for the masses to decipher social reality. Without this struggle, without this praxis, there is nothing. But in initiating this overcoming through the detoxifying praxis of violence, Fanon, to be sure, did not desire for the colonized to remain trapped in a dialectic of slave mentality and ressentiment against the European master. No, he is not interested in revenge against the white colonizer to sate the growing hatred of a compartmentalized colonial people. He did not want retroactive reparations. Instead of revenge, which is the primary weak will of the colonizing priests, he opts for reconciliation, rejecting the possibility of a future enslavement of man overcome by a more powerful relationship of love. Fanon proclaims this as his great wish. I, the man of color, want only this: that the tool never possess man, that the enslavement of man by man cease forever. That is, one by another. That it'd be possible for me to discover and to love man wherever he may be. The Negro is not, any more than the white man. Both must turn their backs on the inhuman voices which were those of their respective ancestors in order that authentic communication be possible. Before it can adopt a positive voice, freedom requires an effort at disalienation. To achieve the disalienation of both black and white camps is to ostensibly forget one's history, where one must turn one's back on one's ancestors in order to enable authentic communication. Fanon here is completely aligned with Nietzsche's goad of active forgetting, one which seeks to overcome the affects of ressentiment by allowing oneself to forget the misdeeds of one's enemies. As Nietzsche says of the noble who is bitten by a bout of ressentiment, to be incapable of taking one's enemies, one's accidents, even one's misdeeds seriously for very long, that is the sign of strong, full natures in whom there is an excess of the power to form, to mold, to recuperate, and to forget. Such a man shakes off with a single shrug many vermin that eat deep into others. Here, along genuine love of one's enemies is possible. Supposingly it be possible at all on earth. How much reverence has a noble man for his enemies? And such reverence is a bridge to love. This capacity to recuperate and to forget is a primary quality of Nietzsche's overmen, who shakes off with a single shrug the poison inflicted by enemies, a quality which, for Fanon, a colonized intellectual in the style of a philosophical physician, sought to achieve in the longer historical struggle of the total health of all colonized peoples. And similar to Nietzsche's reverence of an enemy as a bridge to love, Fanon's ideal of a decolonized future is one that espouses an affirmation of humanity through the force of love, that it be possible for me to discover and to love man wherever he may be, over and above a project of hate and revenge that would reassert a priestly reversion of superior/inferior, good/evil, healthy/sick relations. Fanon's project is one of self-determination and self-affirmation of the body outside of the colonizer's control. Taken in sum, a decolonizing reevaluation of values. Indeed, in our contemporary moment, we still await Fanon's project of global decolonization to be fully realized, along with the promised future of Nietzsche's grand health. Until that moment arrives, Fanon's image of the new man offers us a hopeful ideal of a post-colonial overman in a new moral/racial world order that can be potentially realized. As he says of this new human, if we want humanity to take one step forward, if we want to take it to another level than the one where Europe has placed it, then we must innovate. We must be pioneers. For Europe, for ourselves and our humanity, comrades, we must make a new start, develop a new way of thinking, and endeavor to create a new man. Fanon's new man is one who is not weakened by an imposed colonial structure. This is not a human who suffers from inferiority complexes, economic alienation, white dreams, or European desires. It is a subject no longer imprisoned by spatial compartmentalization. Fanon argues for a new human who is future-oriented in their struggle, not seeking to reclaim a nostalgic past lost to history, but can fully realize their great health in a becoming stronger, freely releasing their corporeal tensions by living out their muscular dreams of running, jumping, dancing, and laughing in a decolonial world. In a most beautiful, poetic passage, Fanon hearkens to this future being. I am not a prisoner of history. I should not seek there for the meaning of my destiny. I should constantly remind myself that the real leap consists in introducing invention into existence. In the world through which I travel, I am endlessly creating myself. I am part of being to the degree that I go beyond it. This new human is not tethered to a history of meanings and fixed concepts of self/other. They are instead endlessly creating themselves, going beyond being, in constant becoming. Framed in this way, Fanon's call for a new man is an interpolation of Nietzsche's concept of the overman, who brings forth a new moral structure through a revaluation of morals. This is a new human who does not recycle the meanings of the past, not a prisoner of history, but, like a tragic artist, reclaims the body to endlessly create themselves, like a philosophical physician who seeks the total health of all humanity, one who actively forgets and uses humanity as a bridge to go beyond it, celebrating life with a resounding yes, yet protests all that denies life with a potent no. And as Fanon exuberantly states, I said in my introduction that man is a yes. I will never stop reiterating that. Yes to life. Yes to love. Yes to generosity. But man is also a no. No to scorn of man. No to degradation of man. No to exploitation of man. No to the butchery of what is most human in man, freedom. Man's behavior is not only reactional, and there is always resentment in a reaction. Nietzsche had already pointed that out in The Will to Power. To educate man to be actional, preserving in all his relations his respect for the basic values that constitute a human world, is the prime task of him who, having taken thought, prepares to act. For Fanon, in his description of the emergence of this new post-colonial human, there was a sense that a fundamental affirmative relation is restored over the reactional oppositions of black/white, colonial/colonizer, good/evil. That the actional human preserves in all his relations his respect for the basic values that constitute a human world by reasserting an affirmative yes, a yes to life, love, and generosity. It is as if the colonial subject, once inferiorized, alienated, and compartmentalized, is now able to reclaim their seat at the dinner table with all of humanity once more, utilizing violence as their sole channel of release, as their primary cure, to become stronger, gaining their liberation and freedom, achieving, once and for all, their great health. Chapter 5: Viktor Frankl's Will to Meaning. To read Frankl's most famous book, Man's Search for Meaning, is to accompany the author into the darkest depths of human suffering, to experience the fate of being a prisoner in the hell of a Nazi concentration camp. The autobiographical work narrates Frankl's experiences in a way that confronts the reader with some of the worst atrocities ever suffered by humankind. Experiences so unimaginable that it is a miracle that one is even holding the book. After Frankl was released from the camps, he wrote Man's Search for Meaning in 9 Days as a testimony of his survival and as the basis for his psychotherapeutic framework, logotherapy. This penultimate chapter will focus on Frankl's logotherapeutic ideas, particularly his understanding of the will to meaning as our final expression of an existential style of strength. Moreover, it will highlight what he calls the categorical imperative of logotherapy to live as if you were living already for the second time, and as if you had acted the first time as wrongly as you're about to act now. This will be shown as being analogous to Nietzsche's concept of the eternal recurrence, allowing us to contemplate the ramifications of his greatest teaching, one he considered his most abysmal thought and humanity's greatest weight. To state the horrific story of Frankl in brief does an injustice to the immense suffering beheld in his text, as well as depriving the reader of a most immersive and possibly life-changing experience. While reading Frankl's book, one will inevitably experience an intimate and empathetic connection with the author, encountering the most brutal expressions of human relations. Thus, the reader is encouraged to turn to part 1 of Man's Search for Meaning to fully grasp the depths of suffering endured by Frankl being reduced to a state of bare life, stripped of all human dignity, and treated as less than animal. Yet, Frankl endures all this with remarkable courage, surviving solely on the existential strength of his will to meaning. To entice the potential reader, one story in particular stands as representative of the totality of his text and should be inspiration enough to read the book in its entirety. Frankl explains, I shall never forget how I was roused one night by the groans of a fellow prisoner who threw himself about in his sleep, obviously having a horrible nightmare. Since I had always been especially sorry for people who suffered from fearful dreams or deliria, I wanted to wake the poor man. Suddenly, I drew back the hand which was ready to shake him, frightened at the thing I was about to do. At that moment, I became intensely conscious of the fact that no dream, no matter how horrible, could be as bad as the reality of the camp which surrounded us, and to which I was about to recall him. Although Frankl's initial impulse was to wake the prisoner, he resisted the urge and stopped himself, knowing that any nightmare the prisoner was experiencing could not be more horrific than the reality of waking to life in the camp, that even a nightmare was more preferable to the horrors surrounding them. And as such are the numerous examples Frankl intimates throughout his texts, memories seemingly derived from a nightmare, but worse when one realizes he actually lived through it. When one does emerge from accompanying Frankl into the depths of hell, surfacing from its bleak vision, one feels a part of their love for humanity lost, realizing how truly unbearable existence can be under the rule of another human being. Yet, Frankl's tale is inevitably heroic and incredibly hopeful, as to survive life in a concentration camp is truly a Herculean feat of strength, a valiant mark of distinction and victory for what could traditionally be called a triumph of the human spirit. After experiencing the worst conditions any human could endure, Frankl attributes his survival to what he calls a will to meaning. That even in the direst conditions of despair and destitution, one can find reasons to go on living, to suffer bravely by using one's search for existential meaning as a core source of strength. This can be considered Frankl's direct challenge for us fortunate readers to become stronger, as one may not find themselves strong enough to search for a will to meaning when faced with similar desperate circumstances, possibly choosing instead to will death. Yet, inspiration must be derived here, for if Frankl could find this will to meaning in the worst conceivable situation, surviving long enough to tell the tale and cultivate his framework of logotherapy, then we too can certainly attempt to do the same, to find the strength of a will to meaning in the suffering of our own quotidian lives. This will be something to contemplate as we analyze Frankl's narrative of survival to understand human suffering at its most extreme, which will afford us even greater nuance in our interpretation of Nietzsche's cliché of strength. As done with previous exemplars, the overlap between Frankl's and Nietzsche's perspectives will be discussed below. First, the way Frankl's camp life embodies the phrase, "What does not kill me makes me stronger," will be interpreted. Second, Frankl's logotherapy will be compared to Nietzsche's eternal return. And lastly, a poignant retelling of Nietzsche's greatest teaching by his poetic protagonist Zarathustra will conclude the chapter. The strength of survival. Frankl's story of surviving Nazi concentration camps might be seen as the most immediate representation of Nietzsche's great cliché, "What does not kill me makes me stronger." He spent 3 years traveling between 4 different camps, enduring numerous arbitrary beatings, suffering from starvation, illness, and unspeakable psychological traumas, as well as doing years of forced labor in the most extreme weather conditions. It is truly a miracle that Frankl, or anyone for that matter, could survive the horrific brutality of camp life. But in relation to Nietzsche's cliché of strength, one cannot doubt the triumph of Frankl's life here. It is undeniable that he overcame many instances of that which did not kill him. But how, exactly, has he become stronger? Read in a different light, we might argue that Frankl shows us no great feats of strength. He did not valiantly fight a war, nor did he defeat a feared opponent. He pales in physicality compared to Mishima's muscular body, and he appears cowardly in contrast to Fanon on the front lines of violent revolution. In fact, Frankl remained rather meek-mannered, conforming strictly to the dictates of the Nazi guards, and being clearly too physically weak to assert any strong resistance against his captors, let alone a heroic prisoner-led uprising. To stave off death, he simply survived within the means available to him. As such, we must ask, is survival alone an act of strength begetting a Nietzschean form of becoming stronger? Is survival a feat of strength in and of itself? And if so, what does this mean for our existential attitude towards that which does not kill me, or, in other words, towards death itself? Let us delve deeper into these questions of survival and strength. The will to survive can simply be understood as the desire to avoid death, to ensure one's capacity to keep on living. But for our specific purposes, survival can be seen as an act of overcoming, an expression of that which does not kill me. As such, to survive in a Nazi concentration camp is to overcome 3 possibilities of being killed. 1. Death by bodily failure, i.e. caused by the elements, malnourishment, or illness. 2. Death at the hands of another person, i.e. murdered by Nazi guards. Or 3. Death by one's own hands, i.e. suicide. Frankl is confronted by all 3, valiantly resisting and overcoming each to survive the torturous existence of camp life, each instance representing a potential act of becoming stronger. Death and survival. The first possibility of death to be overcome is that by bodily failure. Throughout his text, Frankl explains numerous instances where he endured extreme weather conditions, malnourishment, and sickness. The concentration camp prisoners were forced to dig into frozen earth for hours on end, wearing threadbare clothes and decrepit shoes, which, Frankl jests, would have made a scarecrow look elegant by comparison. Frankl explains that the prisoners' feet would painfully swell from edema, a result of working long hours in the cold. One campmate was found crying in his bunk because his feet were so swollen that his shoes no longer fit, forcing him to work barefoot in the freezing weather. Many workers' toes would have to be picked off by doctors when they turned black, having died from frostbite. The freezing weather followed Frankl into the evening. His sleeping quarters were so cold that, having 2 blankets for 9 bodies, the men lay shoulder to shoulder to stay warm. Frankl quips that a man snoring in his ear became preferable over shivering through the night. The freezing conditions were worsened by the scant rations of thin soup and shreds of bread, amounting to only a few hundred calories a day. Combined with the long hours of grueling labor, many died from starvation, including Frankl's father, who was also in the camps. Weakened by exposure to freezing weather, lack of sleep, and malnutrition, the body became increasingly susceptible to illness, and Frankl recounts how an outbreak of typhus, which he too contracted, induced delirium in one of his bunkmates, a devoutly religious man, causing him to forget the words to his once familiar prayers. The possibility of death due to bodily failure could be delayed by either pure luck or pre-existing physical health. The length of time a body can endure freezing conditions, malnutrition, and illness is, no doubt, directly related to one's physical durability and strong mental fortitude. As Frankl explains, upon entry into the camp, a long line was formed in front of a Nazi guard who would judge whether the prisoner would go either left or right, signaled by a flick of a finger. Left meant going to the baths, where the sickly-looking were sent to die a horrific death in the gas chambers, and the right meant that one was deemed strong enough to work manual labor in the most brutal conditions, the latter constituting only 10% of intakes. The finger game, as Frankl termed it, was an instantaneous assessment of one's physical strength and health by a Nazi guard, representative of the numerous instances of arbitrary violence endured by Frankl and his fellow prisoners. The finger game was indeed a luck of the draw, and that survival depended upon whether one was lucky enough to have been gifted a certain fluency in Mishima's language of the flesh before arriving to the camp, possessing a body ready for work, and more so, durable enough to survive through the bitter cold winters. Frankl himself did not present a particularly strong figure and was fortunate not to have been sent directly to the gas chambers. Later, he was told by a friend in the camp that he must shave every day to maintain a healthy, youthful appearance since he looked to be the most fragile of the group. Failing this physical upkeep would result in being sent straight to the baths, but even with this advice, no level of maintenance could defend the body against the grave weather, malnutrition, and dreary living conditions Frankl experienced. How then did Frankl, with his mediocre physicality, survive? One part is luck, for sure, but the other? The second possibility of death, as already gestured to by the finger game, was at the hands of Nazi guards. As Frankl explains, The prison guards had full autonomy to beat or kill prisoners without hesitation or reason. Frankl's anecdotes of the arbitrariness of violence throughout his texts are devastating, and it is a wonder how he survived without being beaten to death. One instance Frankl describes demonstrates the constant pressure of death and unrelenting violence meted out by the guards. While working on a train track during a winter storm, Frankl paused briefly to lean on his shovel. In that moment, a guard spotted him and, without a word, playfully picked up a stone and threw it at his emaciated body. Frankl later reflects on the humiliation he felt. That, to me, seemed the way to attract the attention of a beast, to call a domestic animal back to its job, a creature with which you have so little in common that you do not even punish it. All semblance of humanity is effaced in the concentration camp, reducing the prisoner to the status of an animal, so much so that they are deemed unworthy of even being spoken to. In fact, the prisoner may be considered more inferior to an animal, silenced by an overwhelming fear of punishment, yet still possessing the capacity for human reasoning and the ability to reflect on and question the violence inflicted upon him. And if, by chance, a prisoner cannot control their rational rage at the irrationality of the situation, being courageous enough to speak back to a guard, then a savage beating will ensue. Frankl describes his humiliation at the hands of a foreman who arbitrarily lashed out, beating him down while hurling insults of pig. The guard had accused Frankl of being lazy on the job, assuming he was merely a money-hungry businessman in normal society. Yet, when Frankl retorted heroically that he was actually a doctor for the poor, he was knocked down by the guard and beaten. Frankl had said too much, and to survive the constant threat of death by Nazi guards, he was forced to conform to the harsh dictates of camp life. Similar to Fanon's dilemma of turn white or disappear in the context of colonial assimilation, Frankl had no choice but to conform or die in the camp. However, unlike Fanon's compartmentalized situation, no available channels of release for revolutionary violence existed in the highly controlled environment of the Nazi concentration camp. Any modicum of indignation, let alone forceful resistance towards the Nazi guards, would result immediately in severe physical violence, if not mental abuse through verbal humiliation. To conform against one's own resistant will, to rationalize that one's emotional reaction to an unjust situation must be held in check, to bite one's tongue after being verbally assaulted, to unclench one's fists to control one's rage, to not lash back while being beaten, all necessitate a different form of strength, a strength of great discipline and restraint to ensure that one can extend life just a bit longer to see another day. This is a unique kind of strength found when one is utterly helpless and resigned to what Frankl calls the need to suffer bravely. While conformism and restraint were key to survival, there was still a fine balance of remaining existentially authentic to oneself in order to maintain a semblance of humanity. And even in the depths of meaninglessness and against the arbitrary violence he experienced, Frankl did not lose his previous life's meaning as a doctor. Remaining true to this meaning and maintaining his core attitude and integrity as a therapist and healer, despite having all markings of his previous life erased, Frankl was moved to respond to the insults of the Nazi foreman, ultimately receiving a severe beating for asserting his authentic self. Afterwards, enacting in this authentic way, Frankl was also befriended by a capo, a privileged prisoner who was given authority over other prisoners to enforce camp order, by providing him with psychotherapeutic advice after listening to him recount past amorous experiences. Remaining true to his psychiatric practice, Frankl earned the capo's respect and was given more privileges, which made camp life a bit more bearable. For instance, he was guaranteed a ladle of soup that reached the bottom of the pot, giving him more peas than usual. Utilizing one part luck, finally balancing conformism and staying true to his authentic self-meaning, Frankl survived the threat of death by both nature and the Nazi guards. He upheld the value of suffering bravely as an expression of a different style of strength, a deeply existential one. Yet, while Frankl maintained this truly noble attitude, one final component of survival was salient here. The final possible cause of death in the Nazi concentration camps was what the prisoners referred to as running into the wire, electrocuting oneself on the camp's fence, in other words, death by suicide. Frankl explains that every prisoner entertained the idea of suicide at some point, but calculating objectively, that is, taking into account the constant threat of death surrounding them each day, made suicide an irrational choice. He explains, there was little point in committing suicide since, for the average inmate, life expectation, calculating objectively and counting all likely chances, was very poor. You cannot with any assurance expect to be among the small percentage of men who survived all the selections. The prisoner of Auschwitz in the first phase of shock did not fear death. Even the gas chambers lost their horrors for him after the first few days. After all, they spared him the act of committing suicide. The fact that Frankl explains that the prisoner in the concentration camp did not fear death is a surprising revelation. What accounts for this particular psychology of fearlessness in the prisoner? First, Frankl explains that in psychiatry there is a condition called delusion of reprieve, whereby a condemned criminal staunchly believes that in his last moments he will be guaranteed a reprieve and be saved from death. This delusion, Frankl explains, was immediately experienced by Frankl himself and the prisoners upon their intake into the concentration camp. Clinging to the last shreds of hope, the prisoners believed that they would be saved, or, at least, that it would not be so bad. This feeling of hope frames the initial shock of entering the camp, but Frankl explains that this quickly shifted into a strange kind of humor, which turned into curiosity, then anxiety, and then surprise, all of which terminates lastly into objectivity, an effective numbness to the horror of the situation. Frankl explains that when confronted with an abnormal situation, the prisoner naturally reacts abnormally, grappling with a slew of disparate and competing affective states, ultimately reaching objectivity as a coping mechanism with reality, as a means of protection. Objectivity then becomes a psychological response in order to distance the subject from the abnormality of a persistently threatening situation, serving primarily as a defensive mechanism that allows the prisoner to rationalize their situation, calculating objectively one's life expectancy to forgo the impulse to run into the wire. With nothing to lose and death seemingly inevitable, the prisoner consigns themselves to their bare life of basic survival in order to cope with the situation, a life offering no real hope, one which becomes a waiting game for death to find them. Indeed, Frankl views this as a deeply pessimistic perspective on life, apparent in many of his fellow prisoners in the concentration camp. Yet, Frankl diverges from this, offering a more optimistic, life-affirming interpretation of continued survival in the camp. evoking humanity's innate will to meaning. Early in his text, Frankl states, "If someone now asked of us the truth of Dostoevsky's statement that flatly defines man as a being who can get used to anything, we would reply, yes, a man can get used to anything, but do not ask us how." Later, Frankl understands the prisoner's impulse to get used to anything as an initial defense mechanism, one culminating into an objective calculation of the situation where one must merely survive for the sake of survival. Yet, survival for the sake of survival is the incorrect attitude to take for Frankl, finding that one cannot persist alone on a pessimistic will to life without a stronger human drive found in what he calls a will to meaning. And it is in the will to meaning that Frankl explains one can acquire a driving force to endure even the most horrific conditions of suffering and survive to tell the tale. Frankl states, "We must never forget that we may also find meaning in life even when confronted with a hopeless situation, when facing a fate that cannot be changed, that every man is even ready to suffer on the condition, to be sure, that his suffering has a meaning." Put succinctly by Frankl, suffering ceases to be suffering at the moment it finds a meaning. The will to meaning. It is in this will to meaning that we find the final element to overcoming that which does not kill us. In structuring the will to meaning as a practical framework, Frankl explains that there are three modes in which one can find meaning. 1. Meaning in doing, i.e., in work/projects. 2. Meaning in loving, i.e., in social relations. And 3. Meaning in one's attitude towards suffering, i.e., in how one views life/existence. In addition to luck, restraint, and authenticity as a means to stave off death as identified above, Frankl's ability to survive in the concentration camps is driven primarily by these three modes in his search for meaning. First, Frankl explains that when entering the camp, he held in his jacket a soul manuscript, which was to serve as his introduction to logotherapy. Being denied possession of the manuscript after begging a Nazi guard to save it, Frankl was determined to reproduce the work. He explains, "Certainly my deep desire to write this manuscript anew helped me to survive the rigors of the camp I was in." And while suffering from typhus, Frankl would write down thoughts on little scraps of paper to ensure the book could one day be reconstructed. To survive life in the camp, Frankl found meaning in one day rewriting his manuscript. And thanks to his indefatigable will to meaning, we are now gifted with man's search for meaning, the culmination of his life's work. Second, Frankl explains how he yearned to see his wife again, who was also sent to the camps. Frankl deftly describes this meaning that love affords the self. Love is the only way to grasp another human being in the innermost core of his personality. No one can become fully aware of the very essence of another human being unless he loves him. By love, he is enabled to see the essential traits and features in the beloved person. And even more, he sees that which is potential in him, which is not yet actualized, but yet ought to be actualized. Frankl's enduring love of his wife ignited his hope and founded his meaning in order to persist through the horrors of camp life. Tragically, it was only afterwards that Frankl would realize that his desire to see his wife again was for naught, as she had been killed while in the camp. Yet, it was the meaning of love which, for years fueled Frankl's meaning for survival. Lastly, was Frankl's existential attitude towards being a prisoner, which he describes as an unavoidable acceptance of suffering in life. He explains that what can never be ruled out is the unavoidability of suffering, and accepting this challenge to suffer bravely, life has a meaning up to the last moment, and it retains this meaning literally to the end. Placed in a situation where one cannot will oneself to freedom through the styles of a Mishima-esque muscularity or a Fanonian violence, Frankl posits this final style of strength, survival through a will to meaning. This is Frankl's greatest challenge to himself and to his readers, to suffer bravely or perish. That when confronted with the direst mode of survival, one must not passively conform and await death, but actively covet one's will to meaning, fully engaging one's existential attitude of strength. As Frankl explains, what is demanded of man is not, as some existentialist philosophers teach, to endure the meaninglessness of life, but rather to bear his incapacity to grasp its unconditional meaningfulness in rational terms. Logos is deeper than logic. What Frankl means by logos here is to search for one's own underlying order of life, or, in Nietzsche's terms, to become who you are. Importantly, Frankl states that logos is deeper than logic, as to find one's inherent meaning of existence is far superior to imposing a pre-given logic upon reality. The former is a creative expression of affirmative living, while the latter is seen in the pessimistic perspective expressed by the prisoner's rational calculation to negate suicide. Frankl explains that life is not a mere rationalization of circumstances, since a search for an objective reason for existence in an abnormal situation, such as life in a concentration camp, will only yield an irrational explanation. Instead, Frankl prescribes the search for greater existential meaning, not a search for metaphysical truth per se, but a search for the motivating forces inherent in the modes of doing and loving, and in the brave suffering of life, to endure and survive because of life's meaningfulness. One must search, if not create, one's own meaning, and in this, the meaninglessness of life is injected with a logos that Frankl elsewhere calls unconditional meaning. He explains, the unconditional faith in an unconditional meaning may turn the complete failure into a heroic triumph. Here, there is a fundamental reinterpretation, a revaluation of the situation needed by the sufferer in order to find a meaning which overcomes the passive, pessimistic, nihilistic meaninglessness of life expressed by the existentialists Frankl critiques. One must unconditionally search for meaning in life to find one's logos. But read through Nietzsche, this search is amplified as a will to create meaning, a search for logos as a simultaneous creation of one's own mythos, what Mishima called destiny, and Fanon self-determination, where one actively reevaluates values as does the tragic artist, new barbarian, and philosophical physician. Reflecting on Frankl's survival of a parent's death, we return to our cliché as a reaffirmation of the will to meaning. To overcome all that could kill you, one becomes strong by suffering bravely in an unconditional search for meaningfulness. Frankl placed his unconditional faith in the logos of a greater meaning in his life, a meaning found in his work, love, and courageous attitude towards existence, however dire. This will is at base the sufferer's saving grace. Emerging from the hell of the concentration camps, Frankl blesses us with these jewels of wisdom stolen from the hands of death. The persistence of the will to meaning that drives one to live, that says yes to life, giving one continued strength to persist, allowing one to survive even the most irrational experiences of suffering. Survival as an expression of becoming stronger, as an overcoming of that which did not kill you. Frankl's logotherapy and Nietzsche's eternal return. Man's search for meaning is at the core of Frankl's psychotherapeutic practice, logotherapy, which seeks to remedy the nihilistic condition of what Frankl calls the existential vacuum apparent in modern-day living. Frankl knew that the problem of meaninglessness was not exclusive to those enduring the abject conditions of a concentration camp, but was an issue faced by all people grappling with the everyday pressures of modern life. For Frankl, finding meaning in one's life resolved what he called our neurogenic neuroses. These neuroses, generated by our mind, stemmed from a profound sense of meaninglessness and gave rise to intense emotional suffering, such as despair, depression, anxiety, and suicidal thoughts. Drawing on Nietzsche to underscore the necessity of one's search for meaning, Frankl explains, "There is nothing in the world, I venture to say, that would so effectively help one to survive even the worst conditions as the knowledge that there is a meaning in one's life." There is much wisdom in the words of Nietzsche. He who has a why to live for can bear almost any how. I can see in these words a motto which holds true for any psychotherapy. Frankl's use of Nietzsche, a quote drawn from the same section as her famed cliché of strength in Twilight of the Idols, is quite telling and enables us to draw parallels between their approaches to dealing with existential suffering and meaninglessness. The most pronounced overlap is their cyclical understanding of time as an eternal return of the same, utilized specifically as a fundamental criterion leveraged by the sufferer to assess the meaning of their lives. Frankl describes his categorical imperative for logotherapy as such: live as if you were living already for the second time, and as if you had acted the first time as wrongly as you're about to act now. This imperative is explained by Frankl as one meant to induce the persistent search for meaning and to enhance a sense of responsibility to one's life. As he explains, "It seems to me that there is nothing which would stimulate a man's sense of responsibleness more than this maxim, which invites him to imagine first that the present is past, and second, that the past may yet be changed and amended." Reading this, one can immediately perceive how Frankl's categorical imperative of logotherapy parallels Nietzsche's concept of the eternal return. Let us hear the refrain of the demon's words once more, possibly for the nth time. What if some day or night a demon were to steal after you into your loneliest loneliness and say to you, "This life as you now live it and have lived it, you will have to live once more and innumerable times more, and there will be nothing new in it, but every pain and every joy, and every thought and sigh, and everything unutterably small or great in your life will have to return to you, all in the same succession and sequence. Even this spider and this moonlight between the trees, and even this moment and I myself. The eternal hourglass of existence is turned upside down again and again, and you with it, speck of dust. Would you not throw yourself down and gnash your teeth and curse the demon who spoke thus? Or have you once experienced a tremendous moment when you would have answered him, 'You are a god, and never have I heard anything more divine'?" Both Frankl and Nietzsche press upon the sufferer an imperative to assess their life as if they had lived it before, in order to understand that the present is past and that the past may be yet changed and amended. But this maxim is used explicitly by Frankl as a thought experiment used to reimagine a recurrence of time as a goad to one's existential responsibility to choose a meaningful life. For Nietzsche, on the other hand, the demon's knowledge is presented as a more ambiguous, open-ended goal towards an inspired, affirmative life, interpretable as either an ethical thought experiment of self-responsibility similar to Frankl's imperative, or, more so, as a cosmological principle of existence which refigures our linear conceptions of time. The final interpretation of Nietzsche's eternal return is left in the hands of the reader to grapple with and explore. But if we follow more closely to Frankl's reading as a kind of thought experiment, then there are interesting trajectories of experimentation to be had. To start, if one were to imagine that they are reliving this life once more, an ever-present possibility exists to find new meaning in its continuation. Here, Frankl posits a metaphor of life as a movie. Consider a movie. It consists of thousands upon thousands of individual pictures, and each of them makes sense and carries a meaning. Yet the meaning of the whole film cannot be seen before its last sequence is shown. However, we cannot understand the whole film without having first understood each of its components, each of the individual pictures. Isn't it the same with life? Doesn't the final meaning of life too reveal itself, if at all, only at its end, on the verge of death? And doesn't this final meaning too depend on whether or not the potential meaning of each single situation has been actualized to the best of the respective individual's knowledge and belief? This is a highly effective reframing of the eternal return, allowing us to understand life the way a story in a film unfolds, as it is at the verge of death that Frankl identifies how our final meaning is ultimately revealed to us. But let us go a bit further and posit our own riff on Frankl's thought experiment here. Imagine that one fated evening, entering into a dream, you find yourself alone, imprisoned in a dark cinema. Unable to leave your seat, you see the curtains pulled back to reveal a large screen, and you hear the movie projector start behind you. You begin to watch a film, realizing that you are its protagonist. The duration of the film encompasses your whole lifetime, the totality of all your joys and struggles, every truth and lie told, every victory and failure, every moment of unimaginable happiness and unbearable sadness, every love and every loss, each small detail of your being and becoming cast before your eyes. As the film comes to an end and you watch the final scene of your death fade to black, you look around, either in tears or laughter, searching for anyone to release you from this theater of the self. Yet no one comes, and you hear the projector restart as the film begins once more. This is the moment of stark realization that you are forever fated to view your life as you have already lived it, as a movie on repeat, seeing the character you portrayed over and over again ad infinitum. The end of the film is indeed the beginning of the same film, looping for eternity, where you must rewatch your life story for the rest of history. Could you watch yourself as the protagonist of this film suffer in a repetitive eternal cycle with the utmost pride and admiration, reliving the moments of your deepest sadness and most euphoric joys over and over again with endless pleasure? Or would you protest that the film must be stopped immediately, never to be played again, having the film reel, along with the whole torturous theater, burnt down to the ground? Maybe you would begin praying to any god that will hear you, hoping they will allow you to escape into the true world beyond the theater doors, to see any other light than that of the film projector displaying your fate onto the screen. One might not have the strength to bear another viewing and, like the tragic Oedipus, choose to gouge out one's own eyes rather than have the truth of their life revealed to them over and over again. Returning to Frankl's reading, the question this thought experiment fundamentally poses is, how will your movie end? What is the final meaning that a lifetime on film will reveal? You've already seen how the film starts, felt much of its rising action, but how will you endure the duration of the film towards the grand finale of your triumphant third act? For Frankl, whether tragedy or comedy, one must narrate the film with the central message: to suffer bravely. With Nietzsche, the tragic hero of this film must, with a golden laughter, be able to state as their closing lines, "Was that life? Well then, once more." Zarathustra's Overman and the Will to Teach. Sometime after escaping the camp, Frankl recalls a moment where he was asked by his students to summarize the meaning of his life. Instead of providing an answer, he turned the question back at them, to which they responded, "The meaning of your life is to help others find the meaning of theirs." How wonderful an articulation of Frankl's life this is, a response truly inspiring after taking into account the breadth and depth of suffering experienced to produce his miraculous text. More so, it is a description worthy of every great teacher that has graced this earth with a newfound knowledge that graciously extends outwards to those curious, searching minds seeking their own meaning. Indeed, what is described by Frankl's students is that passionate desire of every great thinker to share their ideas with the world, reiterating Frankl's first mode of a will to meaning, to find meaning through one's work, or what we might call a will to teach. Like Frankl, Nietzsche exuded a strong will to teach, and this served as a driving motivation behind his numerous books. One might ask how the untimely philosopher was able to continue to work so fervently and at such a rapid pace, even while his bodily and mental health were failing him, writing 3 major works, along with his autobiography, a year before his final collapse in 1889 in the streets of Turin. All this done with minimal support and motivation from his publishers and a handful of readers. Yet, the driving force fueling his will to teach may be found in his autobiography, Ecce Homo, where Nietzsche recounts a monumental moment in the summer of 1881 while walking through the foothills of Sils Maria. 6,000 feet beyond man and time, Nietzsche was confronted by a large pyramidal rock and was suddenly struck by an idea that would become his greatest teaching, the eternal return. Already a nomadic thinker and far removed from the lecture halls of the university where he once taught, Nietzsche was driven by this fundamental meaning of life and desired to communicate it to the world, one he considered his most abysmal thought and humanity's greatest weight, the eternal recurrence of time as the highest value brought forth by the coming overman. And Nietzsche would write his great protagonist, Zarathustra, a prophet for the overman and his mouthpiece to spread his newfound meaning of the eternal return, birthing "Thus Spoke Zarathustra" as the fundamental expression of his will to teach. Zarathustra left his home on the mountaintop where he had spent 10 years contemplating the meaning of life. Inspired by the sun's determination to spread light throughout the world, he decided it was time for him to descend into the marketplace and disseminate his newfound meaning that God is dead. With the death of God, the current moral system of Christianity could be overcome, making a new world possible. And with this new knowledge in hand, Zarathustra sought to reignite humanity's will to power, seeking in the world new creators who would challenge the current values as potential overmen. Overmen who would use humanity as a bridge to cross over, to overcome humanity as we know it, ascending from all its degenerating, weakening, life-denying morality, offering instead a new interpretation of the old values, evoking a grand style of strength and an ideal of great health. The Overmen, this new creator, must become hard in their attempt to reinterpret the failing moral world order, a hardness that necessitates courage and creativity at its base. The creator must become a Dionysian destroyer, capable of annihilating the previous tablets of moral values along with the statues of old idols, finding new meaning for life by becoming warlike. But the creator must also become soft, like a carved piece of wood, channeling the tragic artist whose genius it is to creatively communicate this knowledge to the world through new art forms of the body, like every great teacher who exerts a will to teach, using the hammer artistically, with a chisel perhaps, to craft a new tablet of values and beautiful new statues of the overmen, or as a tuning fork to prepare the instruments that will play the melodies for the music of the future, or as a mallet to strike the gong that signals a new era. These new creators are of a rare breed, and of these nascent overmen, Nietzsche asks, can you give yourself your own evil and your own good and hang your own will over yourself as a law? Can you be your own judge and avenger of your law? This is a test of our will to power, to create one's own meaning through a reinterpretation of the current value system, abiding by it as one's own judge and avenger. Only the strongest who seek new meanings of life, who can make this their new art form, can follow here. Thus, Zarathustra's revaluation of values remains an open-ended project for subjects still unborn, a fruit not yet ripe. But Zarathustra's knowledge is like the sun that feeds the vine, nurturing the becoming of the overman into existence. For Zarathustra, man is something that must be overcome, a rope between animal and overman. Man is becoming obsolete. The overman must overcome man. But speaking to the people in the marketplace, claiming the death of God and the teachings of the overman, Zarathustra is met with resistance. The crowd laughs and jeers coldly at his words, and Zarathustra knows he has spent too long in the mountains talking to the sun, the trees, the rivers, speaking now to the crowd as a goat herder to goats. They do not understand me, and I am not the mouth for these ears, he whispers to himself. And Zarathustra leaves the town, carrying the corpse of a dead tightrope walker who fell from a rope high above the people in the marketplace. He was a man of danger and risk, one who was the first to truly hear Zarathustra's teaching before his untimely death. Might you all potential overmen be tightrope walkers? After burying him in the forest and falling asleep under a tree, Zarathustra realizes that he must find companions on his journey. New companions, not dead ones, but living ones who want to follow him because they want to follow themselves. Not to the people of the marketplace, but to these new companions Zarathustra could speak about his new meaning of life. And thus, Zarathustra set off on his journey across the seas, into new towns and forests, back up towards his mountain and down again to find those companions with whom he could share his knowledge, to teach the lesson of the overman, or maybe to those who are overmen themselves. And it is in his travels throughout the world, searching for new companions, meeting new people, exploring new lands and seas, dancing, laughing, and singing all the while, that Zarathustra begins to find another meaning in life, and slowly is struck by his stillest hour, finding in that stillness of a moment the meaning of the eternal return. In a dream, the clock of Zarathustra's life spoke to him, reminding him of a knowledge of time that he must communicate to the world. But feeling shamed by the insults of the townspeople and by the lack of companions willing to share in his teachings, Zarathustra retorts that this knowledge is beyond his strength. The clock laughs at him and tells Zarathustra to return to his solitude to become mellower, lighter, to shed his shame and gather the strength needed to speak the meaning of the eternal return to all. Hearing this, realizing his weakness in the face of this eternal knowledge, in the face of time itself, Zarathustra lay on the ground and wept, sweat pouring from his limbs, feeling his heart slit open, as he knew in his heart of hearts that this was his destiny, that he was given this great knowledge to teach to the world, that he needed to gift the eternal return to humanity as the sun gifts its light. And after 2 days of silence aboard a ship leaving the Blessed Isles where Zarathustra had wandered, he broke his silence to impart this vision to his companions. Zarathustra describes an encounter with his greatest nemesis while wearily ascending a steep mountainside. The spirit of gravity, a dwarf, sat upon him, drawing him down, making him weak in his attempt to climb upwards. Feeling the dwarf's heavy weight upon his back, Zarathustra drew deep from his greatest courage in order to slay this enemy of lightness, a courage which attacks, a courage that slays pity and grounds one's dizziness at the edge of abysses. And Zarathustra spoke the knowledge of the eternal return, striking the dwarf with his newfound meaning like a hammer. Was that life? Well then, once more, he declared. He that has ears to hear, let him hear. Zarathustra spoke to the spirit of gravity the most abysmal thoughts of the eternal return, which he knew the dwarf could not beat, thus felling him with the final blow of the most courageous meaning of life, removing the weight from his back, making his body lighter to ascend upwards to dance among the newly birthed stars. And it is in this triumphant declaration of the eternal return against the spirit of gravity that Zarathustra suddenly beholds a gateway met by 2 paths that stretch back and forth in time, between past and future eternities, paths no person had yet to follow. This gateway Zarathustra identifies is named the moment. Behold, I continued, this moment. From this gateway, moment, a long eternal lane leads backward. Behind us lies an eternity. Must not whatever can walk have walked on this lane before? Must not whatever can happen have happened, have been done before, have passed by before? And if everything has been there before, what do you think, dwarf, of this moment? Must not this gateway too have been there before? And are not all things knotted together so firmly that this moment draws after it all that is to come? Therefore, itself too. For whatever can walk in this long lane out there too, it must walk once more, and return and walk in that other lane out there before us, in this long, dreadful lane. Must we not eternally return? And in uttering these words, Zarathustra becomes afraid, and hearing a dog bark from his youth, Zarathustra is transported through time back to his childhood, through an eternity of his past, which extends out into an eternal future and back again to the present. Zarathustra awakes and wonders, was I dreaming then? thinking of the dwarf, the gateway, and the dog's bark. Reflecting upon this vision, Zarathustra realizes that the dwarf disappeared the moment he expressed the knowledge incited by the clock, finally evoking the greatest weight, the most abysmal thought, the knowledge of the eternal return to all that could hear it. The spirit of gravity, that being who sat on Zarathustra weighing him down on his ascent up the mountain, was now eternally revoked. This was his valiant victory over a most worthy enemy, making all things light, all movements agile, and affording an ascent towards an eternal future, making all of life a dancing star. Yet, upon seemingly awakening from the dream of the dwarf, Zarathustra is confronted with yet another calamity. Nearby, he sees a young shepherd asleep with a snake slithering into his mouth. Zarathustra jumps into action, fiercely trying to tear the snake out from the shepherd's throat. Yet, unable to do so, he screams at the sleeping shepherd, "Awake and bite down hard!" The shepherd's slumber is broken upon hearing Zarathustra's command, and he bites down on the snake, spitting its head far away, awakening fully, eyes wide open. Hearing Zarathustra's jarring words, the shepherd becomes fully aware and completely present, never again allowing the old snake's knowledge to occupy his throat and poison his body. No longer asleep, no longer in danger, the shepherd begins to laugh, finding that the snake's knowledge, which he had almost come to swallow, no longer stifled his voice, no longer controlled his thoughts. He laughed, knowing now what Zarathustra knew, the new knowledge of the overmen, the most abysmal lesson taught by the snake, by the dwarf, by Zarathustra, by sleep, by dreaming, and by the clock itself, that divine knowledge of the eternal return. Conclusion: the struggle for meaning. Zarathustra teaches us that to search for one's meaning is to courageously bite off the head of the snake in our mouths, to find the meaning of our lives that slays those spirits that pull us downwards, removing the obstruction that holds us back from ascending skywards, like the sun, like an eagle, towards heights of crisp mountain air. For Zarathustra, this new meaning comes with the knowledge of the eternal return, which places us at the gateway of the present moment, between an eternity that stretches forever in the directions of our already lived past and latent futures. To step through that gateway is a courageous act to search for new meanings, new interpretations of living, new resistances to be overcome, towards a happiness through hopefulness and a life of meaningfulness, an avowal against that which weakens us, that which kills us. And with this new knowledge of eternity, we can walk through the gateway of the moment, making ourselves stronger with every eternal return. Nietzsche believed that this new meaning of life would provoke the coming of the overmen, the being of the future who would create a new table of values and reinterpret the worlds in an affirmative mode of living, one which expunged centuries of ressentiment and hatred of the body, ultimately going beyond good and evil. But in the 100+ years after Nietzsche's death came 2 world wars, a reconfiguration of the global political economy at the hands of new hegemonic forces in the form of American capitalist imperialism, and the ushering in of the digital age with the proliferation of the internet. All the while, Nietzsche's teachings have become absorbed into contemporary pop culture and rendered cliché, their deeper meanings lost or at least diluted to the point of obscurity. The existential vacuum persists at its greatest intensity in contemporary neoliberal living, and the search for meaning along with the will to teach are ever more vital to navigate our new modes of suffering in the algorithmic era. As such, the search for meaning is a never-ending struggle to persist against meaninglessness, to survive this inherent suffering, and to overcome a decadent nihilism. For Nietzsche, in mythical fashion, he found his life's meaning at the top of a mountain in the Swiss Alps, realizing that life eternally returns. He wrote his Zarathustra to spread his word, expressing his will to teach. But this was his meaning, one which stands as a singular set of eyes in an oceanic multitude of different ways of seeing. The Overman was Nietzsche's open-ended proposal for the future, and thus the meaning of life and the possibilities of the future for humanity were left open for the world to reinterpret, each person in a search for oneself to become strong in their own way, expressed in their own style. As Zarathustra searched throughout the world, exploring city, sea, forest, and mountain for fellow companions to share his ideas, finding in the process his own meaning of life, we too must explore the world, searching for our own meanings in this life as suffering, accumulating more perspectives, more eyes and affects to suffer bravely. If the eternal return is the reality of existence and life is indeed cyclical, our film forever on repeat, then one may bear this suffering more bravely by realizing that there is no true meaning of life. There is only a search for meanings through constant reinterpretations, with every passing iteration of life already lived, a film already watched. Thus, Zarathustra's teaching might only be for himself, as he says to us all, "This is my way. Where is yours?" Thus I answered those who asked me the way, for the way, that does not exist. Similarly, our exemplar of existential strength, Frankl, explains that one would be in error to ask what the true meaning of life is. What matters, therefore, is not the meaning of life in general, but rather the specific meaning of a person's life at a given moment. To put the question in general terms would be comparable to the question posed to a chess champion. Tell me, master, what is the best move in the world? There is simply no such thing as the best or even a good move apart from a particular situation in a game and the particular personality of one's opponent. Thus, it must be understood that everyone's meaning will be apparent only to themselves, that suffering is inherently individualized, and that one's understanding must come from their own intimate interpretation of their lived experience. To share one's meaning, to express one's will to teach, to communicate one's knowledge of suffering as a tragic artist, is meant solely to help others find their own meaning as Frankl's students understood. Yet, while one's search is an intimate individual endeavor, Frankl is clear that humanity is ultimately united in its inherent suffering and its subsequent search for meaning. Rather than interpreting your problem in terms of a symptom, you will learn to understand it as an essential aspect of la condition humaine, to which you then confess. You will regard yourself as a member of an invisible community, the community of suffering humans, suffering from that abysmal experience of a basic meaninglessness of human existence, and at the same time struggling for a solution to the age-old problem of mankind. The same suffering and the same struggling unites you. in fact, with the best exemplars of humanity. So try to be patient and courageous, patient in leaving the problems unresolved for the time being, and courageous in not giving up the struggle for their final solution. Thus spoke Frankl. In recognizing our individual suffering as the human condition, we are granted membership into the invisible community of fellow sufferers. This is a global community of suffering which unites all sufferers from time immemorial across geographic boundaries in a oneness of struggle in the search for meaning, a world unified in a becoming stronger and the cultivation of a greater health for all humanity. This unity of suffering defines human existence itself, and one is reminded of Mishima's collective feeling amongst the men in the shrine ritual, Nietzsche's acknowledgement of the intoxicating oneness felt in Dionysian festivals and tragic theater, and Fanon's call for a collective harmony across all races. That we all suffer in our search for meaning is humanity's greatest shared struggle, one that inspires our highest hopes for the world's future great health and informs the curation and composition of our own grand style, our will to strength. Conclusion: eternal cycles of suffering and strength. No human can experience a constant stream of strength for the full extent of a lifetime. To do so would be to have the existence of a god. Instead, as mere humans, suffering is our default condition, and we must feel weakness as an inevitable part of our earthly existence. While we may never live in uninterrupted strength, neither are we condemned to perpetual suffering. This would be a true hell on earth, a fate more fitting of Greek tragedy. Instead, in life, our feelings of weakness are always punctuated by feelings of strength, unfolding in an eternal cycle where our given suffering continuously oscillates with our becoming stronger. As such, life is expressed as both a suffering and a strengthening, caught in processual movements of ebb and flow. And while the magnitude and duration of each state are unknown, their ratios expanding and contracting, shifting from moment to moment, we are always assured of one thing: change is always apparent. Nietzsche understood this well, inspired by the teachings of the pre-Platonic philosopher Heraclitus, who taught that all life is in a state of constant flux, one mired in becomings, famously stating that no man ever steps in the same river twice. And we hear Nietzsche propound on these thoughts in an early, unfinished work entitled Philosophy in the Tragic Age of the Greeks. The everlasting and exclusive coming to be, the immanence of everything actual which constantly acts and comes to be but never is, as Heraclitus teaches it, is a terrible, paralyzing thought. Its impact on men can most nearly be likened to the sensation during an earthquake when one loses one's familiar confidence in a firmly grounded earth. It takes astonishing strength to transform this reaction into its opposite, into sublimity and the feeling of blessed astonishment. Here, we find a fundamental relationship between the forces of change, the impermanence of everything, and the capacity for becoming stronger, astonishing strength, one that transforms the given condition of instability, likened to the sensation during an earthquake, into a beautiful feeling, a sense of sublimity and astonishment. Throughout Nietzsche's work, and in our subsequent training in ambiguities, We have found ourselves continually grappling with these forces of uncertainty and eternal change. Yet, like stars that pierce the dark night sky, in each of our courageous exemplars of strength, we have found glimpses of sublimity and blessed astonishment brilliantly shining through. In coming to grips with the impermanence of all things and life's constant becomings, Nietzsche provides one of his most poetic teachings articulated in the prologue of Zarathustra, where he describes the three metamorphoses. This is a movement between three figures: the burdened camel, the fierce lion, and the playful baby, all of which speak to a particular sense of becoming in relation to life and suffering. When introducing these metamorphoses, Nietzsche explains of suffering and strength. There is much that is difficult for the spirit, the strong, reverent spirit that would bear much. But the difficult and the most difficult are what its strength demands. Again, we hear Nietzsche's eternal refrain that strength demands difficulties, echoing the lesson we have learned regarding the warrior who seeks a worthy opponent, that happiness is a resistance overcome, that tragic suffering must be viewed as a life-affirming force, and that ultimately, what does not kill me makes me stronger. As such, in addition to demonstrating their distinct styles of strength, each of our exemplars can also be shown to represent Nietzsche's three metamorphoses. First, our exemplar of a physical style of strength, Yukio Mishima, the great Japanese author, gifted with literary genius at an early age, yet encumbered with a frail frame, creatively playing like the newborn baby, saying yes to the sun and steel, growing his orchard with a beautiful muscularity spoken through the language of the flesh, arming himself with an artful and active body necessary to rebuild a weakened post-war Japan, and ultimately to achieve a romantic death. Second, our exemplar of a linguistic style of strength, Frantz Fanon, the Antillean-born, French-trained doctor living in colonial Algeria and prominent member of the FLN, who prescribed violence like the sacred no of a fierce lion, a cleansing violence used to detoxify the world of racial oppression under the priestly control of the colonial powers of Europe, poisoning colonial bodies with an inferiority complex perpetuated by the black myth, and bringing forth a new human in a harmonious, decolonized world. And lastly, our exemplar of an existential style of strength, Viktor Frankl, an Austrian Jewish psychiatrist imprisoned in Nazi concentration camps, who, like the burdened camel, loads his back with experiences of the most horrific suffering a human being can bear, finding himself at the whims of arbitrary violence wielded by Nazi guards, enduring back-breaking labor in the most intolerant conditions, yet escaping death's grasp by finding a will to meaning as his only source of strength, surviving long enough to gift the world with his beautiful words in Man's Search for Meaning. These exemplars of strength have helped to guide our interpretations of the phrase, "does not kill me makes me stronger," ensuring that Nietzsche's idea of strength is not left lingering in history as a mindless cliché, but instead is understood as a manifold concept seen from the perspectives of these distinct yet imbricated styles, physical, linguistic, and existential, and, when taken together, potentiate the composition of a grand style of strength. And we remember that this grand style for Nietzsche is the highest feeling of power and security. Power which no longer requires proving, which disdains to please, which is slow to answer, which is conscious of no witness around it, which lives oblivious of the existence of any opposition, which reposes in itself, fatalistic, a law among laws. That is what speaks of itself in the form of grand style. In other words, attaining a self-affirming power resulting from the curation and composition of one's own style, expressed as an attitude of amor fati and a singular taste for what is good for the body and what makes one healthy, produces a well-turned-out person who pleases the senses, a hard yet delicate carved piece of wood. Thus, we can conclude that our beloved cliché of strength is not a meaningless saying, as we can now interpret this phrase through the numerous styles outlined above, one culminating in Nietzsche's greatest challenge to humanity, to live a life of affirmation, to say yes to life's suffering as what strength demands, interpreting it as a resistance to be overcome. To say no to life-denying priests in every form who diminish our capacity for corporeal creativity, seducing us with false promises of a true world. To develop and hone our styles of strength as triumphant opportunities for new becomings towards a truly grand style that gives us ideally with a great health, bestowing upon us a will to become stronger, or what I will henceforth call our will to strength. To understand fully how this concept of will to strength is a direct expression of what does not kill me makes me stronger, as well as the distinct styles that we derived from it, we will contrast it with Nietzsche's highly ambiguous concept of the will to power as our final topic of discussion before bringing our interpretation of Nietzsche's great cliché of strength to a close. Will to power as will to strength. Humanity needs an ideal, a why to justify the how of living, a purpose to persist, to give meaning to our existence. Nietzsche famously concluded of the ascetic ideal that man would rather will nothingness than not will at all. As such, with the death of God, Nietzsche presents a concomitant death of the ascetic ideal, exposing its will to nothingness by Zarathustra's symbolic command to bite down on the head of the snake, awakening the sleeping shepherd. But rather than will nothingness, what does Nietzsche's coming over man will for the future? A will to meaning, to art, to beauty, to violence, to health, to teach, to survive, to affirm? The future is an eternal unknown, an open-ended project with infinite possibilities as we have come to learn. But while disparate trajectories abound, what unites them all is what Nietzsche understood as the will to power, where every particularized will is ultimately an expression of this primary will, this primitive form of affect, whereby all other affects are only developments of it. Nietzsche clearly states that all driving force is will to power, and there is no other physical, dynamic, or psychic force except this. Yet, to be sure, throughout Nietzsche's work, the will to power, like most of his concepts, is unsystematically defined. It is a highly fragmented concept that numerous scholars have sought to comprehend, affording divergent emphases in their interpretations. For instance, the will to power has been understood as a principle of synthesis between active/reactive forces, as the last metaphysics designating the essence of being, and as the key concept for a psychological hypothesis on human behavior. Although we will not attend closely to these readings, we can keep in mind our training in ambiguities, which has taught us that a search for the truth of a concept is futile, that all we have at our disposal are a host of metaphors and the act of interpretation to afford us more eyes, more affects, and ultimately more perspectives to make a concept more complete. As such, some selections from Nietzsche's texts on the will to power will be presented in order to rework and reframe this concept for our own purposes, emphasizing our own interpretation as a will to strength. To start, we must acknowledge that up to this point, we have utilized the concept of strength as an expression of numerous styles, which can be communicated as a larger process of becoming stronger, a grand style as Nietzsche calls it. By leveraging Nietzsche's perspectival method, we've evoked multiple synonyms and related concepts to strength, such as love, courage, health, muscularity, creativity, art, revaluation, revolution, action, violence, persistence, survival, and suffering bravely. In doing so, we might be vulnerable to the critique waged in Plato's Gorgias by the wise Socrates at the younger Callicles, where he states, "At one moment you define the better and stronger as the more powerful, next as the more intelligent, and now you come out with yet another idea. You say that the better and stronger are a braver sort of people." Indeed, the point throughout this text has been to identify strength as expressed through particular styles, physical, linguistic, existential, and cosmological, demonstrated by numerous historical exemplars and enacted through various masks of the overman, the tragic artist, the actively forgetting noble type, the new barbarian, the philosophical physician, and the creator. But unlike Callicles, who is flustered by Socrates' prodding to define strength concisely, we do not feel encumbered to present a singular definition of true strength. Instead, we have traversed the breadths and depths of interpretation to see strength and becoming stronger from the viewpoint of numerous sets of eyes, affording greater vision to a broader perspectivism, creating a more complete concept of strength itself. Multiplicity is not a fault, but a valued feature of a Nietzschean perspectivism, one which affords us the privileged understanding of distinct styles of strength and their numerous becomings and overcomings in order to curate and compose our own grand style. Still, if we were to entertain Socrates' critique in a small way, limiting the discussion for our own purposes, we could ask, could one just as easily substitute the concept of strength here for the concept of power? And have we just been speaking of Nietzsche's concept of will to power all along? This is a valid critique, and as I interpret it, the will to strength and the will to power are ostensibly two sides of the same coin. The former being the particularized, felt, human expression of the generalized, abstracted, metaphysical expression of the latter. This may still be opaque and will hopefully be made clearer as we progress, but as we learned at the start of our journey, words like strength and power are indeed merely a host of metaphors attempting to describe that which we can never completely name as truth, that certain concepts slide into each other with similar meanings as synonyms, creating a chain of signifiers, all of which attempt to capture that elusive signified thing in itself. With that being said, we can see how closely Nietzsche links the concepts of strength and power together in his work, particularly in the collected notebooks, The Will to Power. In the following quote, we find a most explicit expression of how the will to power slides into an expression of becoming stronger. The will to accumulate force is special to the phenomena of life, to nourishment, procreation, inheritance, to society, state, custom, authority. Should we not be permitted to assume this will as a mode of cause in chemistry too, and in the cosmic order? Not merely conservation of energy, but maximal economy and use. So the only reality is the will to grow stronger of every center of force. Not self-preservation, but the will to appropriate, dominate, increase, grow stronger. Nietzsche's passage emphasizes the will to power as the primary force in the cosmic order. The will to accumulate force as apparent in all living things, as the fundamental drive of nature itself. It is apparent in all phenomena of life, growing from a center of force in a maximal economy, a growth that not only seeks conservation and self-preservation, but one that seeks to grow stronger through the will of appropriation, domination, and increase. No doubt, strength and power are clearly united in Nietzsche's description of the underlying will here. But towards what end? Will to power contra will to life. At first glance, the will to power appears to be Nietzsche's metaphysical framework driving all natural phenomena. But what is the significance of Nietzsche's understanding here? What is its intent beyond presenting a unifying theory or underlying principle shaping the cosmic order? To extrapolate on this, we must underscore the salience of the will to power as a critical response to Schopenhauer's concept, will to life. Nietzsche's great philosophical master was Arthur Schopenhauer, an influential German philosopher whose major contribution was integrating Kant's philosophy with Eastern thought. In The World as Will and Representation, Schopenhauer posits his core concept, will to life, as the inherent driving force of nature, blindly motivated by self-preservation and self-propagation, as a metaphysical force that bridges Kant's thing in itself with Hinduism's Brahman. What Nietzsche takes issue with is Schopenhauer's understanding of the basic driving force of the will, where, at essence, life equates to survival and reproduction. For Nietzsche, the expression of life far exceeds these base biological drives, emphasizing instead an increase of power through accumulation, appropriation, and domination, drives whose only reality is the will to grow stronger. In this reframing and expansion of Schopenhauer's limited perspective of the biological drives being survival and reproduction, Nietzsche moves towards the more politically oriented drives viewed through relations of power. Here, Schopenhauer's restrictive biological reading of the will to life is substituted by Nietzsche with an increasingly politicized reading of will to power, seen now as the original will to become stronger. Yet, while attempting to drive a wedge between himself and his master, making the will an expression of power rather than merely the preservation of a reproduction of life, Nietzsche remains in agreement with Schopenhauer on the metaphysical basis of the will as a primary driving force in the cosmic order. Moreover, Nietzsche seems to agree with Schopenhauer's subsequent arguments that this primary will is the base cause for all striving between living things, ultimately being the source for all humanity's suffering. Lastly, Nietzsche is seemingly in alignment with Schopenhauer's view, via Kant and Hinduism, that humans are trapped within a world of representations and illusions, limited by their sense perception and intellect, which, for Nietzsche, is a product of humanity's use of metaphor as the basis of all knowledge. The difference being that Nietzsche finds no need to assert a true world beyond this apparent one. So, while Nietzsche and Schopenhauer share this common ground, they diverge once more on the particular ethics most fitting to confront this inherent suffering, and concomitantly on the kind of morality that ought to arise from this original will. Where Schopenhauer sees the inherent drives of self-preservation and self-propagation as the primary cause of egoistic suffering for humanity, in dealing with this, he prescribes an ethics of pessimism through his renunciation of the will. This is done by 1. A contemplative life of escape through aesthetics, particularly that of music, which offers the sufferer some temporary relief. Or 2. A complete retreat from the will through the practices of asceticism, citing Jesus as the symbol or personification of the denial of the will to live. For Schopenhauer, this practice of retreat from the will to life is justified by his humanist moral attitude of compassion, which seeks to further minimize the existence of pain and suffering in the world. On the other hand, waging war on all life deniers and critiquing the ascetic ideal, Nietzsche resists Schopenhauer's pessimism and resulting moral compassion, which he views ultimately as a desire to escape from the apparent world for an imagined true world. For Nietzsche, as we've seen throughout, this was a fundamental error traceable down the line of all the great idols of morality, that one must not seek an escape from suffering, but utilize it as a source to grow stronger, as an expression of the will to power. Indeed, we can truly appreciate now how central "what does not kill me makes me stronger," a refrain repeated and rephrased throughout his work, is to Nietzsche's philosophy. To seek escape through asceticism is to descend into a decadent morality of life denial and hatred of the body. This is the same morality perpetuated by the first priests of the slave revolt and all the dying idols of philosophy, art, science, and religion that followed, including Nietzsche's great master, Schopenhauer. Instead of this pessimistic will to escape life, Nietzsche founds an affirmative will to increase power by engaging suffering as a reinterpreted, life-affirming force of what he initially called the tragic and later the Dionysian, now understood clearly as the original will to become stronger. Ultimately, Nietzsche shifts Schopenhauer's heavy emphasis on a renunciation of the will through asceticism back towards a focused engagement with aesthetics, that is, through the understanding of our bodily sense perceptions, our art-making capacities, and our ideals of beauty as primary forces to affirm life. Here, we recall Nietzsche's words, "Without music, life would be a mistake." And once again, we see how he elevates the artist above the aesthetic, privileging the reclamation of the body's sensuous capacities through the genius communication of the tragic artist, grounded by an understanding of life as an aesthetic phenomenon presented through a host of metaphors, all of which afford us great stylistic possibilities to curate and compose a life which expresses a becoming stronger. And here we start to see how a human expression of will to power may begin to represent itself, to use Schopenhauer's term, in Nietzsche's grander vision of the world. Zarathustra's interpretation of will to power. It is in his masterpiece, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, that Nietzsche presents us with his first published descriptions of will to power, appearing in 3 distinct speeches: on the 1,001 Goals, on self-overcoming, and on redemption, each presenting a different yet interrelated discovery of the will to power. First, Zarathustra discovers that the will to power exists as an expression of different people's values, representing their esteemed overcomings. As Nietzsche/Zarathustra explains, a tablet of good hangs over every people. Behold, it is the tablet of their overcomings. Behold, it is the voice of their will to power. Thus, the will to power is first understood in its human expression as a tablet of good, that is, a people's valuation of morality. It is morality which first represents humanity's values as derived from their overcomings, understood now as a process of becoming stronger. Second, Zarathustra comes to understand the will to power as an expression of all of life itself, stating, "Where I found the living, there I found will to power." In this speech, Zarathustra recounts a moment where life itself speaks to him, confiding to him its secret. "Behold," it said, "I am that which must always overcome itself." Here again, an overcoming is emphasized with the will to power, but this time as that which life itself enacts. Zarathustra thus begins to understand the will to power as the primary drive of all phenomena of life, one which perpetuates an inherent struggle of becomings. And continuing to whisper its secrets in Zarathustra's ear, life says to him, "And verily, where there is perishing and a falling of leaves, behold, there life sacrifices itself for power. That I must be struggle, and a becoming, and an end, and an opposition to ends. Alas, whoever guesses what is my will should also guess on what crooked paths it must proceed. Whatever I create, and however much I love it, I soon must oppose it and my love. Thus my will wills it. And you too, lover of knowledge, are only a path and footprint of my will. Verily, my will to power walks on the heels of your will to truth. Only where there is life is there also will. Not will to life, but, thus I teach you, will to power." Life as a will to power is seen as an expression of sacrifices and struggle, now shown as inherent in the natural cycle of becomings, in an act of creation through love followed by its inevitable opposition in perishing. In sum, the perpetual recurrence of life and death. Lastly, in a third speech, Zarathustra comes to understand the will to power as an expression of time. Because the will cannot will backwards, one wages a revenge against time, and thusly Zarathustra states, "This indeed, this alone, is what revenge is. The will's ill will against time and its it was." Here, Zarathustra seeks to find a different way for humanity to will, one which does not seek a will to revenge against time, but something to teach it to will backwards so as not to resent the it was of a lifetime. For that will which is the will to power must will something higher than any reconciliation. But how shall this be brought about? Who should teach him to will backwards? Stating this, Zarathustra stops his speech feeling like he had received a severe shock. And later, as we spoke of in our penultimate chapter, Zarathustra realizes that this was because of his knowledge of the eternal return that this line of thought forced him to rethink the will to power as a reconfiguring of time itself, and thus to engage his most abysmal thought and humanity's greatest weight. The idea of the eternal recurrence as the will to power's teaching to will backwards. In each of these speeches, Zarathustra understands the human expressions of the will to power through the creation of values, the overcoming of resistances, and the reconceptualization of time. The will to power, interpreted as a human expression, is identical to a will to strength expressed by new creators, these overmen of the future, who can transform established values and will a reinterpretation of time to will backwards, which Zarathustra foresaw as the eternal return. These creators can express their own will to power to become hard, annihilating the old tablets, viewing the old idols as resistances to overcome, while at the same time becoming light, remembering Nietzsche's first principle of aesthetics. What is good is light. Whatever is divine moves on tender feet. Thus, while the will to power might be understood as the primary force of nature, we can only come to know it, to feel its sensuous force in its human expression, practicing it through our own particularized styles, curated and composed from our own lived experiences. This, for Nietzsche/Zarathustra, is seen through the chaotic struggle of value creation and destruction, the eternal cycles of suffering and strength, and the numerous oppositions competing in a play of dominations between multiple centers of force, each striving, both brutally and valiantly, within the infinitely expansive economy of life's overcomings. In sum, although Nietzsche, in his unpublished notebooks, identifies appropriation, domination, and increase of growth as abstracted expressions of the will to power, we have tried to show in his published work of Zarathustra, as well as in the styles of our exemplars of strength, the human expression of power and strength, that neither power nor strength are simplistic terms of accumulation, appropriation, or domination, nor are they terms inherently imbued with moral values until they are taken up by historical subjects who reinterpret and restructure these drives into human value systems, stylizing them into a tablet of their overcomings. Each expression of power and strength are dependent on the historical situation of the subject and the disparate forces at play in their lives, where both barbarians and slaves alike exhibit a form of becoming stronger in their distinct expressions of the will to power, constituting divergent moralities for differing ends. And it is in the process of becoming stronger, entangled in one's moment in history, that the will to power becomes particularized and realized by suffering bodies for their own purposes. What is clear throughout Nietzsche's work is his critique of the current expression of the will to power as inherently life-denying, represented by a will to escape and a will of revenge. Indeed, we are beholden in this historical moment to a decadent will to power upheld by our current moral world order, one which weakens us by the promise of a true world beyond. Thus, Nietzsche provokes us to seek and find new expressions of the will to power, new styles of strength, which enable us to renew our sense of affirmation for life, to rechannel or redirect our original affect of becoming stronger, relocating our diminished sensuous powers through a corporeal arts of a self-determined value creation. And remembering Socrates' goad, if one were pressed to offer a singular drive defining the will to strength, It would be in the transformative capacities of the subject who becomes more than what the dictates of nature or their fellow man has consigned them to. There are always inherent becomings and overcomings in all of nature as an expression of the impermanence of everything. There is greater force apparent in the cyclical movements of time than what history has taught us. A multiplicity of futures potentiated by our will to strength, not just a singular telos towards some mythical end in an imaginary true world. And in our overcoming of the will to escape and the will to revenge, in accepting our tragic suffering as a challenge to affirm life, to claim, once more, in the refinement of our styles of strength, composing our grand style, we become aligned with new temporal rhythms in the music of the future, understanding the cycles of becoming stronger as representative of the possibilities of new human expressions of the will to power, where we, in turn, can fully garner that astonishing strength needed to accept Nietzsche's most beautiful teaching on the eternal recurrence of life itself. Let us conclude this discussion with two passages where Nietzsche vividly describes the flow of becomings in the eternal return, one from Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and the other from the final passage of The Will to Power. O Zarathustra, the animals said, to those who think as we do, all things themselves are dancing. They come and off their hands and laugh and flee and come back. Everything goes, everything comes back. Eternally rolls the wheel of being. Everything dies, everything blossoms again. Eternally runs the year of being. Everything breaks, everything is joined anew. Eternally the same house of being is built. Everything parts, everything greets every other thing again. Eternally the ring of being remains faithful to itself. In every now, being begins. Round every here rolls the sphere there. The center is everywhere. Bent is the path of eternity. A play of forces and waves of forces at the same time, one and many, increasing here and at the same time decreasing there. Sea of forces flowing and rushing together, eternally changing, eternally flooding back, with tremendous years of recurrence, with an ebb and a flood of its forms. This world is the will to power, and nothing besides. And you yourselves are also this will to power, and nothing besides. We are treated here to Nietzsche's most beautiful descriptions of the eternal play of forces in the great wheel of being, its ever-moving cycles of strengthening and suffering, dying and blossoming, submerging only to re-emerge once again, breaking and rejoining, ebbing and flowing in its forever becomings. A world as will to power, as eternal return, as constant change, as perpetual motion, in flux and flow, as that which wills a becoming stronger, a will to strength. Conclusion: becoming hard, becoming light. As time progresses, we will inevitably confront the physiological processes that age our body, those temporal forces which amplify our sense of weakness and diminish our strength, and one must confront these as the inevitable approaching of our coming death. This, I believe, is why Nietzsche saw time as a source for our ill will, the source for our will for revenge against life, which makes us grapple with existential suffering as it forever moves us forward towards our final end. This may also be the cause for our will to escape, producing the fantasy of a world beyond that promises to sate all our earthly desires and make our current suffering worth bearing, that promises our coming death will not be for naught, but wholly worthwhile in the light of otherworldly rewards. Perhaps, in coping with earthly existence through the development of our reason, emerging from our origins as noble barbarians and entering into a tamed civilization beholden to linear time and its perception of causal relations, we necessarily instigated our will to revenge and escape as an immature reaction, as perhaps our only form of action against the perceived arrow of time that signals our death. What an incredible achievement of humanity to cope with the suffering caused by the passage of time, a new interpretation, a life-preserving logic to ease one's confrontation of death, an objectivity of detachment from this world akin to the one found in the concentration camp prisoner, enabling them to survive another day. Life understood this way, it seems, is merely a slow march towards the welcoming of death, upheld by a fantastical faith in an otherworldly life, free from suffering as promised by those great idols, the ascetic priests. Thus, one is made heavy and resentful due to the "it was" of the arrow of time, and as time marches forwards, atrophying the muscles, slowing our movements, erasing our fondest memories, we cannot help but feel a diminishment in the lightness and liveliness of our once youthful free spirit. Yet, as we remember with Nietzsche, we are presented with a counter to the linear perception of time. Instead of time as an arrow lost to us with each stretch and release of the bow, time itself is a boomerang, eternally recurring, a lifetime returning to us over and over again with each throw. To reevaluate time itself is to reevaluate life and death, and thus we are tasked now with bearing the weight of the most abysmal thought on our backs, transmitted to us from a moment in history, high atop a mountain in Sils Maria, reverberating from a black pyramidal rock where Nietzsche found the will to teach his most abysmal thought, which would echo throughout the ages, the eternal return. The imminence of death is still perceived as humanity's greatest enemy, yet Zarathustra felled the spirit of gravity as one of the many masks of death, the spirit which pulls us down towards the ground, deep into the earth as the site of our inevitable grave. Thus, the deadly force of gravity is countered by the force of our will to strength, a will which is at once a becoming hard, armed with the hammer of philosophy, as all creators of new values are hard, while at the same time a becoming light, as the will to strength arms us with the knowledge of the eternal return, that secret that was whispered in our ear by the voice of life, by the clock, and by the demon in our loneliest of loneliness, the knowledge of our joyful wisdom to laugh and dance in the face of death, biting off the head of the snake that chokes us, soaring towards the heights of the coldest mountaintops, sailing upon uncharted seas, building cities on the slopes of Vesuvius, and ultimately learning to live dangerously. In this eternal battle between the force of the spirit of gravity and Zarathustra's flight towards an affirmative life, Nietzsche tests our strength as a question of our lightness. One has to be very light to drive one's will to knowledge into such a distance and, as it were, beyond one's time, to create for one's self eyes to survey millennia and, moreover, clear skies in these eyes. One must have liberated oneself from many things that oppress, inhibit, hold down, and make heavy. A human being of such a beyond who wants to behold the supreme measures of value of this time must first of all overcome this time in himself. This is the test of his strength. To become light enables us to go beyond one's time, embracing the eternal return of life as a liberating knowledge of existence, affording us new eyes to survey millennia, and allowing us to overcome time itself as a measure of our life and death. To become light is to reevaluate and reinterpret our lifetime in its infinitude against the finality of death, reevaluating the limits and thresholds of time itself. A final prayer then from the lips of our untimely philosopher-poet. We do not yet know the whither towards which we are driven once we have detached ourselves from our old soil. But it was from this same soil that we acquired the force which now drives us forth into the distance, into adventures, thrusting us into the boundless, the untried, the undiscovered. We have no choice left. We have to be conquerors once we no longer have any country in which we are at home, in which we would want to preserve things. A concealed yes drives us that is stronger than all our no's. Our strength itself will no longer endure us in the old decaying soil. We venture away. We venture ourselves. The world is still rich and undiscovered, and even to perish is better than to become half-hearted and poisonous. Our strength drives us to see where all suns have hitherto gone down. We know of a new world. With a new song of love in your hearts, a hammer in hand, and a lightness in your step, go now in dance and laughter towards new mountaintops and distant seas. Become hard, become light, for that which does not kill you only makes you stronger.